Hell no, when she come home, she gonna need some dinner. Hold up, Knight, look at that.
That's a huge bitch.
Damn, girl, say less. Boys, take off that ridiculous maid outfit. Hell no, when she come home, she gonna need some dinner. Hold up, Knight, look at that. This big bitch smell like Puma. She done trees like Tarzan. Nah, she more likely won't be chased by a dog for the first time.
See a dog.
What I do?
I'm exaggerating a little bit, but one being chased by a dog is moving. But that's besides the point, boys. Do you never remember the legendary meme? What legendary meme? This one.
Rachel, what? That is a predator.
He's not a predator.
What are you?
We're blooping.
We do not loot the predators. Oh, come on, I just want to do it once. Besides, I heard the bait was supposed to be pleasurable. Yeah, for her. Alright. The female Yorkshire are said to be very aggressive and bad, you idiot. Plus, the normal ones are said to be 7 to 8 feet tall. And not only do the women look similar to the men, they're also said to be bigger and stronger than the males. But I also read that fact could be a DNA trait of a predator subspecies, and not the natural norm. Whatever you say, Knight. Voice, I can see that thought bubble. You're picturing Snoop, aren't you? Yeah. What's it gonna take to convince you that this is a bad idea? The predators are basically the bow beasts and Kenpachis of aliens. And let's put that in perspective for a second, people. Kenpachi is 6 feet 7.5 inches tall, and Auk, aka bow beast, is said to be around 7 feet 6 inches tall. That means that the average predator is taller than Kenpachi and around the same height or bigger than bow beast. Yeah, whatever, Knight. You know what I hear when I hear you talk? Weakness. Excuse me? Oh, believe me, you excuse. Smell too much like bitch in here in the first place. That nigga cooking and cleaning while Big Mama out on the hunt. Boys, take that stupid outfit off! Never! Not may not like the predator white food, but I say you can do it if you're strong enough. And I'm talking Arnold Schwarzenegger strong. Specifically, Arnold Schwarzenegger in the first Predator movie. If you're not at least that strong and skilled, you're cooked, deep fried. You're never worthy of the Yapcha Pum Pum. For those who don't know, Yapcha is the official name for the predator species. Now, let me get to the point. We all know that female Yapchas, or aka predators, have a lot of cons. For one, their face. Yeah, they have faces that would scare demons. But they look pretty cool with the mask on, and they have cool dreads. But also, the way their mouth is shaped, it would be extremely difficult to kiss a human. From what I've read, they theoretically can kiss and are known to show physical affection with their partners. However, they obviously have no lips. Their mouth is like a face hugger. From what I read, the act of kissing would involve blocking the mandibles together, or more or less their tusks. Oh, that is nasty. Shut up, it's my video now. We'll make a point that'll make them sound better. I'm working on it, I'm cooking. Cook faster, too slow. You're so rude. Let me take the hardcore truth, viewers. These guys would make awful partners. And one of my main reasons for saying this is they're not monogamous. They'll sleep with multiple other male predators and be the aggressor in the bed while doing it. They also only respect honor, status, and experience. In other words, viewer, that means if you're not the biggest dog in the yard, you ain't getting no play, no booty, no cheeks. Some say a Yapcha society is more matriarchal, but honestly, it seems to me it's more hierarchical, or more or less it operates off a class or ranking system. Now there are different clans, and every clan has their own set rules, but this seems to be the standard rule. The lowest in rank seem to be the unblooded, and the next lowest will be the young bloods. These are the ones that usually haven't killed a xenomorph yet, and they're also pretty young. And basically, until they kill that xenomorph, they ain't getting no cheeks. They have to kill a whole xenomorph just for some poom poom. And just in case you don't know what a xenomorph looks like, it's this thing. The female predators are gonna have to lower their standards, because I ain't doing all that. Those things have acid blood and 2 mouths to chew me with. Nah. Even a normal soldier will have to get lucky to be one of these things. And aliens, aka xenomorphs, have beaten predators. You do not logically stand a chance, and these female predators are not worth it. Excuses, excuses. We ain't gonna stop being a punk now and be a legend, like me. I'd honestly rather be a punk than encounter one of these things. Ha! Pathetic. Oh, and I have to mention, I read that after the predators mate, they go their separate ways. Well, that's good. That means you don't gotta do no work. And it also means you can go sleep around with other women. I read that it's common for the males to sire up to 70 to 100 sucklings with multiple females, which means Knight. Harem, yeah, but that's only if, or at least the average Joe would never get that far. But it is possible. Just because it's possible doesn't make it easy or worth it. Yes, bro, our kids could be legendary, Knight. Legendary. You'd more than likely never see them again, though. And your point is, wow, you make a bad father.
You should know this incredible new game, Silver and Blood. The art, absolutely stunning. A rare medieval vampire RPG with jaw-dropping character design and cinematic cutscenes. It's a true visual feast.
And your point is, wow, you make a bad father. Man, kids, the hunt must go on. Plus, I read in the Alien vs. Predator Prey book and the Alien vs. Predator War book that the mothers may live together with the children in small families. Obviously, though, there are also female yacht the partners. And another partner also with other females and their children. The way these societies work, it seems that the males conquer while the females rule at home. And also the main female ruler for a clan for the predators would be a matriarch. Now the matriarchs are said to be the female counterpart for the clan leaders, which are male. And I have read that there are matriarchs that rule and command Yaksha Prime, which is the main home planet for the predators. They also presumably rule over any other world they inhabit, but they aren't the main rulers because there is a predator king who more or less has supreme power over all the clans and rules on more than just one clan. Voice, none of what you're saying is making me want to smash any more than I already done. But don't you find woman with power sexy? Yes, when they look like this. Don't no one want to smash the Hillary Clinton of Predators voice. You wouldn't smash Hillary Clinton? Of course not, and that's not the point. The point is you are ignoring the big issue here. The main issue with Predators isn't how they live or even their abilities. And they have a lot of powers, abilities, and weapons. And some subspecies even have their own unique powers and abilities. And there's even a subspecies of predators called the HQ10 that can change their gender involuntarily. But even that isn't the main problem because that's not the norm. The biggest problem I have with predators is obviously their looks. There's not one female that I could find that was even a little bit attractive to me. Well, there's at least one. Okay, go name her. Say the name, prove me wrong. Machiko, the female predator human. Nope, doesn't count. And why not? Because she is not a predator. She's a human who lived and hunted with the predators for at least over a year. And yes, I know she hunted with them and she even killed an alien queen. Still, she is not the norm. Most female predators are described as not having many female features. Now, they're also said to be more agile and lean than the males, and they have breasts, but they're covered in armor. Usually. Really? Well, I guess I may really isn't know them either. Gee, you think? What? One could look like this. Yes, but have you read that there is one that looks like this? No, you haven't. Shut up. Other than being more lean and agile than the males, the female predators have more narrow heads and smaller eyes. And apparently she also has longer dreadlocks. Or they definitely like their hair pulled. Yeah, whatever. They're probably all beasted heads, literally. But that's not the point. The point is that every female predator that I found in my readings, like Big Mama, Sister Midnight, Valgati, and there's more, are all ugly. Okay, they may be ugly in the face, but even you have to admit the ones in the games look, well, they have great bodies. And I give it a 4. God, you are so picky. What do you want from me? None of them look like this. And I even looked up female predators and human hybrids. And all that I found was that the majority were males, and I didn't see any images of female ones. Matter of fact, I'm sorry, I misspoke. All of them were males. Okay, well, what about some fan art? Or maybe even some cosplays? What's your point? Well, it's not like a female predator can't have more of a feminine body. So say if one had the face of a normal predator, but her body looked like this. Damn! That's some fine art. Okay, maybe, but she have to keep the mask on. And I don't care what anyone says. I refuse to be pegged. Huh, noted. And anyway, do they have any powers and abilities that could be bad for humans? Well, not really. They are strong, but I think their biggest issue would be their longevity. They live for a very, very long time, for at least, I would say, at least a century or more. Let's say die in a hunt or in battle. Also read that because of this lifestyle, the females need to be able to breed at more likely at any moment. And I also read that the female yaksha's reproductive system is very similar to the female reproductive system, which means more or less they can have one baby at a time. But I'm not sure they can have a baby specifically with a human. And also, just a random side note, there are people in the real world who actually do find the male predators attractive. So if they actually existed, someone would try to hit. Oh, dude, that's any alien, not just the predators. No, it isn't. You telling me someone tried to screw a xenomorph? Yeah, there are many different types of xenomorphs, and check this out.
Oh my goodness!
Bro, I feel like I need to wash my eyes out after seeing that. I'm gone. I need to find some holy water. Night, don't run, man. You know you a hit. They impregnate people with face huggers, and their blood is acid. Oh, there go that bitch smell again. It's always lingering. You know what? You a nasty cat. I don't care what anyone says. This is sick. No, this is for the strong only. You're just too weak-brained to realize Death by Snoo is not for the weak. It's only for the strong. Some may say ill night, but I say challenge accepted. Some will call me gross, but real ones will call me legendary. Whatever, dude. Tell us what y'all think in the comments. And tell what kind of hear me out videos y'all want to do next. And also, we will start doing more ZZZ reviews, you know, Zenless Zone Zero reviews, and also more reviews on gacha game characters in general. So leave in the comments what you think. Yes, leave in the comments what you think. And also,
Previously on Car Trek.
We're taking a 700-mile route to the beach to Galveston.
I'm actually concerned whether or not you'll make it out the front door or not without a tiny bit of fail.
2005 PT Cruiser! 50 Shades of Red. Over the last 24 hours, our challenge has been to make the trip a bit more enjoyable for each other by modifying each other's cars.
That is amazing. I've turned this car from an SLK into an SLR.
Oh my God! Yeah! I have fulfilled all the dreams of every Supra and every Supra owner.
Okay, open your eyes. Oh my, oh! I feel like this is a Toyota. This timing belt can still last another 10, 20, 30 years. Oh. I think Tyler's car is on fire. Tyler, where's the side pipe? It's under the car now. I gave you an SLR, and this is how you repay me.
One of your coolant hoses has just left the chat.
When you say you're fine, your car's on fire.
It's done being on fire.
Destroyed your bodywork.
I'm 14.
Oh, yes.
You got beat by a 14-year-old girl. Your job, as we travel to Galveston, is to demonstrate just how much damage you can do to each other's cars with 3 ounces of any fluid you choose. After Tyler got the least beaten by a 14-year-old girl, Freddie decided that he needed to repair some of the damage his flamboyant driving may or may not have caused to Tyler's windshield. I also needed to repair the massive coolant leak on my Bugatti T.
Fortunately, the car was still drivable without any coolant in it, so we've got it off the track, ran to lunch, and while this part could have probably been repaired with some JB Weld, this tube that evacuates the coolant from the engine block was split about 2.5 inches. And it happened to be about 20 minutes away, a parts store that has a brand new one, exactly the part we need. So in a few short minutes, we will be back in action.
It's truly amazing how simple a repair can be when someone right off camera hands you the right part, the right tool, and does a small bit of pointing.
Now, I've already spent a lot of time turning his SLK into an SLR. You know what's better than an SLR? SLR Sterling bolts. This whole windscreen with the pillars and everything, that's gonna leak. That's gonna go by. Actually, I got one of these. So we make 2 cuts right here, and then we kind of fold it over like a sheet, and then that's it.
You sound like me talking about mechanical
It's
things.
gonna be fine. He's gonna love it. Can you give me a tarp?
Where's the tarp go? Did he sit on the tarp?
Just can you just please? All right, please. Yep, thank you. All right, cool. Yeah, thanks. All the nice shards of glass won't make it into the breakfast. You're really not helping. Ed, did you have a childhood? I think if we do another relief cut over there, we should be in better shape. You just stay up there. How does it feel? Like
Like normal.
good, yeah. Come on, baby. My battery died. I'm gonna need to charge it. It's gonna take some time. Why don't you make the car like prettier? I can do that. Yeah.
As the car took its form, I knew exactly what livery the SLR deserved.
Dude, that looks awesome.
You get a new battery?
Yeah, I got a new battery.
Oh.
All right, so
Where are we at?
we should be good to go as soon as possible. You know what we can do? We can probably try to give it a little leverage.
All right, we're trying to fold it forward.
We're trying to fold it forward. You know?
All right.
1, 2, 3. All right, we gotta do the birthing pose.
I don't have those hips.
Yeah. All right. 1, 2, 3. That is good. There we go.
Freddie, I think we need to get out of here. I think this is a crime even in Oklahoma.
I don't think that's true, but let's just get this cleaned up and get on the road. I know that your favorite day out of any day is new car day. And today I am so excited because I turned your SLK into the greatest Mercedes ever made. The SLR McLaren 722 Sterling Moss Tribute.
You're glorious. Freddie, doing things this well is how you wind up with your face on money.
This is building it better. I have never experienced.
You cut my windshield off.
Yeah, what? So right now, this is lightened and you have full visibility, 360 degrees panoramic views. And also you have a little windshield right here just so your face doesn't get hit by rocks. And also you can see behind you.
But we were a little bit worried about you, so I got you some goggles.
Yes.
Supplies were limited.
So you took my perfectly functional Mercedes
Yes.
with a cracked windshield,
Yeah.
cut it off,
Fixed it.
and you made it into the greatest car of all time.
That's right. That's right.
The 300 SLR.
The record-setting race car that is literally priceless, worth over $100 million, and I have it right here.
So these cars, like the Ferrari SP1 and SP2 and McLaren Elva, they're $1 million.
Oh, this is amazing.
I 1,000x your investment.
And the 722.
Yeah, Ed did that. Ed did that.
It is. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah.
Oh my. I love it.
Yes.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles right here in America. And now we've lowered MSRP on Rogue and Pathfinder, so you can get the car you want at the price you want at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
What does Atlassian, the company who makes software that transforms teamwork, have to do with a legendary F1 race team? Everything.
I love it.
Yes.
This is awesome.
Well, I'm glad you like it because we have a lot of milestones. I'm gonna need those down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Just fitting.
You're gonna need to do that.
I can't really breathe.
Ah.
This is amazing.
Ah.
With the Bugatti T holding temperature and Tyler on cloud 9, progress was finally possible.
The last Freddy just recreated the greatest car in the world, in my opinion, the 300 SLR Sterling Moss. Mercedes was racing in the 1950s and set the record for the 1955 New Media, a 1,000-mile race across Italy with Sterling Moss at the wheel in a car just like this. It's in the Mercedes Museum. I've seen it. It's incredible. Its cousin sold for over $100 million. It's absolutely incredible. The most expensive car to ever sell. And now I have it here for my road trip. It's just amazing. So those race cars eventually birthed the 300 SL. That's often in the United States one of the road-going version of them to compete with a Porsche Speedster. And that's my dream car, the 300 SL Gullwing or Roadster. But now my dream car is here for nothing.
Seeing Tyler in that Sterling Moss makes me very, very happy. Not too long ago, he and I got to go down to Florida and drive the modern SLR Sterling Moss as well as a 300 SLR on track thanks to Mercedes Classic Center. And it was a wonderful, wonderful experience. I mean, those cars are so significant, but they're also so good. And to be a car from the 1950s and still be a car that you can take to Cars and Coffee if you really wanted to was super duper cool.
Guys, I can't believe what you've done. Oh my God.
Look at that thing. So I know I like my car, but I think your car is the greatest car track car we've ever had.
It looks so good.
Tyler does look fabulous right now.
I'm gonna switch to sunglasses here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's much better.
Welcome to Texas, boys.
You know, they say everything's bigger in Texas, and I brought the wing for it.
Vicky, darling, good morning.
Where's the kiosk where they hand you a gun? Tyler, how's your windshield working?
It's not. I think I've eaten a few pieces of glass, but I don't care.
Freddie, my bag feels like I kicked the roof off of a Mercedes last night.
Yeah, it's weird. I had a weird dream that we created the best Mercedes ever made.
Yeah, I think the next stop for this is the Classic Center in Germany. We can just swap it out with the Sterling Moss cards. Nobody will be able to tell the difference.
Road trips are only awesome in the bookends of the automobile. I would love to be doing this drive in my real Bugatti, and I love doing it in this piece of junk car that you can not care about. That's one of the greatest things about some of these cars, is the chance to just drive and not worry about a scratch or a dent or anything going wrong, just having the time of your life. But if this were just a normal car that just goes places like a Toyota Camry or an electric car or something like that, it wouldn't feel anything like this cool. Our little engines that could kept on. They were eating up the Texan miles, and it almost felt like the beach was in
Ireland. I
sight.
got a little reach this
Oh.
morning, huh? That's what's up. Come for the
Guys, I
ride
have to
this
admit,
morning.
my clutch is not good. Any sort of throttle input, and this is just kind of revving all over the place, and that timing belt isn't getting any younger.
Freddie, I think your wings also degrading at about the same rate as my eardrums. Unfortunately, the fatal flaw of this SLR is the straight pipe. It's very faithful to the real one, but that doesn't work with this engine.
Ed, thanks for getting our nice new accessories. I really like my hat.
It suits you.
Yeah, I'm a redneck naturally, so a scarf to protect my neck even more is wonderful.
I have got a great idea for my 3 ounces of devastation challenge.
That's really funny because I have a great idea for my 3 ounces of devastation challenge.
Am I the only one that feels terrible to do it to any of these amazing cars?
Yes.
Well, this assault to my senses with the exhaust and this TSA officer because I brought too much toothpaste.
Is my name to making business better is my game. Let's go.
Clover tracks and reports everything.
With Clover, the world's point of sale system. Create your own luck.
This ball represents a cashback card that charges annual fees.
Your annual fees.
For sure.
You would still do this versus just wait in an airport.
What is your threshold for a road trip? So, like, if anything is closer than about 8 or 10 hours, like 100%, I'm gonna road trip and not fly.
I know Freddie likes getting groomed, so he prefers it.
Fun fact,
No issues whatsoever.
my car's Japanese, so it can do this all day, every day for the next 25 years.
My coolant temperature is perfect, no problems whatsoever, except for my terrible, terrible grind in the 3rd gear.
You know, usually when I fly, it's somebody else that smells absolutely disgusting and making me want to vomit. But right now, it is myself.
Yeah, but think about how else you're gonna look after you lost all that weight, sweating it out.
Now, Tyler, we did not remove your top. You can do that later.
I think that would make it a Mercedes McLaren SLR 65 4MATIC bi-turbo compressor SLR Sterling Moss 722 Superleggera GT Type R.
Rolls off the tongue. Guys,
What's
I think we're
up,
about
Sarah? I'm
200
doing
miles
good
left to
today.
get to Galveston.
Back at it.
I feel like we've been driving.
Hitting the road in a major way. We're headed to Minnesota.
My car's straight pipe.
We'll make it to at least, I want to say outside of Chicago,
I would have guessed that the wing would fall off in 5 miles.
Gary, Indiana, somewhere around that area, the birthplace of Michael Jackson.
Well, that is your own craftsmanship. So be surprised with yourself.
Freddie, seriously.
You have a great too. Be safe.
Miles an hour under the speed.
Or a great evening. What's our time difference?
All right, you guys want faster? I'll show you faster. Oh.
There we go. Go.
I got nothing. I got nothing, guys.
What do you mean?
Car just died. Car dead.
All right, pull in here.
I think my timing bonus. Oh, come on. That's not.
That makes the valve feel.
Yeah, so timing belt has left the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
That's as broken as your promises to finish a project, Freddie. That's too soon.
What? I was just saying that.
It's been 3 years.
I built you a hypercar.
Well, but this was a totally preventable problem.
Yeah, because you were supposed to repair my car.
You would not have wanted me to try that.
You did a good job.
I know. Craftsmanship. That is, 1990 date code. That's pretty impressive.
All right. Well, I mean, we're in the middle of Texas, which is, I believe, their civilization somewhere. They probably have a timing belt for Toyota Supra.
No, Automotive gave us a solution. They scoured Automotive and found the perfect car, apparently, to get us to the beach. And there it is. Just pretend it's a Charger.
I'm going to walk.
No, we'll get this loaded up. We'll load this one up.
You're going to love it. I feel like I should walk.
We'll throw that on the trailer. The lap of luxury right there. That is a walk of shame. Right there. Chrysler's fine.
Smells like disappointment in here.
It looks like it too. The Supra was loaded on the trailer so we could finish its journey.
5:45.
Freddie was neither grateful for nor happy with its substitute.
Oh, time to go home and chill out.
Come on!
That's what's
Come
up.
on!
Hey Freddie, how's the PT running? Are you feeling a little salty?
More strides, rides, smiles, and miles. That is what we're made for.
We know it seems easier to just hide your scars, but with consistent daily use of Mederma, you can help the old and new scars, along with your doubts, in as little as weeks. See how progress is possible when you make Mederma a part of your routine.
Oh, it looks like she's tired. So, for my TSA challenge, I'm using the most dangerous element on Earth, right here. $500 billion in damage thanks to the 2024 hurricane season. It's salt water. Here we go. Show. Where is the most damaging place to put this? Taking the oil and the engine oil. Just for a little extra spice. Here we go. Freddie, is there seriously nothing wrong with your PT Cruiser? It's not misfiring, making any weird noises, sputtering? Nothing?
Actually, now that you mention it, when I started, I had a check engine light, but now it kind of went away. Like, this car it revs clean, all the temperatures and pressures are good.
Hey,
I think it might actually be okay. Honestly, I am usually a guy that says respect all builds.
Got some paint job to do. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Today's young. 5:30.
Standard.
There's a lot of day
everything
left.
is super, super cheap. There's a bunch of blank switches, which is should have worked harder switches. The engine doesn't make any power. Like,
good job.
I am
good
put
job
to the floor, and I can barely do highway speeds. The AC does work, and the windows do roll up, which means that I don't have to endure the annoying drone from your car, Tyler. But I miss my Toyota Supra so much. It had so much potential and it had so much style, and this is the exact opposite of that.
Well, when those came out in the mid-90s, everybody wanted a one. Everybody thought they were cool. They were selling for $5,000 or $10,000 over MSRP, which was a cheap car at the time, so that was an insane amount of money. Obviously, a big fall from grace, similar to, well, I guess the Cybertruck's a modern-day example.
Yeah, this is a good example of the 90s and early 2000s Cybertruck, because it looks just like a dumpster.
Freddie, I can't tell what you did to my car. Everything seems to be 100% normal.
I got some leaf trimmer and some all the things and we're going to try to make this. Three-ish houses. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a tribute to my friend Ed Bullion, because Ed is a guy that loves really fast cars, and he loves shooting for the stars in every project he does. So I'm going to make a rocket, and the rocket has to be pretty long, you know, because it has to make it to different planets and different galaxies. I'm sure he can truly negotiate with all of them. Elon would be very, very proud. And on the top, that's where Ed's going to sit. We just put that, just like a little bit of a dome right here. That looks really good. Now we're going to let that sit. We're going to let that simmer for a minute, because you're going to be able to see that underneath the paint. But I think on the side of the car, we should talk about his storytelling ability. Now Ed is the owner of VinWiki, and he tells a lot of car stories on his channel. And Ed loves to talk about himself, and he has a lot of stories to tell. So I'm going to make sure that everyone around him knows to ask about his favorite subject, himself. So this is going to be amazing. I'm actually surprised that we don't do a complete livery like this. I think that gets the point across quite well. He's gonna like this. The changes that I made were quite subtle, and so you're gonna need an eagle eye to figure that out.
Since you've got a 300 SLR race car, you know, it makes me think about racing seats that are usually Alcantara or some fabric that really holds you in place.
I see where this is going.
No pouring seats in this house. Right, Mom? With more jackpots than ever, Phantom Casino is...
Never can escape the trucking game, baby. We're in it for life. Besides, too old to do anything else. No, I'm just joking. Do anything you want.
Now, fortunately, the red paint that Tyler also put on the interior of my car has now dried, so I am done ruining clothes. But I didn't bring that many on this trip, and I know he didn't either. So to repay that favor, I have got the perfect idea for our
along those, what, like a Peterbilt?
I got super glue, and in fact, it's only half an ounce. So I got two, and I'll still be well under the threshold. So safe
Do
to
they sell
fly,
Peterbilt over
but
there?
not safe.
Well, I don't know where you're at. Where you at?
Right.
Oh, you're driving Cascadia. Okay, I got a 20. I got a 24. I got a 24 Western Star.
Take some skin with it.
I gotta say, there's some weird stuff going on. I am hot and sticky, and yeah, I feel broke.
All those are nice. I had a manual one.
Tyler, I think that's because you're growing up.
And my clutch went, so I had to slam it in gear when I was in Albuquerque, New Mexico, just to get to the shop.
Driving cross country in a Sterling Moss SLR would have been a wet dream of mine, but this is real, guys. A little stuck. I feel like I'm one of those 600-pound people that's been in one place for too long, like they become used with their furniture.
Yes.
And I like melted into it.
What
You
have you
might
done?
need these.
What have you done?
I ruined one of your outfits.
Now we're
Why
in
did you ruin
Pennsylvania,
one of mine?
United States.
Did
You drive for
me to
Swift?
my car?
Swift
I
ain't
did,
bad.
yes.
There's a
You
super
need to
carrier.
check
How
out
does
those
super
photos.
carrier treat you?
No, surely not.
I wanna be a super carrier
Good
one
thing
day
shave your nipples.
with better practices. Take care of my driver. God damn it.
All right.
At least I can do it in Pennsylvania style.
Listen, brother.
Okay.
I want to be a super carrier that when you leave, you don't get a watch, you get a truck. You don't be a company driver. When you leave, your truck gets retired. And your number. Like a fucking put your truck number on a jersey and retire that shit in the rafters at the building.
And many of the internet's questions were answered that day.
And you take your truck home. Doing that shit for 20 years for me? It's your shit, yeah? It's not my truck.
But if you were going to try to modify a PT Cruiser to make it actually
Hello?
cool, what would you do?
Well, I'll do a few things.
What happened? Alright? What happened? It's good. I haven't even been driving for an hour. I slept good last night. I went to do some laundry, went to the gym, came back and just went to sleep. And I may let myself sleep until I woke up. And I was back to it, back to the grizzly. Let me hit you back. Listen, I'm purchasing my truck, and you know what it is? It's a commitment. It's a long commitment that comes with a lot of shit, and a lot of people don't want to go through it when they end up giving their joint back. And then they end up giving the company a half paid off truck that they're going to give to somebody else to do the same thing that you did. So if you're going to go in there to get the truck, do the lease purchase, you better come out the other end with your truck. I mean, life does happen, but you got to make sure you do your best to not let life happen. Make life do what you want it to do. Listen. We were doing so good till you put the R in my name, all right? Cut that shit out. We don't talk like that over here. Anything that involves spending money that takes money from the truck, we don't even mention that shit. We gotta stay on the up and up. It's all about cash. 18 wheels down. We rolling every day. Not a single problem out here in these roads. We gotta pay the cost to be the boss. Shit, you can't fuck up. No one wants to have no deductibles. I don't like speaking things into existence. Uh-huh. Yeah, we'll let that one slide this time. You shouldn't even talk like that. You drive for Swift. They will park your ass. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's bad juju. Bad rate. Bad rate 1087. That's right. You need fucking $5,000 deductible. Even if it ain't your fault. They want to cover that shit and then give it back to you just in case the fucking other people's insurance don't pay. Listen, I know. Matter of fact, I was on this road like 5 years ago now? Or 3 years ago now. A deer ran out. And I had a Freightliner. And I had all that fucking sensors and crash detection and all these fucking gadgets on the front of the truck. Don't you know that deer took out all that shit? If I could have just went and got a bumper, it would have cost like $1,000. But since I took out all those electronics with that stupid ass deer, that shit was, I had to pay the $3,500 or $2,500 deductible plus another $1,000 on top of that because they said I took something out that the insurance wouldn't cover. And I was like, that's bullshit. Y'all just trying to make up some money. I was like, yo, y'all gotta stop. I had to get out of that place. Yo.
Number one, I would start with the GT, the PT Cruiser GT, which is the turbo. They had a turbo engine that was a D2
That's right.
version of the
If it's a bump, it's your fault.
Then I would do a manual transmission.
It's always our
maybe
fault.
like a wide
Even
body.
if it ain't.
And then after
Even
I
if
do
it's
all
on
that,
video.
I'll put it in a car crusher because no one wants to do anything with a PT Cruiser. I'm sorry, that's
You can
just
get
true.
hit when you're parked. They'll be like, you shouldn't have parked there.
Have a really cheap but fun car, the way we've done this, it can turn a road trip into something really, really special and memorable. Now, a PT Cruiser does not accomplish that task.
So some people might be wondering why this car is so bad, and the reason why is it doesn't handle well, it doesn't perform well, everything inside is cheap. Now reliability is okay, but it just looks like the worst, like, you will never take my virginity car ever made. And honestly, I mean, it's just kind of hateful in here. I know it's cheap, I get it. I know it's cheap transportation. It probably is very practical, but there's a billion other practical options. You can get a Toyota Camry and have all of your dignity. You don't have to be driving this.
That's what they'll tell you.
About half the price of the
That's
Camry
right. They'll
would
tell you you
do.
should have seen it coming. You're
It's kind of
professional.
sad to think about the auto industry today because there's no more Mercedes
Yep, easy.
SLK. There's no more Audi GT.
4,000 to 5,000 damage.
And the
I
closest
was
thing
just
to a PT Cruiser
at service.
Italian
Six
revamp
tires
Tahoe
cost
that
me
costs like $40,000.
$6,700, $1,600
I
for
guess
6
they put it in
tires.
Supra.
Man, this shit
That's
is
where you're wrong, buddy. They just stopped making the Supra like 2 weeks ago.
There is no better way
I'm hauling reefer right now.
a cheap car.
I'm moving
across the
potatoes
world.
out of
If you're watching
Maine.
this from Europe and you're thinking about what to do when you come to America, it is buy a terrible car and drive a very long way. You see the transformation landscape, you see different kinds of people who do different things every day, and it is just at least, I don't know, 24 times, and every time there is some new memory, some different thing that you take away that just changes the way that you look at the world and the people around you. I want to do the same thing across Europe and Australia and everywhere else, but driving every which way around America, there's no better way to do it than on a road trip in a car that makes it a totally different adventure.
Yep. I gotta keep running just to pay for the repairs. Thank God I'm making money. It's like once a year. It's like once a year you gotta make sure you have a lump because you know the wear and tear money is about to go. You just gotta assume that's what's gonna happen. Like it's not if, it's when. And it always happens when you don't want it to. I mean, you don't never want it to, so there you go. I got a moose splitter. I got the cow split, I got a moose splitter. Cause there's moose in Maine. I'll run a bull weekle over. I don't listen, them things are huge, bro. Those are ridiculously large animals. Ooh, I was on 84. I was on 84 in Connecticut, and there was a cow. There was a cow on the guardrail. Like, I guess it tried to jump over the guardrail. It got caught halfway on the guardrail, halfway off, and it was just sitting, just slumped over top of it. I'm pretty sure they brought a crane or something to try to get that cow off that. It was wild. I think it's in one of the videos. It's in one of the videos. I captured it. I've never seen a cow on a guardrail before. I've seen some things. Over here on 78, no, what was it, on 78? I think, no, 80 here in Pennsylvania, there was an overturned, what's it called? Agricultural trailer with pigs in it. There was pigs all over the highway. You gotta find a good shop. I mean, yo, and it's crazy too because they know they can charge us almost whatever because we gotta get it done. Like it's like the price of diesel. They can charge us whatever they want it, but we have to buy it. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. If I don't got it, I can't run. If it ain't fixed, I can't run. So it's like, damn, you got me.
That makes it a totally different adventure.
Yeah, right. They're gonna take extra long. No, you can't say that. That's like sending your food back at the restaurant. You know, they're gonna do something to it.
This thing is a tank. It's insane. I had to put salt water in every single orifice that this thing could
Oh man, see over there it's not bad. Over here it's like 405 right now over here.
But it is still going. That's just 3 ounces.
But last time I was in Texas, what was it, last summer?
Oh,
it was
kept going.
Oh, okay.
$2.99 in Texas.
Well, Freddie went next door to grab us dinner. We have some time.
And 340 is not terrible.
Continue braking.
I was thinking
Considering that they jacked this shit up so high and then they'll put it back down to a high price and we think it's a low price.
I feel like we need to return the favor.
Like a dealership be no more than $3.
You know, like
they beating us in the head.
Cut up. Fantasy Island, the Paybus.
I'm trying to wait till I get to Ohio because I know Ohio diesel's a little cheaper. 3 and some change instead of $4 over here in Pennsylvania.
Tyler continues to break up strips of each cruiser had somehow survived in seasoning the body with strand paints. We have outdone ourselves, Tyler.
Yeah, just a few little finishing touches. Freddie's gonna love it.
All right, Tyler, bring him in.
Yeah, it's my turn, Freddie. I'm so excited for you to see this. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you got anything?
We got Jolly?
Yeah.
Chrysler?
Dude, so I can't drive this. Absolutely. Like, I really can't drive this. Like, where's the, whatever structural rigidity there was, there isn't anymore.
You cut the windshield off fine.
But it's a convertible.
It still has the floor.
I can see it flexing.
It's a unibody floor. They make convertible versions. It's fine.
But it's not a convertible version. I mean, like, okay. Granted. Okay. You did make a PG Cruiser. Cool. However, where's the seatbelts?
I tied a knot in the seatbelt. It's a lap belt now. So just go across your lap, you know, like an old car.
We gotta go to the beach. It's just 100 miles to Galveston.
Yeah, it's just 100 miles to Galveston.
Okay, I know that this is a gift and I don't want to be ungrateful, but there is no way in hell I'm driving this car.
Freddie, my paint.
Oh, did you just notice that now?
You used 3 ounces of paint thinner on my car?
Actually, a lot less than 3 ounces. You'd be surprised what a little paint thinner can do to convey a really powerful message.
Freddie, it's a children's show.
Says the man who wanted to get me naked.
Powerful message.
Freddie, it's a children's show.
Says the man who wanted to get me naked.
Yeah, just a little red rocket.
Freddie, I'm a big fan of a double entendre, but this is a little on the nose.
Well, you do like to talk about yourself a lot, so I'm just giving the people what they want.
Everybody's got to go pro at something.
I am a little frustrated, Freddie, because I spent several minutes on that paint job.
How's your moat? So my PT Cruiser beach buggy is actually a lot more exciting than it used to be. I have full 360-degree visibility. The safety is a little bit compromised.
It looks like you're having a great time.
I even made you a Texas Car Trek license plate. I see palm trees. We're getting close to the beach.
This isn't exactly what I thought when you said go to the beach. It's really cold, windy, it's cloudy, and honestly, I can't believe that anybody actually lives here. Welcome to the Detroit of beach cities, ladies and gentlemen.
You only have 100 miles in a cute little PT Cruiser with a windshield and a muffler.
Yes, but at the base of your car is a Mercedes made by Germany. At the base of my car is a PT Cruiser that no one likes.
I think Mercedes owned the Chrysler design that PT Cruiser is made.
What part of this car is Mercedes, Tyler?
Should I say flaw?
It really is amazing how far a sight unseen purchase $1,500 car can go these days.
So I would agree with you, but this car is not it for me. I miss my Supra. I really, really, really miss my Supra. And as crappy as it was, I think that it could easily have done the entire trip if it wasn't for that 35-year-old timing belt. So the pink beach towels are just going all over the place. I can't see anything. You didn't secure anything back here.
They're called seat covers, Freddie.
The good thing is if I get in a car accident, I'll be thrown clear.
You know, when you drive across America from east to west or west to east, you see this massive change in terrain. But from Kansas to coastal Texas appears to be totally flat. Only the bushes and trees change.
You know, it's funny. I would have thought that with all this weight reduction, the car would have been faster. It's not.
I bet we took 200 pounds off of it, Freddie.
Do you have anything nice to say about it, Freddie?
It is more interesting than it used to be.
Freddie, I think we have turned that into the coolest PT Cruiser that still exists.
It's like having the best of the sexually transmitted diseases.
Freddie, how much water do you think a PT Cruiser can take the engine before it locks up?
I mean, water's not really supposed to go in the engine, but I have no idea. Maybe a couple ounces or something.
Turns out it's about a quart.
You put a quart of water in my engine?
Yep. Well, yeah, it's a gallon total. Another quart probably went into the tank. Some more in your coolant. It's salt water, by the way. And power steering.
It actually runs pretty good now, thank you.
Turns out it's just what it needed. Welcome to the closest beach to Kansas.
Wow.
I heard this is the brownest beach in America.
It's beautiful.
Credit where credit is due. You did tape off all the sharp bits, and you did paint match the tape, so thank you very much.
Attention to detail. You know, hoopty shopping is not really my thing, and I know that Tyler wakes up early every morning to comb Automotive and buy all the terrible cars so none of us have to. But this has been a blast.
Yeah, you know, I do agree with you. I think the Supra, even though it died, I thoroughly enjoy it. You don't need to have a lot of money in a car to have a really good adventure. And even this BT Cruiser, it's exciting. There's a lot going on. It's a good day. I'm with friends, and hopefully we don't get arrested, and hopefully I don't get in a car crash. So, you know, could be worse.
Hey, you take it easy, y'all. Have a good day.
I'd be worried about it. So this is truly...
Now, even though we miles, I feel beaten and destroyed. What do you think is the conversion from like 50 miles to new car under warranty miles?
I think every mile you can make in a hoopty is 100% worth it because the car you can do anything with and you don't care about. So for me, it's about miles per gallon. And I'm getting some in this car. I think I'll get more with a Supra.
Well, I'm not sure if my neck and my ears are ever going to be the same, but I don't care. Yeah, it's definitely at least dog years. 7 miles to 1.
It's like one trip on the Nürburgring equals 1,000 miles on a regular car.
They always say track miles are like 10 regular road car miles, so I would assume it's something like that. This feels like about a 7,000 mile trip.
I really want my Supra back. I think I can fix it.
We found the perfect Galveston lodging, complete with 30 sheet bed bugs, and decided to bed down for the evening and hit the beach the next morning. Freddie, though, felt like a late-night Hail Mary rescue attempt was in order.
Hey, did you listen? This mall runs his cashback card that charges annual fees. What you gonna do about it?
Get out of here, annual fees.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, a cup of coffee.
How do you cash back?
昔ある魚が陸に住んでいた。人が聞いた。
Freddie, though, felt like a late-night Hail Mary rescue attempt was in order.
Ah, you pushed it off the trailer, huh?
It's back.
Man, your hotel recommendations are awful. But yes, I got this thing off the trailer, and I was inspired by the PT Cruiser because I realized that I never, ever want to drive something like that again. I need something with doors and seats and seatbelts. So I was a busy boy last night, and keep Daddy proud. Ah!
Whoa. You replaced the engine?
I did not replace the engine. I replaced the timing belt, and it's just as knocky as it was. It runs, okay? It runs, and now I never have to go into that PT Cruiser ever again.
Hold on. A text from Automotive. Oh! It says, welcome to Galveston. The best thing about this place is that you can drive your cars on the beach.
That's the best thing we can do.
Beach race.
That's awesome, yeah. Okay.
So head over to the entrance, and your next task will be to find an up-and-coming content creator to give your cars away to so their stories can continue.
I just spent the entire night like rebuilding this thing so it runs. I like this car.
So will the next one.
No. Well, I know you don't like your car because you have a real Bugatti, but I actually like this thing.
I do have a spare. It's time to
It's
go.
like a museum.
This is a priceless
Let's send them off right to the beach.
$100 million Sterling Moss SLR. It's mine. No.
Turbo! Oh yeah. Now that is what I'm talking about. I miss this thing so much.
There it is.
boys. That's really brown.
The fake Bugatti has made it to the beach.
Tyler, shouldn't the water be blue?
I don't care. It's the ocean. It's a beach. I love it.
And since it's Galveston, I'm not even sure that Mercedes is the strangest thing people will see today.
I can see an oil rig all the way offshore. This is a little industrial, isn't it? You guys see that the women folk are checking out my orange Supra?
Is that big wang?
Size don't matter.
Normally a beach vacation is not vibrant and fun, but I have to say, this beach trip is exactly what the doctor ordered. I'm sorry it's taken us so long to get back here and do another one of these, but as soon as we got the Tylers and revealed the cars to each other and set out on this journey, I knew this was going to be a wonderful week. And it has been long, it has been difficult, it has been challenging, things have broken, but we made it. The fake Bugatti is on the beach in Texas. 700 or 800 miles we've gone on, and it, despite, blowing all its coolant out and having a few things go wrong, Sleep is doing great. And since we're in Galveston, I've got a great idea of who to give it to.
All right, more than 700 miles that I've done in this car. Well, this and a very terrible, terrible Mini Cooper. And to be honest, nice day. We're at the beach, and the car is behaving totally fine. Yeah, I did have to change the fuel pump. I did have to change the timing belt after the engine basically exploded. Yes, it has rod knock and the clutch is failing, and every single bushing needs to be replaced. But it looks really cool. And everybody here, it brings a smile to everybody's face, and it brings a smile to mine because every time I put this car into gear, it feels good. It feels right, and I don't think I can do any better for the price I paid. I just paid more than these guys did, but I feel like I got more of a car, more of an experience. And I know the other guys are having fun. But honestly, for me, this car is the perfect choice. It couldn't get any better.
Now this was pretty miserable. The noise of the exhaust, the wind. I am beat up, certainly, but I made it. And I made it on my own. With an airline, you never know if you're going to make it to your destination. It's so frustrating. What BS reason you're not going to make it? Whether it's a flight attendant with 1 minute overtime or some technical issue that doesn't matter, or it's just for safety's abundance. I suppose in a hoopty like this, there's a chance I wouldn't have made it, but got a little coolant elbow thingy. Freddie got a timing belt and a fuel pump, and I got this transmission thing overnighted, so it was easy to get things back on the road. I absolutely love this car. Oh man, what an adventure.
Lady Luck is my name. To make your business better is my game. Let's go. Oh, you got Clover.
Clover tracks and reports everything.
With Clover, the world's smartest point of sale system. Create your own luck.
Boys, we made it.
Yep. 11 car trips. And this one is my favorite. What? By far. Really? I got to beat Wish.com Sterling Moss. Did my own almost 1,000 miles.
That you did. This beach isn't bad.
Yeah, I wish the water was more blue, but it's okay.
It is okay, but we have to give them away, and I have a really good idea. But Tyler, who are you going to give this thing to?
No. What do you mean no?
No. It's the challenge. Autotip has said it must be.
Yes.
Is a work of art.
Okay, all right. So Autotip has said we have to do this. So you're saying that somebody's going to have to wrestle your keys away from you?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Now to come here and take it from me right here.
I'm here for those keys, Tyler.
Captain Crankshaft in the building.
Hello, hello. You know, I've always dreamed of owning an SLR. It's not exactly how I imagined it. It's better. It's better.
Yeah, it's better in a lot of ways, guys. This is priceless to me. Please.
We'll take great care of it. Don't you worry.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. You made it from one wonderful vehicle to the other. It has a full bumper-to-bumper warranty.
Oh, wow. Visibility is great.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. All right. Bye.
Okay. And there she goes. It's in good hands. They're going to love it.
Yeah.
The story will live on. Now, Freddie, who's going to be the new Supra owner?
So I have looked far and wide, and I actually found the perfect YouTuber right here in Galveston. An up-and-coming YouTuber, has about 400,000 subscribers, and he actually does a lot of car content, does like different builds and stuff like that. And he's called Tuvarish.
You are giving it to yourself.
No, it's Tuvarish is a different. So Tuvarish is the main channel. Tuvarish is the second
I could
channel.
have done the same thing, given it to April's garage, and then it'd still be in my garage.
Right. Okay. So it's my fault that you didn't think of that first.
That is wildly outside.
It's a different channel.
It's a
For
different
like paying $5,500 for a car.
However, I have got the perfect option. In 2009, right here in Galveston, Texas, international news was made when another Bugatti, not this one, went into the Galveston Bay.
Huge viral video.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of those few videos on the internet, I would argue.
Yes.
And so that car, I tried to buy it, you tried to buy it, Houston Roasted just finished fixing it. It was driven by a guy named Andy House. He lives right up the street. They're talking about making a movie about his life. He's making more content himself. I think this would be the perfect redemption arc for him back in another Bugatti.
How long ago did he go away from the insurance fraud?
It was just a little bit. It was but that's all sorted out. It's all clear. And now he is here. I told him to come on down. Mr. House.
What's going on, guys?
Wonderful. Great to see you again.
Great to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you as well.
Come on out. Well, this is now your new Bugatti. I know you don't have the new one. It's very dry, ready to go. And honestly, let's try to keep the shiny side up and keep it running.
Gotcha.
You're probably banned from owning Bugattis.
I think I'm banned from this beach, honestly.
From the beach of shall return to the Galveston community. I think you'll enjoy it just as much as I have.
I'm ready to check it out.
Well, the keys are in it. Hop in.
Damn,
Make
what
sure the
happened
seat's
over here?
comfortable.
You sure about this, Ed?
It's more of a quarter bay run, I'll be honest. You know.
I'll be careful.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Keep it
Supposed to
dry.
be speeding
Have a
up, not
blast, sir.
slowing down. What's going on?
Bye-bye Bugatti CCT.
Oh shit, Thundercats. Thundercats.
Those pelicans come out of nowhere, huh?
They're big and they think. You see one like that. Okay, so another car trip down, and that means that I have to give this car to Tuvarish.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Wow, you got it.
We'll see you for the next one.
We're in this, huh?
Oh, I guess that's the only option.
Where's he going?
I like the vibe.
We've always lived our lives one bad car decision at a time. And that is why we are brothers. We are brothers.
That's a Supra.
Oh, that doesn't sound quite right.
Listen, man, all right?
We're taking a 700-mile road trip to the beach to Galveston.
What's wrong?
Car doesn't start. Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Everyone calm down.
Yeah, please.
Are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail because, look, personally, it should have never been built because you can fly there for $2 and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive, you could do lots of different things. You know, if they did a study, if you gave every passenger the finest limousine service in the history of our world, the most expensive chauffeur-driven white glove limousine service back and forth, we would have saved billions of dollars as opposed to building this monstrosity that's going up. And I've never seen anything. You know, I've seen cost overruns. I'm a person, I've always done well on cost overruns. I don't have them. But I will tell you, I've never seen cost overruns. You see them where they're 20% more, 50%, 100% more. These are thousands of percent. Nobody even knows. They have no idea. And it was supposed to be from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Well, they just made it way outside of Los Angeles, where it's stopping in the middle of, I don't want to say nowhere, because I happen to like one of those little cities very much, but it's way short of the destination. And our government is saying, you know, why are we involved in this thing? It's been handled so badly. Before him, but he really blew it. So, you know, all right, one more question.
Were had there and the purpose of that retreat?
On a what?
Your time at Camp David, can you speak to what discussions were had there and the purpose of that retreat?
Well, I don't want to speak to discussions. I mean, I told you what we were there for a little bit. We had discussions on many topics. We had a group of people, a large group of people, including generals and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape economically. The bill that Mike and Jason and all the people are working on is going to be, I think, amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. And we're going to, you know, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making it great. We're making it safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. You know, wealth is okay. You need wealth to take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better. It has to heal from 4 years of abuse. Our country was abused badly by a very incompetent person and a group of people that weren't incompetent, but they were radical left lunatics. And they ran the country with an auto pen. And I hope that law enforcement's look.
the fucking chat. Where is that? Hey, good morning. I was out of the truck. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing great. You okay?
Who are trying to get
Gaza
in from the
right
Gaza
now.
Humanitarian Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel, and Iran actually is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
Later, you said they were insurrectionists. After what you said,
You're talking about in L.A.?
Yes, sir, in LA.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was a lot of harm that was going on last night. I watched it very closely, and it was amazing that the job that the National Guard did. And by the way, the police were working very hard also. But you know, the police are given instructions to be politically correct. I said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job. Which one?
On Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think so. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me, and maybe he was already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it. Well, I don't want to say that, but but I would imagine he'd want to talk to me. Yeah, please.
From Iran today. Have you gotten that proposal? And what is the main impediment?
We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's the main impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do. They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that, because the alternative is a very, very dire one. But they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal. And I said, it's just not acceptable. I would say, I don't know what else I can talk about. The weather.
You can talk about the weather.
Pretty much that's the main job. That I put there, man I know very well. He's very smart. I didn't even know he was Lebanese, and I said, why would you want Lebanon? He said, I was born there. I love it. I love the people. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon. There are some ambassadorships that are wonderful. There are some that are dangerous. I said, Michel, his name is. It's a he, Michel, very elegant man. And I said, why would you want this? And he said, because I love my country and I love those people. I said, it's very dangerous. He goes, I don't care. This is not a man that lived on danger. He's a very successful man from here. And he wanted to be the ambassador despite probably a very dangerous situation he's going into. You see what's going on. But I had great respect for that. He loves that country. He loves it. He was born there. He loves the country. Yeah.
Mr. President, you've got a big, beautiful parade coming up on Saturday.
We do.
What's your biggest expectations for that? Then I've got a second question in regards to Gavin Newsom. But go ahead and talk about the big, beautiful parade.
It's such a, thank you, Brian. It's such a, I think, important moment for this country. 2 weeks ago I was calling.
So Pennsylvania probably just did the coolest thing I've seen any state do in a while. If you live in Pennsylvania and are a resident here, you can now officially apply to have your auto insurance rates reduced significantly, as long as you've had 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, and it costs nothing to claim this. The big auto insurance...
It did help. They did lose 51 million people, in all fairness. People would say, oh, he's sticking up for Russia. No, they lost 51 million people. And, can't forget that. But France was celebrating. And, as you know, Hitler made a speech at the Eiffel Tower. But when I spoke to President Macron, he said, oh, we are celebrating the great victory of World War II. And I think that's great that he was doing it. But we're the one that won it. And we weren't celebrating. I said to myself, isn't that crazy? And I think it's time for us to celebrate a little bit. We've had a lot of victories. We won 2 world wars, and then we go out and change the name of the forts where we won the wars. We win world wars from Fort Robert E. Lee, from Fort Bragg, from all the different forts. And what do? We change the name of the forts because we want to be politically correct. So a lot of them we're changing back. You probably noticed Fort Bragg, others. But I think it's a time to celebrate our military. We've rebuilt our military largely. Little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular, but we'll get that back very quickly. But we have a military the likes of which nobody has. Nobody comes close. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television generals it would take 4 years to win, and we did it in 3 weeks. And it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great. Just left him. No, I think it's time that we celebrate. And I sort of have to laugh at these people. Well, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I could say that, Susie, right? We have people putting up money to do it. Not that it's necessary, because I think it's a great expenditure. We have many tanks. We have all sorts of new ones and very old ones, old from World War I and World War II. It's really a celebration of the Army. So the Army is a year older than the country. So next year we celebrate 250 years, but we're celebrating the Army on Flag Day. And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat. But Flag Day is the appropriate day. And we're celebrating 250 years of the Army, a great service. And remember, think of it, we won so much. We won World War I, World War II, so much else. And then we became politically correct. But I can only tell you that I was told that ISIS would take anywhere from 4 to 5 years. And we did it in 3 weeks. You were there, you watched, right? We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody can beat us. As long as we have our right leadership, nobody can beat us. If we have stupid people running it, like you had in Afghanistan, when you look at that, first of all, Afghanistan should have been an easy victory as a war, but we were so sad the way we fought it, so ridiculous. We fight not to win. But we didn't used to be that way. And we're celebrating, because I think the day in Afghanistan was the saddest period of time in the history of our country. That was a Biden mess with bad generals like Milley and others. They were bad, they were incompetent generals. I know all the good ones and the bad ones. We got rid of most of the bad ones. But it was time to celebrate, and that's what we're doing. So it's on June 14th, and it's going to be a parade the likes of which I don't know if we've ever had a parade like that. It's going to be incredible. We have even though it's the Army, we have a lot of those Army airplanes flying over the top, and we have tanks all over the place, and we have thousands and thousands of soldiers going to bravely march down the streets. It's going to be a beautiful day, I think, and we're going to celebrate our country.
You spoke of leadership, and real quickly, speaking of Gavin Newsom, is he the right leader for California, considering how massive their economy is and all these U.S. investments coming in. Is he the right governor, leader for the future of California and for
I don't
U.S.
think
investments?
he is. I mean, I think he's done a terrible job. And, you know, as a guy, I always got along with him. You look at his past statements about me. I was a great president. I always took care of California, you know, all that. But I'm just talking on results. You look, you know, he has the advantage of beautiful weather, maybe the best weather of any state when you think about it. Beautiful weather, beautiful ocean, beautiful everything. You have all the advantages, and he didn't take advantage of that. And he's let people come in by the millions who are overrunning your hospitals, your education system, and your police. Your police are being overrun. Look at what's happened. He should only be happy I sent in the military, because if I didn't send him in, you would have a problem. They have the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, please. Thank you, Brian, very much.
On supersonic flight.
Supersonic?
Sir, I know you just signed an executive order
Right.
on it. Do you want to see a supersonic Air Force One in the next 10 years or so?
Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but I would like to see, you know, if you think about it, flight, the word flight's an interesting word, but it's probably the only category where we've actually gone backwards, because we used to have the Concorde, and we could fly to London, Brad, very quickly and nicely, and today it takes you 2 times and 3 times as long. It's the only thing where we've regressed. By the way, the Concorde, to my way of thinking, to this day, Michael, because you're very much into aesthetics, I know, but to this day was one of the most beautiful pieces of art I've ever seen. It was a piece of art, the beauty of the Concorde. It was the most beautiful plane, but it was, you know, got you there in half the time. Now you spend a lot of time, and there's no reason for it. Because, you know, they have the sonic boom. It's not a huge problem, but they have the sonic boom thing pretty well figured out. The technology changes, the change in the skin, the change in weight, all of the other things. There's no reason why we shouldn't do great. So we are making it possible for them to do supersonic and get us back on the track. I mean, think of it, 30 years ago, we actually had planes that flew much faster than we do now. It took you half the time to get to a location. So we've regressed, and we're going to progress. Okay? Right. Sort of an amazing thing. We've gone backwards on the street. They haven't done that. And Goldman Sachs was like, we wouldn't have Goldman Sachs anymore. Yeah, bless.
Are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail, because, look, personally, it should have never been built. Because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive, you could do lots of different things. You know, if they did a study,
When a really big design contract, realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Start designing. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
This is the new AMG GT XX, and it's a pretty amazing thing. It's a concept car with loads of groundbreaking motor, battery and other technology. However, it will sport a road car that will replace the MG GT4 door. So basically this is going to be MG's version. This is MG's most aerodynamic car. It's even more aerodynamic than the Formula 1 inspired AMG one. Oh, this is also faster than car 2. There's also a race car theme here on the inside, even though it's a 4-seater. Plus, it's packed full of innovative new materials, which I'll tell you more about in a little later on. And I'll also give you a clue about what this car may sound like. I'm Watson, watching Car Wow. When I first saw this car, I thought it reminds me of something. What is it? And kind of from the front, I was getting like Ferrari vibes from the mid-60s, but it's not that at all, is it? It's the Mercedes C111.
The C111 is a very important car in Mercedes history. 16 of these models were built in the 60s and 70s to test all sorts of new technologies, including rotor engines, turbo diesels and anti-lock brakes. One car also had streamlined bodywork that helped it set a new top speed record of 250 miles an hour way back in 1979. But the C111 also holds another record. It's the only Mercedes that ever came with pop-up headlamps. Anyway, let's get back to this new AMG.
Now, obviously, it doesn't have that car's like poppy up headlamps, but it does have some very interesting headlamps. They're quite thin for a modern car, but there's some really interesting technology on those, which I'll tell you more about later. But actually, when you look at it, you can see it's an AMG. It's a classic AMG build. It's very, very wide. It's kind of like backwards. It's got a sharp mount up to it, and you've got vertical slats, which actually match up to these vertical slats in the bonnet, because you've got cooling that comes through the front of the car and exits here. Love the paintwork. It's called Sunset Beam Orange. It really pops. Yeah, this car has presence. Down the side, there's a lot of focus on aerodynamics. So if you look at these wheels here, it's designed where you've got a motor in here, which can actually shut these vents. So you can have these vents open for cooling the brakes, but then when you need maximum aero efficiency, they will shut like that. Here you see the AMG logo there, some carbon fibre. The door mirrors are really tiny as well, once again to reduce drag. Though, yeah, you don't see too much of those. I think rear visibility on this car could be a little problem. These side sills are designed to smooth the airflow down the side of the car. You have poppy outed door handles so you can let you go in. You let the door handles go in. I always struggle with Mercedes poppy outed door handles. I can never operate them. Anyway, it's not a fuss for me. You can see that this is actually a 4-door car, so you can get into the back seats there. More on that later. Moving to the back, you've got some really like aggressive looking porches and a very sloping roof line. So this car doesn't have a rear wing, so it uses Venturi tunnels underneath the car to create downforce and improve aerodynamics.
These work by using the car's underbody like a massive upside down wing, which uses the airflow underneath the chassis to suck the car down onto the road, just like on a Formula 1 car. This produces a lot less drag than traditional spoilers and wings, which helps the car reach a higher top speed while still being able to corner quickly.
So the drag coefficient of this car is 0.198 CD, which is better than that of the Tesla Model S, which is 0.208, and that's the most aerodynamic production car on sale at the moment. Now, why is aero efficiency so important? Well, at 186 miles an hour, 83% of the car's energy is used to overcome drag, and this car can go a lot quicker than 186 miles an hour. Here at the back, you'll notice there is no rear window. If you're wondering what that is, no, it's not attached to the boot, and no, it's not a spoiler that pops up. Instead, it's an air brake that pops up. Moving down here, you'll notice the round tail lights there, which sort of look a little bit like the afterburners of the jet engine. And then you've got this panel here, which is made up of 700 individual LEDs that can display various messages and images.
Did you send me something other than good morning?
You can't program your own to say route things to the person behind you. They will be pre-selected by engine. Lower down, you've got a rear diffuser. It's very interesting. It's a carbon fibre, or aimed to improve the aerodynamics of this car. The door handles are just shut, so you can see the flash. Let's try and open them. It was operator error. There's a lot going on here with the interior. Very, very interesting. So there's a big motorsporty vibe, like with the ambient lighting here. Obviously the steering wheel is inspired by the AMG 1. You've got these two big screens, and this main infotainment screen is angled towards the driver. It's actually running a loop of graphics, so we can't configure it. On here there's some shift lights. Why would you need shift lights? We've got paddles here which say up and down. Officially, these lights show you the battery's state of charge. The paddles are to control the strength of the regen effect of the braking. But I think there's something else going on too. IMG going to do like step gear changes like you get in the Hyundai i510. Well, if you listen to the music again, which hopefully shows this video, you could hear the noise that the car can make.
Own a design studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a...
And that seems to have gear shifts. So it looks like you're going to have that kind of synthetic gear changes, which will be good. Now we'll come to how people are going to hear the noise in a moment, but let's continue with this interior, because if you look down here, you can see that there's this bright orange, luminous LED strip. That's not actually because it's an electrical wire, it's homage to an electrical wire, the stuff that's running underneath. Then there's the dash design, which has this like kind of shrink wrap coating you see on engines. Actually, there's a cross member that runs inside that, which is part of the structure of the car. Then there's the seats, they're made out of carbon fibre, and you can get special 3D printed body hugging foam seats, which you use that to scan your body, and AMG will make them to fit you perfectly. This is even more high tech than the way the custom seats are made for Formula 1 drivers. They typically sit on top of massive bags filled with foam during their seat fittings. Engineers then use this as a template to produce carbon fibre seats with the exact shape required. AMG has simplified this whole process to make it quicker and probably a lot less expensive, but this isn't the only clever tech on display in the GTXX's cabin. Then it comes to the materials themselves, so they're all biodegradable. So this feels like leather, but it's not actually leather. It's made by protein and it's weaved into this leather material, but they use a proper tanning process like for leather, so that when you smell it, it smells like leather as well as feels like leather. They make the suede material in the same way too. Also, the door pulls, which are like that in a racing car, they're made from protein with the help of bacteria to create this weave, once again, fully biodegradable. Then there's the roof, so there's no roof lining, just bare carbon fibre. It is a very special car. Now you look into the back and you'll see that there's some rear seats. Once again, they're very racing designed and they're actually moulded into the rear bulkhead. There's a bar going across which these harnesses are attached to. Obviously, you'll be able to remove that bar if you want to get the rear passengers in. Looks like there is some knee room. It's not loads, but it looks reasonable enough. I don't know what the actual production car will look like. I doubt it's going to have that bar for the harnesses, but there's a good chance that that will be how they implement the rear seats in the car. Very interesting. Obviously, to create fake engine noises and so the car's easy, you just need to steer it. However, here at the back, you have a soundbar which will give an exhaust noise to people on the outside, but that's not all. There's also speakers integrated into the headlights which can actually make a noise to warn pedestrians when the car is approaching, but also could be used to produce an induction noise so that when you hear the car approaching, it has a proper AMG sound. And based on what I've heard here today, I can already tell you it'll be more convincing than the sounds you get in something like a Kia EV6 GT or the Hyundai Ioniq 5N. The car is powered by 3 motors. There's one at the front and 2 at the rear, but there's something very special. Motors, and they're already being used in Gregera and Ferrari 296 hybrids. This is because they're much lighter than the traditional. The reason for this is that the magnetic field in action has flown in a different direction, which helps them produce more power and torque in a much smaller, lighter package. For example, the conventional motors in a Porsche Taycan can measure between 16 and 21 centimeters wide. The new axial flux motors in this AMG are just 10 centimeters across, but they actually produce more power. The combined power output of this car is 1 megawatt, which sounds really cool. Translates to 1,360 horsepower, in case you're wondering. That enables this car to hit top speed of 224 miles an hour. The MG1 can only do a mere 219 miles an hour, and that's got a Formula 1 engine. But what about the 0 to 60 time? Well, Mercedes hasn't released any information on this yet, but all the signs point to this being the quickest car AMG has ever made, and by a long way. It should easily out-accelerate the AMG GT 4-door hybrid, which can sprint from 0 to 60 in 2.8 seconds. And because it's lighter and more powerful than a Porsche Taycan Turbo GT, even with the BISAC pack, it should also beat that car's 2.2 second 0 to 60 time. In fact, I expect this car to break the 2-second barrier and outdrag the Tesla Model S Plaid in its claimed sub 2 second 0 to 60 mile an hour time. But that's not the only thing that's quick about this new GTXX, because it's also capable of charging up to 850 kilowatts using DC fast chargers. That's more than twice as quick as a Tesla Model S Plaid can recharge using the latest 4th generation Tesla superchargers. This is all possible thanks to a special battery that uses liquid-cooled cells like the one in the AMG 1 and GT 4-door hybrid to dissipate the extreme heat produced by high-voltage charging. What this means is this car can actually charge from 20 to 80% full in just 5 minutes. You find an 850 kilowatt charger. But if you could, it would do that. I mean, imagine being able to add like 250 miles of range in just 5 minutes. And you can see how much charge you've got here by this illumination graphic. You might be thinking, oh, they've got big LED panels under here. But actually, no, this isn't panels. This is paint. This is actual paint. It's paint that can illuminate. Don't believe me? I'm going to show you. So here's another piece of that side panel, right? So I'm going to turn it on here with the switch. It's going to illuminate. But if you look around it, you'll see it's just a normal plastic panel. There's no lights behind it. This is paint. Believe me, it is paint. So what does this car actually mean in terms of a road game version replacement for the AMG GT 4-door? Well, I think you're going to get the battery tech, you're going to get the motor tech, you might even on the very top of the range version get the same power output as this. Design-wise, it's going to be very similar, but a little bit toned down. Maybe some bigger door mirrors, you can get the back window in the car, and you probably won't get that illuminating paint because that could be very expensive to repair. Also on the inside, it's probably a little bit extreme as to what a road going car would have, but the overall design will probably be quite similar. One thing we will get, I'm pretty sure about it, is that stepped gear changes, because that's why they put it in the audio introduction for this car. Anyway, let me know what you think about this car, and if you want other videos, click on the video windows, and if you want to sell your car the easy way, just click on the Carwow logo to get a Carwow. Thanks for watching, I'll see you next time.
Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Start designing. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Since I bought my 2013 5th generation Camaro ZL1 6 months ago, you guys have been asking me a ton of questions, 66 to be exact, asking the same but similar thing. Should I buy a 2012 to 2015 Camaro 5th gen ZL1, or should I buy a newer 6th generation Camaro SS, newer being over 2020? Now that is a wonderful question because both of these platforms are incredibly exciting, and I have experience with both of them. But it's important to understand that while these two are very, very similar, they're also very different. That being, this one's a boosted car and this one's a naturally aspirated one, with the only commonality really being the name, some aspects, but also the price of these two. So today we are going to answer that $40,000 question: 5th gen ZL1 or 6th gen SS? So what is the appeal of the 5th generation Camaro ZL1? Why would you buy a 10 to 13-year-old car? The first thing, which is kind of like a hit or miss, depends on who you ask. The beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and that is going to be the exterior look and design. If you want a car that looks very retro, very muscle and modern car looking, the 5th gen ZL1 is really where it's at. It has a lot of cool components like the carbon fiber hood insert and of course the 5-spoke forged wheels. You also have the more aggressive front and of course the aggressive rear with the quad exhaust and the diffuser as well. Now the next thing that is objectively
Ah, there we go. What's up? I hear you now. Oh, no, I didn't get no picture. Did you send it on this phone or did you send it on the other one? You over there getting in the water with your hair done. get your hair done, you know you're supposed to put on a slim cap. You know you're supposed to put on that slim cap. You're supposed to pull it out and stuff it in the end and slap that shit on your forehead. We all over there having a good time. I said y'all over there having a good time. You over there having a good time. Yep, I got a Whopper for breakfast this morning. A Whopper for breakfast. I was at the gym late last night. Didn't eat no dinner. I woke up, started driving, got hungry, was like, king of burgers. Not for me. Headed back tomorrow. You got a water park or? That's why you put that star up there. That's why that star is there. That's why you got that star on your forehead. That's the pimple patch? They done made cute pimple patches. How about that? Hey, I thought you just threw. What you got going on for the rest of the day? What you got going on for the rest of the day? 3-hour drive and playing some hair. There's a forearm trainer. No. It's for wrist and grip strength. Gotta get big arms when you don't got no lady. You gotta get big arms when you don't got a lady. You know what it is? It's these headphones. I gotta hook you up to my other headphones. I was like, did you send another message? Oh my God, it's good morning. And then I was like, damn, what did I miss? She sounded irritated. Let me see. Blow me a kiss. I'll get it from all the way over there. All right, can you hear me better? Okay. Yeah, those other headphones aren't that great. They're great for listening to music, but talking to anybody, that shit is terrible. know. I don't know what it is. They're like, they're these, they're good headphones. Fucking expensive. The Bose Audio something another's. Bose. Them shits are dope for when I'm at the gym because they don't go in my ear and I can hear everything around me. It just ain't strong. The mic ain't strong and it doesn't relay voices very well. What now? What'd you say you had on? Let's have another pair. One to wear, one to stare. Like black. Did you get in the water, man? Did you get in the water? Nah, I don't know. You might have been sitting around and got splashed a couple times. That's not a trick. That's like, get your ass in this boat up, mama. What'd you say? You took the Zyrtec? Oh, true. Or maybe even a Claritin or Allegra. You gotta switch it up. I know the Claritin doesn't make me sleepy. The Claritin or Allegra, they don't make me sleepy. Baby, let's catch a wedgie real quick.
The best part about getting the 5th Gen ZL1, and really the whole point of buying the 5th Gen ZL1, is the 6.2 liter supercharged V8 engine dubbed the LSA that from factory made about 580 crank horsepower. Now this car in particular makes a little bit more than that because it does have some aftermarket modifications. It has a stout engine like the LSA ZL1s, but you also get a lot of supporting characteristics like the mag ride suspension. You see, the magnetic ride control, or the mag ride, was something that came standard for the 5th Gen ZL1 and was only made for the 5th Gen ZL1 for the 5th generation series. You couldn't get an SS with the mag ride, so it was a truly special thing to have a ZL1 because of that magnetic ride control. We'll talk about it more a little bit when we drive, but you also get a cab, so it's a lot more robust. It can handle the power. You also get 6-piston brakes in the front and 4-piston brakes in the rear for better stopping power. You also have stronger axles, stronger suspension components. I mean, the whole entire car is more than just a supercharged SS. Now, the 5th Gen ZL1 sounds great, and I'm making it sound amazing, but the fact of the matter is that this car has a lot of flaws. The first thing is going to be this interior. Now, again, this interior is kind of like a beauty is in the eye of the beholder type of thing, and it really depends on who you ask and what you are expecting out of your car. Here, the shifter and the boot, the race, but in reality this car has a ton of plastic from the factory. At the end of the day, this is a mass-produced muscle car. This isn't a car that is meant for luxury. Now, the next thing that I would say is on the list of things that people don't like about the ZL1, and that is going to be the deteriorating technology in the infotainment system. And things like the navigation system is slow, it's outdated, and sometimes it just won't work. Yes, it's touchscreen, it's still very slow. It does not compare to the Apple CarPlay that comes standard with the 6th generation Camaros. One of the Achilles heel of Camaros in general, but definitely one of the 5th Gen Camaro, is going to be the weight. Guys,
let's talk about something that's often underestimated, but absolutely powerful: texting. Yes, that small little screen in your hand, it can be the difference between a woman chasing your attention or ghosting you entirely. Most men don't realize this, but texting isn't just communication. It's connection, it's attraction, and if you do it right, it's irresistible. So here are 3 texting secrets that women simply can't resist. And no, this isn't about cheesy pic of lines or emoji overload. Let's start with this simple truth. When it comes to texting, emotion is everything. If your texts don't make her feel something, curious, amused, intrigued, nostalgic, then chances are you're forgettable. Most men send texts based on logic. Let me ask a question. Let me get straight to the point. Let me just check in. But women don't respond emotionally to logic. They respond to how your message makes them feel in that moment. That's the emotional hook. And that's what you must learn to master. So what exactly does it mean to send emotionally intriguing messages? It means sending a message that creates a spark, not because you're trying hard, but because you understand how her emotional brain works. You're not giving away everything in one text. You're giving her just enough to make her mind start dancing with curiosity. You're inviting her to lean in, to wonder, to imagine. Here's the thing, most guys kill the mystery too quickly. They'll send long texts explaining every detail, revealing every intention. Or worse, they'll send one-word replies, thinking being dry makes them look cool or unavailable. But women don't chase dry energy. They chase emotional stimulation. Let's go deeper. Imagine 2 different texts from a man. Hey, how's your day going? Something made me think of you today. Now, read them again and ask yourself, which one pulls a reaction? The first one is safe, predictable. It gets the job done, but it doesn't move anything in her emotionally. She's probably received that message 5 times this week from other men. But the second, that opens a loop in her mind. It creates a mini mystery. It makes her wonder, what made him think of me? Was it something sweet? Is he trying to flirt, or is he being nostalgic? That's intrigue. That's the doorway to emotional connection. And you know what? You don't even have to answer it right away. That's the beauty of emotionally intriguing texts. They invite curiosity before they deliver answers. Another example, instead of saying, I watched a movie last night, say, that movie I watched last night hit me in a way I didn't expect. Now you've opened an emotional portal. You're not just giving her a fact, you're letting her feel your mood, your experience, your depth. And if you want to take it a step further, say something like, there's this one scene, it made me wonder how you would have reacted if you saw it. Boom. Now she's emotionally invested. You're subtly involving her in your thoughts. She feels important. She's not just an audience. She's part of the story. And when a woman feels included emotionally, she naturally wants to keep that connection going. Let's talk about another powerful emotional trigger, nostalgia. When you reference a shared moment, even something simple like a laugh from a previous conversation, it instantly brings back emotion. And emotion is what bonds people. For instance, that song came on today. The one you couldn't stop singing that night, couldn't help but smile. That kind of text creates warmth. It makes her relive a memory, and that memory is now tied to you. You're not just another guy texting her. You're the one who remembers her energy. You see her beyond the surface. And that's rare. Another form of emotional intrigue is playful teasing, especially when it's tailored to her personality. Example, are you always this dramatic, or is it just a Monday thing? This line is light, fun, and slightly challenging, but not disrespectful. It invites a reaction, makes her smile, and keeps the tone elevated. Teasing, when done well, adds emotional flavor. It keeps her on her toes. It signals that you're not afraid to joke with her, but you're doing it in a way that makes her feel seen, not mocked. You also have to understand the role of open loops in texting. Open loops are messages that suggest a story, but don't immediately reveal. Examples, you remind, but I'm still to me, I'm sure of it. These messages pull her in without being desperate. They're emotionally charged, but not clingy. They show personality, but leave room for curiosity. That's the formula. And guess what? When you create these little emotional cliffhangers, she doesn't just read your text. She reads it. She thinks about it. She waits for the follow-up, but leave room for curiosity. At what just happened to me? I'm sure of it. These messages pull her in without being done. You also have to understand the role of open loops in texting. Open loops are messages that suggest a story, but don't immediately reveal everything. Examples, you remind me of someone, but I'm still figuring out if that's a good thing. You'd laugh at what just happened to me. I'm sure of it. These messages pull her in without being desperate. They're emotionally charged, but not clingy. They show personality, but leave room for curiosity. That's the formula. And guess what? When you create these little emotional cliffhangers, she doesn't just read your text. She reads it. She thinks about it. She waits for the follow-up. And that's when she starts to emotionally invest. Now let's be clear, emotional intrigue doesn't mean emotional manipulation. It's not about playing games or pretending to be someone you're not. It's about learning to communicate in a way that speaks to a woman's emotional world. Because in her world, it's not what you say. It's how you make her feel when you say it. Think about the difference between these two texts. You're beautiful. There's something about the way you carry yourself. Effortless, like you won't even realize how stunning you are. The first is a compliment, the second is a connection. One is a reaction, the other is an experience. That's emotional depth. That's what women crave when it comes to texting. So when you're about to send that next message, pause. Ask yourself, what will this make her feel? Will it make her laugh, wonder, smile, or remember? Because once you start tapping into those emotional layers, you stop being just another text on her phone, and you start being one she wants to text back. Let's get one thing straight. Confidence without being loud, aggressive, or overly clever. It's not about flooding her phone with messages just to stay relevant. Confidence in communication is quiet, it's powerful, and when done right, it speaks volumes without having to say too much. You see, the way a man communicates, especially through texting, tells a woman everything she needs to know about how he sees himself. And let me tell you this, a woman can feel your energy through your words. She can tell if you're unsure of yourself, if you're trying too hard, or if you're coming from a place of lack. She can also feel when you're grounded, when your words are intentional, steady, and without an ounce of desperation. That's confidence. It's in the pacing of your replies. It's in your choice to text with clarity instead of clutter. It's in your ability to walk away from a conversation when the energy shifts, instead of chasing validation or clinging for attention. Confidence isn't about playing cold or withholding affection. It's about knowing your worth and not needing constant reassurance to feel seen. Let's break this down further. Imagine a man is texting a woman he's attracted to. He sends 5 long paragraphs explaining himself, checking in multiple times when she doesn't reply, throwing in compliments hoping to earn her interest. His intentions might be pure, but his energy, it's screaming insecurity. On the other hand, a confident man doesn't flood the space. He says what he means and he gives her room to respond. He doesn't panic over silence because he understands that his presence doesn't need to beg for attention. He doesn't fear losing her because he knows if she's meant for him, she'll gravitate toward his energy. That's the energy women find irresistible. Here's something many men get wrong. Fast replies aren't always attractive. If you're always texting back instantly, even when you're clearly available 24/7, it starts to feel like you're putting your life on hold for her. And guess what? That doesn't build attraction. It creates pressure. It kills the natural flow. Women don't want to feel like they've become your only source of excitement. They want to be drawn into your world, not become your entire world. So when you take your time to respond, not to manipulate, but because you're genuinely focused on your life, it shows her that you're emotionally stable. You're not anxiously attached. You're not measuring your worth by her replies. Let's also talk about language. A confident communicator doesn't use words that beg. He doesn't say, "Sorry to bother you. I hope I'm not being annoying, but I totally understand if you don't want to talk to me." Do you see the pattern? That's the language of someone apologizing for taking up space. That's the language of insecurity, and women notice that immediately. Instead, confidence sounds like, "I had a thought I wanted to share with you. Let me know when you're free. No rush. It's been good talking to you. I'll catch up with you later." These aren't aggressive. They're grounded. They speak from choice, not from need. Confidence in texting is also reflected in how you handle disinterest or distance. A man who values himself doesn't chase after breadcrumbs. If a woman starts pulling away, becomes inconsistent, or only replies when it's convenient for her, he notices. But instead of reacting emotionally, he steps back respectfully. He doesn't argue. He doesn't send guilt-tripping texts. He doesn't beg for her attention. He simply removes himself from the situation. Because he knows this, someone who values you won't make you question your place in their life. That's confidence in action. Women admire a man who can maintain his composure when things don't go his way. A man who doesn't fall apart emotionally just because someone stopped replying. That's rare. That's powerful. And that's unforgettable. Let's also look at confidence in conversation topics. A confident man doesn't default to predictable, surface-level questions. He's not afraid to challenge her thoughts, flirt with intelligence, or inject playful tension into the conversation. He doesn't stick to, "Hey, and what are you doing?" texts. He says things like, "What's something you believe in that most people don't? Tell me something I wouldn't guess about you. I've got a theory about you, but I'll save it for later." These kinds of messages reflect confidence because they show curiosity, control, and creativity. They demonstrate that you have your own thoughts, your own standards, and that you're inviting her into your space, not chasing your way in. And here's something you should remember. Sometimes the most powerful move is silence. Not as much, but it's preservation. You don't need to force a dead conversation. You don't need to beg someone to notice you. Confidence is the willingness to say, "This is the energy I bring, and if you can't meet it, I'm okay with that." It's choosing quality over quantity. It's being intentional, not reactive. It's not needing to explain your worth in every message, because you carry it in how you show up, how you speak, and how you maintain your space. The most attractive men aren't always the loudest or the most persistent. They're the ones who speak with clarity, respond with self-respect, and know that communication is a reflection of how you see yourself. Let's dive into something most people overlook when it comes to texting: playfulness. And I'm not talking about mindless emojis or cheesy pickup lines. I'm talking about personalized playfulness. The kind that feels effortless, but makes a deep impact. The kind that makes a woman feel like you see her. Not just her face or her body, but the way her mind works, her quirks, her patterns, her rhythm. You see, most men think playfulness means being funny, cracking jokes, throwing memes, or sending, aha, too many times. But here's the truth. Humor by itself won't create connection if it feels generic. What works, what's irresistible, is when you tailor your playfulness to her. That means noticing what makes her tick, picking up on her favorite words. Pronounce something in voice note. It's the way she talks about her pet cat like it's royalty, or how she can't drink coffee after 3 p.m. or she won't sleep. When you bring those things up in a light, playful tone, it hits different. Because now, you're not just another guy sending, you're cute. You're the one who says, don't tell me you're drinking coffee again at midnight, trying to stay up stalking my IG, or what? See that? It's teasing, but it's not random. It's rooted in something personal. Women love this. Why? Because it makes them feel seen, remembered, and emotionally safe. It tells her, you matter. I pay attention. And I know how to have fun with you without crossing boundaries. Playfulness, when personalized, becomes a secret language between the two of you. It's the inside jokes. The shared giggles over a moment nobody else would understand. It's calling her Captain Crunch because of how she destroyed a bag of cereal during a late night call. It's playful, yes, but it's also emotionally bonding. Let's go deeper. Many men keep things stiff and formal when texting women they're interested in. They think being respectful means being overly serious. They avoid teasing because they fear coming off as rude. But here's what they miss: respect and playfulness are not opposites. In fact, when done right, playfulness is a sign of respect. It shows comfort. It shows that you're relaxed around her and that you see her as someone you can be yourself with. This creates something magical, emotional comfort wrapped in excitement. It's the sweet spot where trust meets chemistry. Let's look at an example. She texts, just got back from a workout. I'm dead. The average guy replies, nice, keep it up. Or, you must be tired, go rest. But someone who understands playful personalization might say, so what's the name of your personal trainer? I need to thank him for turning you into a beast. Or, at this rate, I'll have to start doing push-ups just to keep up with you. Don't leave me behind. Notice how these responses are flirty, personalized, and emotionally light, but they also reflect admiration, attentiveness, and shared energy. That's the difference. That's the spark most men overlook. Another key part of personalized playfulness is mirroring her tone, but doing it creatively. If she sends voice notes full of energy, you don't respond like a robot. You match that vibe. You give her back the same emotional investment, maybe even with a little twist. For instance, if she laughs at her own clumsiness, I just spilled water all over myself. Graceful as ever. You could say, you're just making it easier for me to imagine how dramatic that scene looked. I bet you cursed the water bottle like it betrayed you. A playfulness becomes
I want to know who hurt Nissan to the point where they're bringing a Nissan Armada Nismo to America in the fall of 2026. And they aim this squarely at the Ford Expedition. It makes 460 horsepower and 516 pound-feet of torque. This is Nissan we talking about. Oh, and don't let it have the same bell housing on this transmission as like a Nissan GTR. You'll probably see these in Texas with VR38D TTs. It really go hard. I like it. It look like it want to be like a GMC Yukon bad as hell. But no harm, no foul. I definitely try to buy it. These are definitely going to be a problem next year because with some bolt-ons, you're probably touching what, 600-700 horsepower with a tone and a free-flowing exhaust. Yeah, you don't let the ultimate drivers get their hands on these. But how do you feel about the Nismo Armada? Would you cop this thing? You Whipple guys are getting out of hand. Bro, like, who rides around with 3.8 liters of Whipple? Bro, you have a whole Nissan R35 on top of a goddamn LX, basically. Bro, like every year they come out with a new generation of supercharger you gotta have. If they came out with a 5 liter, right now, some of y'all ass would be and it'll be primarily the Hemi guys, knowing damn well you don't need it. Like, bro, I kid y'all not, every time I go to a car meet, everybody and their mama got damn near every generation of Whipples. 3-liter Whipples, 3.8-liter Whipples, 4-liter Whipples, 4.5-liter Whipples. Like, bro, and then got the nerve to have a rail battle. Like, it sounds like a dolphin origin. But listen, all I'm saying is Whipples and goddamn Mustangs of any generation go hand in hand. Like slim white chicks on Brazzers and EPC. Bro, I'm talking about riding around like, dog, I kid y'all not, the key to being a Whipple warrior, you got to get like an S550 Mustang, upgrade the fuel system, throw a drag pack on that bitch, some slicks and skinnies, and you just drop a Whipple on top of it. That's it. That's all you have to do. You got a 9, low 8-second car right there. The Ford 460 big block. I done said it time and time again. This got to be the most underrated, big, gargantuan ass engine that Ford has ever made. Dare I say it's better than the 454 if it wasn't so damn expensive. You can bore and stroke this engine to 557 cubic inches. You're looking at 8 to 900 horsepower naturally aspirated. We're not even talking about the 300 to 400 shot you're gonna add on top of it. A lot of you may not know this, but GMC actually built a big block V6. Yes, they do exist. And it came in multiple displacements. It came in a 305 cubic inch. It came in a 351 cubic inch, a 401 cubic inch, and a 478 cubic inch. Meaning it uses a 5.125 piston. That is a damn dinner plate. This is the bane of my existence. This is a 350 rocket. You can't, listen to what I'm telling y'all. An old head with one of these, you can't tell him shit about no LS. To him, the 350 rocket is the best engine that has ever been created. That's just a philosophy. I don't need no LS, I just need big cam, little dope on it. I whoop anything. R35 guys, y'all must thought y'all was safe. Y'all not safe. Y'all not safe. You see, the R35s are basically 370Zs that graduated high school, took a gas station pill, and started an OnlyFans. These guys can't wait to be interviewed by Cal 1320s. So how much power does it make? It make 1,500 horsepower to the condom. You see, these badasses come in 3 flavors of fucked up. See, you have the conservative R35 guys, which make about 700 to 900 horsepower. Then you have your Dan Ruse. That we're gonna call that class the Dan Ruse. These guys are going to talk, they shit, but everybody gonna be afraid to race them. Why? Because more than likely they make around 1,200 to 1,500 horsepower. And then you have the Alpha GTR guys and gals, which make anywhere from about 1,900 to maybe 2,500 fucking horsepower. Alpha guy, y'all ain't hearing what I'm saying. The Alpha guys are the one. Look, this is a 3.8 liter twin turbo V6 monstrosity with all-wheel drive, right? And even with the all-wheel drive, these things can still pop a wheelie. The builds consist of like 4.1 stroker box, twin 76mm turbos, sequential transmission, because why the fuck not? The transmission itself costs around like $30,000 to $40,000. All of these parts culminate into a car that squats like women who gotta pee on the side of the road because they can't make it home. It's about these things nastier than a percolating school teacher popping coochie on a handstand. Bro, these things are nastier than a Catholic priest's search history. Bro, these things are nastier than a pastor's wife selling coochie on Christian Mingle. If you see slicks on all 4 of this man's tires, leave that man or a woman alone. Bro, they take off fast enough to make your piece end up in your pocket. See, the G-Body has more in common with some of y'all crazy ass baby mamas. Bad for your health, expensive as hell, but you're gonna get back in it again. It's probably the only car that you can invest probably $6,000 worth of suspension mods in, and it'll still refuse to go straight like Ellen DeGeneres after 12 shots of tequila. Oh, bro, this thing is about as dangerous as a Jack Hurdle's biscuit with no water, bro. You fighting for your life behind the wheel. The minute you take off, this bitch decides it wants to be a snake. Oh, bro. GM's execs were cooking in that office, bro. They had a lot of strippers in the office, reeling lines of coke off their ass, and was like, look, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a gangster ass car, of which no car company has ever done. It ain't gonna be powerful worth a damn. But what we will do, is make this motherfucker nastier than a nun with a thong on. There's a reason why the G-body, the Fox body, and the S10 trucks are the big three. Simple. They're basically tin cans on the wheels. You gut them, throw a roll cage in them, put a 383 under the hood of one of these G-bodies, bro. A good 300 to 400 shot of nitrous, and you have a fucking unbeatable machine. This is pretty much GM's go-kart. And honestly, this is probably the last true muscle car that GM ever created. A time, you know, where cars was untouched by just unnecessary electronics and shit like that. This has to be the last true muscle car.
car is not a sin in 2025. With the history of stance cars that hidden expo centers found through the quiet middle fingers to the government in the hills of Nihonmatsu, the streets of the Autobahn, and the streets of Whittier Boulevard. Welcome to Martini Works, where we want you to build your car for you. And today, we're talking about the history of stance car culture. Stuff you may know, and then getting into the nitty-gritty, dirty side of things so that you can be educated on why people go through so much pain slamming their cars. Now, a lot of people have different ideas on where the stance car culture actually started. Some, they'll say Japan, and it does make sense on the surface. In Japan, one of the toughest things you can do with a modified car is get it cleared by the government, which is to drive on public roads. And this process is called shocken, and it's done every 2 or 3 years. Now, things like vehicle alignment and headlight projection inspection and a pit test to check the underside of your car are all included, including taking a look at your suspension. Now, I may have butchered the word shocken, and I'm sorry, Masa, but Japanese cars learned from a young age, post-Soviet era, that if you wanted to have a modified car that looked good, you had to keep things looking as possible. It's why you'll see most Japanese cars on the street that are modified rocking aftermarket coilovers and not air suspension, because the scrutiny of the shocken would put them through a whole different round of inspections if you wanted to go with air suspension. Now, if you're a European car enthusiast, you'd say it was the Euro crowd that founded stance cars, and it's also easy to see why, because the Technischer Uberschwagen versus Uber Washington I don't know how to say it. The TUV, Germany's insanely strict inspection system, that pretty much told anyone who loved cars exactly what they couldn't do with their cars. Tires couldn't exist past the fender line, even under full load. Lowering is allowed, but the range must be within tolerance. Components need to be certified for something called ADE, or Allgemeine Weisterstubennutz. I don't even want to say it again. I don't even know what I just said. Honestly, between me and you, I could have just said something terrible. Now, the ABE, or the Allgemeine Weisterstubennutz.
One of these friends can order whatever she wants from the menu. The other has food allergies. You do your best to avoid food allergens, but accidents can still happen. Solar is an FDA-approved...
I could have just said something terrible. Now, the ABE, or the Allgemeine Weisterstubennutz, Mr. Laubris, tire contact tabs cannot be ruined either. Nothing past 2 to 3 degrees of camber can be ran unless you want the car to be impounded. So, is it the Germans or the Japanese that combined or coined the stance car culture? And at the surface level, it would be the Japanese car culture that came first with the stance cars, because the history of the post-Soviet culture that came up the results of World War II spawned an era of individualism that Japan had never seen before. Their children were the ones to make their cars illegal, but not do the same illegal things their parents did within the Post-Soku when they had their motorcycles. And this is where we start to see the story end for most people. Not for us, because we want our car knowledge. Give me a book and some Lamborghinis. Okay, you see, in America, we love doing things individually. It's what makes us who we are, right, wrong, or indifferent. We don't want to be
Yo, so the Raising in the Sun billboard that I was seeing on 22, that's what he's gonna be in? Yeah, my guy, I need a playbill with a signature on it. I need an autographed playbill from that. Hook your boy up. Hook your boy up. You know what I'm saying? Hook up Uncle Cash. I need, the first edition from back in the day when the young man makes it good. Man, that's amazing, man. Yo, you're doing a great job with your boys, man. I'm proud of you, man. Definitely, yo. That shit is awesome, man. Keep up the good work, man. They're gonna remember all this, man. That shit is great. Yeah, you're gonna have to just kick them joints off real quick and go barefoot. Hope you don't step on nothing. That's gonna get you distracted. But yeah, I get it, man. Hey, first of all, take those socks off. Walk around with those choice of socks on, bro. The crazy dad foul right now. Better walk with flip-flops and socks. What's wrong with you? So I'm on Black and Hinge, and they're both working great. Like, if I was home, I'd be a mess. I'd be all over the place. I'm kind of glad I'm moving around. I don't got time to indulge in every counseling. Because I would. Lord Jesus, I'm playing all in the water box. I'm on every slide.
What to do? We don't like having much opinion on anything. And I would argue that we actually do not have a unified opinion on just about anything. You could look up, blue sky could be just looking at you, it's a beautiful day, and somebody would argue with you that it's not actually blue. But there is no greater culture for individualism than America. And I would still argue that that's still true to this day. As a global awareness of enthusiasts, screw in America though, it's easy to see that stance culture was here, but in a different way than Germany and Japan. And I would argue that it's even a little bit older than the Bosuzoku started in the 50s. The Chicano car culture of California was representing an era of stance for almost 80 years now. And the lowrider culture was interesting because where generational Americans were buying hot rods like the Ford Model T, Mexican Americans were using their money and mechanical experience from World War II focused on modifying their cars to be slow and custom. And that truly are the largest three subcultures of stance across the globe. And all of them still have a home in modifying your car for you in today's day and age, which hopefully you're doing on martini.com. Honestly, you can't afford to survive on that road. Now, the Japanese car culture excels in the fitment of static setups, wheels and tires fitting into a stock body or wide body build, 18-inch wheels with just enough mods to stand out. And the European car culture took it a step further to the next level to making everything look OEM plus and borderline perfect, especially when you talk about fender fitment. And the American car culture took the walls of what stance culture was and blasted the damn doors off, because what you see from them is something insanely different. So where did the excess in stance really come from? How did we go insanely different? So where did the excess in stance really come from? How did we go from this? Well, the excessiveness again came from all three cultures, but in very different ways. Subcultures in Japan through the umbrella term of Zokusha gave us Kaido racers, gave us Shakugan, gave us Grashan. Super Silhouette is a runoff of a racing series that was popular in Japan, and so much more. In America, as lowriders began getting more pressed by the government, the introduction of hydraulic suspension to keep the car legal came up and was introduced. And as the European government got more firm on the poking of wheels, the Volkswagen and Audi car enthusiasts decided that camber technically did meet the regulations of wheels not poking when seen from the top of the car. Stance car culture was built off the pressures of just regulations, laws, and just keeping a passion of building something for yourself alive. It's why the stance culture is sometimes some of the smartest and also most stubborn communities that you can be a part of. Which is why what we see now is a stance car culture hitting daily extremes. You see insane amounts of camber and the lowest cars you've ever seen before in your life, and an identity of rebelliousness to anyone that might ask, why would you do that? Like, why would you take the LS400 and make it almost practically unusable? The deeper part of the stance culture are the companies that build parts for people like that, and they'll never say that they actually build parts for that community. A great example of that is with tires. For a properly good stance car, you need a tire that can stretch, for instance, right? Stretch comes from a tire's sidewall and how much flex it has to give to get seated onto a wheel that's wider than its original intention. And you never catch Nitto actively promoting the ability to stretch their tires. But the Nitto Neogen is one of the most popular tires on Martini Wares for that specific reason. It stretches insanely well. Swift Springs, offering a 50K spring, is not meant for performance. It's meant for when you hit a bump, that everything else, including your insides, move instead of the wheel hitting your fender. And a lot of larger manufacturers do the same. Creating parts for the stance scene without promoting it is what you get of like a if you know sort of thing. But the days of overtly excessive stance do seem to be dying a little bit. Over the last decade of helping folks about their cars, especially if you're now at Martini Wares, I've seen more wheel and tire packages aimed for more of like a track-oriented setup, even if they never plan to hit the track. The days of the 2540 on a 10.5 wide seem to be fading. most aggressive stance setups are still finding their way more towards an OE plus build on a stance Reddit than what it kind of looked like a few years ago. So why? Well, domestically, regulations in California continue to get tougher. European regulations are pushing owners to smaller cars with more electrification. More electrification means that just everywhere besides Japan, it's getting more difficult to actually build a stance car. So just like the days of Stance Nation, Audi, Volkswagen, these are just the old school crispy edits that I miss so very much. You and I might be seeing another transition of what the term stance truly means right now. And this is coming from a guy that had a B784 with stance sticker on the side that said form over function. Take that as you will. So is it a good thing? Let us know below. And if you're looking for car parts, don't forget to match car with your friends over TNWorks.com, no matter what type of build you're doing. Now, we're here to help you with the right build.
One of the most infamous groups on the internet is the Passport Bros, and that is for one reason. Number one, they don't have a leader, and number two, there are a bunch of guys, primarily African American, that have decided that they would leave America in search of better romantic options. And here's the kicker, they're actually successful.
He's right, you know.
Being successful while giving the middle finger to American women will sometimes be an issue, especially if those women in America that you're talking about are struggling and not being successful. And if you're an honest guy and say something like this,
I became a passport bro for 3 reasons. Reason number one, I didn't want to be a stepfather to another man's kids here. Most of the women in my community, most of the women that I was meeting, dating, who were aesthetically pleasing to me, who I was attracted to, had kids. I simply didn't want to pay for another man's kids. Reason number two, they all want you to pay for everything. So why don't I just go somewhere else where my money goes longer, stretches further, and I can give them the same exact thing for a fraction of the cost. And reason number three why I became a passport bro is because of the obesity rates. I like women who are thin, who have flat stomachs, who wear their own hair, and who have good shapes.
You're going to piss a lot of people off. And being pissed off is what has occurred, especially with American women, and even some men. It's gotten so bad that women are starting to warn these men about dating women overseas.
This one's for the men who just say they've given up on Western women and are gonna go abroad for a woman. I understand some of your frustrations, but if you're gonna be a passport bro, there are certain downsides. First of all, you have no idea if this woman is using you for a visa or your money. You're not gonna be able to have fun banter with her. She might be more feminine, but she might not feel like your best friend. She might feel more like a maid service. Number two, you're definitely gonna run into some cultural differences. Is she gonna be willing to give up her family, her friends, her career, just to come to the States for you? You guys are also gonna run into the issue of where to live. Or are you willing to move there? Passport growing is a cop-out for something that can be easily solved.
Now don't get me wrong, she's making some really good points here. But is she making good points to help men, or is she jealous that some of these men are having success? And now you're starting to see that whenever a passport bro passes away, there's almost like news segments on TikTok.
A passport bro has died in the Philippines. Now, I made a video about this passport bro about a month ago because he was kidnapped in the Philippines. The kidnappers were trying to get him. He was resisting and they shot him.
And that same TikToker will also do it if it happens again.
So this passport bro was from Vermont. Earlier this year, he married a woman in the Philippines and he moved to the Philippines. He moved to a remote island in the Philippines. And he had recently came back to the United States to work, stack up his coins. And then he went back to be with his wife. Shortly after he got back, he was kidnapped from his residence.
Now don't get me wrong, a lot of brothers do have success in the passport bro community, but let's face it, these things do happen. And typically, these things happen in Latin America. Places like Brazil, Colombia, and the Dominican Republic is where a lot of black men go to. I don't know what's the reason why that is, but a lot of brothers like black women still are women that are mixed with black that have, a lot of those good features like, lighter skin, bigger booty. cheek clapping access. And sometimes guys fall in love because Dominican women, Brazilian women, and Colombian women, they're very unique and they're very catering to men. And this is exactly what happened to this young man by the name of Jason Forrester. He was from Pennsylvania and he moved down to Miami. And of course, Miami is a chip shot to the Dominican Republic. And he met a very beautiful woman and he had a long distance relationship. And I guess those cheeks were so good. He said, listen, stop the show. These cheeks are so powerful, I have to bring them to America. Don't do it! Don't do it! And when he did, things were going okay.
He likes to talk, he likes to tell me what he's doing, send me videos of where he's going.
Marcus Forrester says he and his son Jason, 38, voice texted each other every day and many times a day, especially after Jason moved from Beltsville, Maryland to Miami, Florida. Frequent trips to the Dominican Republic led to love and then marriage to a woman Jason met there.
He met the parents and so on. They got married in DR and he started making arrangements to get her to come here legally. And that did happen. She got a visa.
Forrester says Jason and his new bride struggled a bit as they transitioned from a long-distance relationship to sharing a home. Then something unexpected and shocking happened.
One day he came back from work and the partner was gone.
Now, stop the show. Like, if I was moving back to the States, I would have no way of how I would pack up, like in Uganda, somebody's whole entire house and just move back to my home country. Like, first of all, there's so many questions with that. Like, number one, where would I take the furniture? Who would I sell it to? Because if the man goes to work, he's there at least 8 hours, so that means this lady had been thinking about it. So she had to have some Dominican connections inside of Miami. So the whole entire time when he's at work, she's talking about selling all his stuff and going back to the DR, which means this. She already had a dude back in the DR, got to America, found out that she really missed the other guy that she left, sold his stuff, took the money back to DR to be with this other dude who may have been her Dominican pimp. Now, I'm not saying that this happens to every lady in the DR or whatever. That's not what I'm here to say. But I am here to say that I've heard stories like this. And a lot of guys have...
昔、ある魚が陸に住んでいた。人が聞いた。
I am here to say that I've heard stories like this. And a lot of guys have experienced something like this in the Philippines or a place like that. And it's heartbreaking to understand, like, your wife, the lady you spent so much time, you loved, you know, she left you, she won't answer the phone, you can't get in contact with her, and you want to save your marriage. Some guys will not give up on love and their investment, so they'll do something. They'll fly back to where she's from and try to talk to the family about getting the daughter back home. And then when he did this, well, this happened.
Forrester says his son was heartbroken when his wife refused to return his calls and then blocked him. He says Jason decided to fly to the Dominican Republic to talk with her family, hoping they would help convince her to return to the marriage. But after the phone call from the airport 2 weeks ago, Marcus Forrester says no one, not his family or friends, has heard from Jason. Calls to the Dominican embassy have produced no helpful information, he says.
We're just very, very concerned and hoping and praying that he shows up some way, somehow. But the reality of it could be even worse.
Marcus Forrester is in the process of filing a missing persons report in Miami where Jason lived and was last seen. Jackie Benson, News 4.
So the man flies all the way to the DR, tries to get in contact with her or her family, and the father has not been able to get back in contact with Mr. Jason Forrester. And for now, it looks like foul play. But have we heard about similar stories before?
I saw this video about this passport brother who met a girl over in the Philippines. He was digging her, so he decided to sell his home and move over to the Philippines to be with her or live with her. Now, he wasn't working or anything, but he figured because the cost of living over there was a lot lower, he could just live off his savings. So he got over there, everything was going fine, but his money started running low. and sooner or later his money just ran out. Now he didn't want to get a job over there because they don't pay anything. So he goes to his girlfriend, tell her he's out of money. Before he can say the word money, she already had her bags packed and she was out the door. So now this man had two options. He can figure out how to make enough money to fly back to America just to be homeless, or he can stay in the Philippines to be homeless. He chose to stay in the Philippines, so now he's living on the streets in the Philippines.
Now, the narrator speaks about the man that moved to the Philippines. He was living on his savings, and he met a lady, lost his income, so she left. Okay, this meant that he would be in the Philippines alone and homeless, and he decided to be homeless, trying to get money to go back to America. Now, what is the point to be learned here? And I think most guys can understand it. Women in other countries can definitely be feminine. Women in other countries can definitely be submissive in all of those things. But at the same case, in the same time, these are still women, okay? And just like you wouldn't take a woman back in America who stole from you and emptied out your apartment and went back to another guy, or let a guy come in your house and clean out your stuff, you wouldn't do the same thing in the DR, okay? You just wouldn't do it. Now, here's something I've also noticed, is that once this man disappeared, I saw Black American women in the comment section going ham. I saw people saying stuff like this: Black American women, this has nothing to do with you. Another person says, if she left and blocked him, I'm thinking she didn't want to be contacted. I don't know them. She's right. This person goes, the family was always in on it, enjoy your preferences. My mom's from Venezuela and is the smoothest woman I know. Passport bros think it's all fun and games, but they're messing with women that operate in pure survival. My mom can make any man believe they're a king while planning his downfall behind his back, LOL. That is how women from the third world countries are. All of these men want to be passport bros and discover the dark sides of it all. I'm shaking my head. This person also says he got Vanessa with the yard to find and confront her. He should have just took his L. Now he's missed. Now this is actually a really good comment. To label him a passport bro is insane. He didn't meet her while on vacation, brought her to the U.S. and married her. She left him and he went to find answers, which I'm sure any human would want that. Now this is something that's very interesting. A lot of these women are basically, well, this is not our issue, Black women, and the fact is, I don't believe this guy's a Black American man anyway, and there's no history of him talking down on Black women. I mean, he just was on vacation, he met a lady, he decided to marry her, he brought her back to America, so technically he wouldn't be a passport bro, but you're just seeing this hatred for women in these misandrous comments because they're met at the passport bro community. This other comment goes, well, sisters, I'm on the way to Publix. What y'all want from the store? In other words, they don't care. Again, I understand the title on its on site, labeling this man a passport bro when clearly I don't believe he is. But, you know, to basically feel like, you know, he kind of deserved to die because he's associated with the passport bros, it's insane. Like, what if this was your son? It just goes to show you men out there that it's not safe, okay, like you think. You can get done wrong any place in the world and be down bad. So always watch back. Guys, what do you think you should put closer to Jackson? Good night, at it again. Another episode of the Celebrity Junk. I appreciate you for all you do. Remember the bell. We're out.
flamethrowers are more effective against regular zombies, but barely scratch the armored ones. Let me finish off these small fries first. I can't hit.
No, I'm not buying your daughter nothing to eat. I think I'm gonna take the break. Your baby, your daughter.
He showed up to the date with her daughter, ordered food for both of them, then got mad when he refused to pay. But that's just the appetizer. Because today's video, we got women running up $120 bill, stealing food off of men's plates, demanded $5K in child support, and saying, I'll let a man cheat just to build their followers up. Yeah, it's that kind of episode. Hit that like button if you ever thought about walking out mid-date. Let's get to it.
Get you an appetizer. Why you didn't get no appetizer for us?
That was not the deal. Was that the deal? No.
So you're not gonna feed us?
No. This little girl, she can't get nothing. I don't know her.
I could get something and my daughter can?
Yeah.
They can have the 6 for 20. Me and her can share the 6 for 20.
No, me and you doing the 6 for 20. I'm not giving her nothing. She's not getting none of our salary.
It's cool.
Yeah, I know it's cool.
Why would you try to give her the man's salad after the waitress done already gave it to him? Make it make sense.
No, you ain't. You.
Yo, there.
That's all.
Are you serious? That's what you're gonna do?
If he invited you out on a date, at least warn him that your daughter is a cunt. But if you thought that was bad, watch this next one because it gets even worse.
Tell me, this is the way that we finna start our new year off. Listen, I was just told just a few minutes ago, okay, after I ordered my appetizer, that my budget for my first day is $30. Like, where they do that at? You know what I mean? And then
You're supposed to be a grown woman and you're recording. You're being loud.
Really?
Respect. You're in a restaurant.
Never.
You can't conduct yourself like a mature lady.
I am conducting myself.
$30 budgets.
No, $30. So you don't even get a chance. This man don't even get a chance to talk anymore because you know what, he's saying all this stuff about me, and it's not true.
But you got to be honest. At least he's letting you know before you start ordering food how much he's willing to spend. And if you ask me, it's just food. $30 is enough. Watch what she says next.
I am a what?
It's like you order this whole
menu. For an appetizer, a drink.
If you go over $30, you pay
$30. I'm not worth $30. Hey y'all, I'm not worth $30. I'm worth $30. I tell you what. How about we do this? How about you just go ahead, get y'all.
And this is exactly why most guys are walking away from dating.
I got this. No, I don't want anything. What I want you to do.
You're very immature.
No, sir. I want you to just go. Have a blessed day, sir. Have a blessed day. Get going.
Fellas, get in the comments if you thought that was bold. And if you made it this far, hit that like button. It's your first time watching.
It's not that I'm complaining. It's implied that if you ask me out, you pay for the date.
Y'all let me know who should pay for the date. The one that invites or the one that has the most money.
Be realistic. You are having the privilege of going on a date with me. So you need to.
I feel certainly privileged sitting here with you and all of your food and desserts that you didn't order.
Okay. Can I get this to go, please?
Honestly, first the bill for $120 needs to be paid. I will let you work it out.
Okay,
and
no, we don't have to work it out. She's gonna pay. She's gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Even me really like on my stomach is like sick.
Really? You're making me feel sick. Are you serious?
This is what happens when sassy men meet up with the dominant feminine women. When the roles reverse, anything can happen. But what happens next?
Are you serious? You know what? Can you do me a favor? I have a really bad feeling. Will you go check to see if he's actually in the bathroom, or ask one of the cooks to see if he's in the bathroom? Yes. I have a gut feeling that he left me. Yes, I'll be right back. Okay, thank you.
Trick.
I'm sorry to tell you this. What?
He left the whole building. The tables have turned. You have more men ghosting women than ever in 2025. Dating is just not normal anymore.
Last date with you because you are greedy. You had 2 plates. You haven't eaten all day. I don't care if you haven't eaten all day. That's messed up. You're greedy. This supposed to be our first date and this is how you do?
It's the real me.
Well, can I have the fake you? I went to the bathroom and I came back and all my food gone.
No, she did not eat that man's food when he went to the bathroom. She had to have been thinking that he walked out on the date. And she figured she gonna pay for it anyway, she might as well eat it. But let's see if that's true.
She was done. I've never been on a first date like that. I just had to go to the bathroom for a quick second. All my food is gone.
Well, where I'm from, you don't leave food sitting.
Apparently, you don't leave food at all.
And on top of that,
You smash this. And you waste the food all over you.
Listen, you either gonna sit down and talk to me like a man, or you can dismiss yourself after you pay for the check.
I'm not nothing. What? I was wondering that what you'd be single, and now I know. Bingo, right here. I'm thankful that you showed me this on the first date, dude, too, because other people would have.
I mean, first dates.
He's right. Why always knock everything out on the first date? That keeps you from wasting time and money.
I've been real.
So you do this for
I
real?
really came for the food. That's it. Just the mood.
I can tell.
Which is what most of you are doing. And if you agree, fellas, get in the comments and let me know. And definitely hit that like button.
If Quinn bit down, everyone would want his pale head on a pike. An energy blast sent Quinn flying onto it.
Which is what most of you are doing. And if you agree, fellas, get in the comments and let me know. And definitely hit that like button.
Man, it's about 2 bands just for you and my son. You should let me know y'all need something else next month.
2 bands.
What you mean just 2 bands? Yes, 2 bands. I've been giving you 2 bands every month.
Cause baby, this ain't enough.
What you mean ain't enough? I've been giving you 2 bands a month and $300 on child support, Lexi. How is that not enough?
I need a little
That's
extra.
a lot of money. I've been giving you this every month, Lexi.
Rent due, corner due.
Don't start me this
Your
month.
son need a lot of extra
Bro,
stuff
I
at
swear to
school.
God, bro. That's my bro. That's why I don't like doing
I need
this.
about 5.
Hey, he already been giving you 2 stacks and y'all went to court for the 300. He may be setting himself up for higher child support, man. You should have made it look like you only have at least 1,000, bro. Watch what happens next.
Hey, bro, I've been giving you $2,000 a month and paying $300 every month on child support, Lexi.
That
That's why I don't like
ain't
dealing
you
with
need to up your price on child support.
That's why I don't like dealing with. What you mean up my price? That's what the judge ordered me to pay. I'm already.
Well, that ain't enough.
Lexi, I'm paying you $2,000 under the table plus $300 every month on child support, bro. I'm not gonna keep paying you, dog.
Bro, that's more than enough money. That's like rapper child support.
It's not enough money.
See, that's why I don't like doing business.
I need to get my hair done, get my nails done.
Get your hair. That ain't got nothing to do with me. My job is to
Pay my court note, pay my rent.
That has nothing
Take care of your son.
Lexi, that's 2 bands. How much is your court note? Court note is not 5 bands. You got a Nissan Altima. You don't have a Range Rover or something, bro. That's only.
Oh, but it ain't enough, like I just said.
That's why.
This is a prime example why guys are walking away because women are never satisfied.
I don't like doing business. You see us get $5 getting taken advantage of, bro. Because girls like you, bro, I'm paying $300.
Boy, take that money.
You gonna.
Alright. You see how she threw the money back, bro?
Here's
Don't
your-
argue with her. Here's that. Put it in the stash.
There
Go
you
buy
go.
something for
Here's your
yourself. Do
300.
not sit up
Here's
and
your
argue
child
with
support. That's it.
Why?
Get nothing
Because
else.
they're thinking just like the next. Watch what she
A date one of these niggas. I would let them cheat on me because I know that they would date one of them. I would let one of them cheat on me, and I would keep going back, build my followers, and then I would leave one, and then I'll be I would be the victim. And I have all these followers and all this money and this, that, and then I would leave them. That's the method.
Okay, did y'all get that? She said her method is to get with somebody with some followers and some money, some type of clout and fame. Let him cheat while they are in a relationship so she could build her following up. And when she feel like she don't need him anymore, she gonna get up out of there, bro. This is why you gotta grab that woman that's rocking with you and only you.
So, I turned 40 about 3 months ago.
Well, happy birthday to you. I threw your husband and your kids threw you a great birthday party. It was a great memory, a blessed day.
And I find myself incredibly unhappy with my life.
What? No. Why?
I'm broke.
Oh, so what? Your husband doesn't provide well for you and your family?
I'm single.
And there it is. You are single into your 40s because no man was good enough for this princess, right?
I have horrible habits.
Oh, I know. And the worst habit that you have, that you probably haven't even recognized yet, is an amazing ability to reject every single good man for years and decades, in your case, in favor of chads and losers.
I'm so incredibly unhappy, and I'm angry.
Oh, I'm sure you are, sweetheart. You're angry with yourself for your own choices in life, and you're going to take a full responsibility for them, and definitely not blame others for the choices that you've made, right?
I am angry.
What? And she don't even know what she's angry at. She just knows that her fairy tale didn't come true, because after one fairy tale comes true, they start thinking of a whole nother fairy tale that they want to live out. And if the man don't want to live it with them, then they divorce and they end up just like her. And if you agree, hit that like button and get in the comments to let me know you ever seen this before. Because the next couple coming up, you tell me, for $1 billion, would you do this?
Would you rather have me or $1 billion?
Oh, I'm taking that $1 billion all day.
Do not.
Dude, you are out of your mind if you tell me you're taking me over $1 billion.
Exactly, because I know if my wife said her $1 billion, I'm gonna say take the $1 billion and find some way to give me half. Because either way, you can get the woman back. There's some form of happiness there.
Dude, I ain't worth $1 billion.
Oh, be honest.
Yeah, and so should you. Me too. $1 billion is.
I'm out, bitch.
I can afford anything I've ever wanted. I can have so much.
Well, what about
big
so you don't
like I'm out with $1 billion. I'm just doing it.
And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. $1 billion can buy not only a new life, but everybody on your street a new life and your family.
Oh my god, it's like cake galore. I'd be just eating cake forever and ever. Just like unlimited cake. Shit.
And she acting like she wouldn't leave him if a billionaire tried to get her, let alone $1 billion.
In the Dan Bilzerian and shit, you know? But be real, man. You would be out there.
I would have said yes.
Okay.
Because that would have been the thing to make yourself feel special. But realistically, nobody's gonna pass up love for $1 billion. Nobody's gonna accept love over $1 billion.
Stop the cap.
Okay, well, you can go find yourself a BBL then.
That doesn't necessarily mean he wants a BBL chick, because you got a lot of that's still natural. A lot of that's still natural.
You know,
ready to go?
Yeah.
Why does she have my name? So this nigga gonna tell me the least I can do is suck his dick. After I just had, nigga, I just made you a whole meal, and you would have do that if you would have bought your ass.
Watch what she is about to do with this meal, but what she needs to understand is you're not going to really break his heart if he didn't want the food in the first place.
So now, meal, whole thing. Stop playing with me, cause I don't know who the fuck think I am, but
not the mac and cheese. You gotta at least eat some of that before you throw it out.
it's not, I'm not sucking no dick. When you get shit like this, appreciate it.
I can't believe you had me sitting here all night worried about you.
All night? Baby, it's only 8 o'clock.
I know. I called the bar. They said you left at 7:45. I checked MapQuest, Marcus. It only takes 6 minutes to get there from here. So if you've got somebody on the side, Marcus, you need to tell me.
And this is exactly how it is when women get in relationships and marriages. All of a sudden, they got to know your every move, everything that you're doing. Why?
Baby, listen to what you just said. MapQuest said it takes 6 minutes to get here. I got here in 8, which means there's 2 minutes unaccounted for. If I was cheating on you, don't you think I need more than 2 minutes?
I always say, women are more possessive of the man that they know is chasing the kitty cat in a relationship, because that's how she got him.
I just came to the realization that, like, if you're 40 years old, you're never gonna love, like, oh my god. Sorry, I woke up like really, really emotional. I was married for, oh my god, I need to stop. I was married for over 20 years, and like, I was so used to being a wife. Like, I love married, you know, like, I love being a wife. I love having like that one person I love coming home to and like venting all my to.
The question here, why would you leave after 20 years? And my answer is, you keep looking at the internet trying to compete with the younger girls. Let's stay in there.
And now it's like, yeah, you date people and like sparks fly, and then it's just like, oh, I found better, you know.
This is another classic case of a woman who had a loyal husband, a stable home, and 20 years of shared history, and still said, I'm bored, so she left. Why? Because the spark was gone. Ma'am, it's a marriage, not a fireworks display. Then she met some new guy who gave her butterflies, which, let's be honest.
What I gotta do with you though?
I got 2 kids.
Okay.
And no one's supporting me. So what can you do?
That's your personal problem. What they gotta do with me?
Are you applying pressure or not?
Applying pressure after you just told him all the red flags?
What is applying pressure to you?
Supporting, money, Ubers. I need someone who can support me.
Ubers? You already delusional. You should have just asked for a Ferrari.
Find your baby dad then.
You got the Lambo truck where can't support somebody, can't spend money.
I can support me. You might need to go to work.
I do work.
So what you asking me for money for if you got a job?
That's the extra support.
What you bring to the table for a man?
The fresh maker.
Okay, now I see what you about. I can care less about you.
When you got all of this stuff, why can't you support me and my kids?
I literally just met you on the street.
The question is, why would she have the audacity to act stranger? My answer is, she automatically assumes that he has money. He's going to automatically give it away because he has a lot. But what women aren't understanding is, you cannot finesse a rich guy. You could finesse a middle-class man pretending to have money, but you would never finesse a rich one.
Spend about like probably 10K a week. So like, yeah, like, cause you gotta think, everything adds up. I did not realize, I spent like $5,000 on DoorDash within like a couple days. I did not know, you gotta, I'm like,
that's sad. Like, women are supposed to know how to cook. She would have saved herself more money. She's bragging about it like she's special, but everybody looking at her in the room like, child, you mean to tell me you spending $5,000 just on food? That's good.
You out here looking stupid. Why are you tripping? Oh my God, you really out here mad like that, messing up your own car. How are you mad at me because you got caught messing with a dude? Yeah, that's not what messing with no dude, bro. Yes, you was. How are you mad at me because of that?
And the thing is, this is his car that he's taking his frustration out on. It's not even her car.
Look at this dude. What is wrong with him? You really out here messing up your own car looking stupid. Because you got caught messing with a dude. That is crazy. You mad at me because of that? He's really mad at me.
No, I'm not. Y'all get in the comments and let me know if you think that brother really got caught or he just mad for no reason. And if you like the video, hit the like button, definitely share the video. If this is your first time watching, hit that subscribe button. Definitely go down into the description and watch the best of men walking out on date videos. And my last like 10 videos, man, they doing good. Sit down and binge watch them, and I'll see you on the next video.
maybe 89% sure that I'm probably going to be divorced within the next year. So I can't be. I reached out to my soon-to-be ex-husband, just asking him, like what was going on, because I filed everything that I was supposed to file, and I was waiting for him to do his part. And I think a little piece of me was hoping that he would just, be like, oh, I'm gonna change, we can make it work. But I texted him to ask him if he did, and he sent me a paper of he sent me the paperwork to show me that, I definitely went there and filed it.
Guys, the topic I have for you today has been sitting on my desk for some time now, and I knew I had to eventually get to it, so we looked at it today. And honestly, it's just another textbook example of why more men are deciding not to get married. Think about it. You say, I do, sickness and health, death do us part, and the moment that her personal happiness dips, all of a sudden your vows don't. This is why more men actually offer a man anyway. None. So today, we're going to break it all down. Let's get into it.
Is there anybody out there who got divorced 35? Please tap in and let me know, because at this point I am probably not 99, maybe 89% sure that I'm probably gonna get divorced within the next year. So I can't stay with this. I can't be with you. I can't. And I feel like I've tried so hard. So I've been married for 3 years. People always ask me. And it's really gotten to the point where it's like this, the past like probably 2 months have just been the worst. So where it's like, oh, maybe we just call it.
All right, guys, so let's go ahead and check out the caption right here. It says, I've never seen anyone say they regret it. I mostly see women saying they should have left sooner. People like this should have never got married in the first place. The lack of seriousness people take with their marriage and their vows is mind-boggling. So you have a woman who she's thinking about divorce, and she's going to get the divorce. She wants to get divorced if she's thinking about it like that. And so she decides that, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run to TikTok and ask, are there other women who have gone through their divorce, and do you guys regret it? TikTok is a premier place to go for marriage advice from other women that are going to be honest and not simply tell you what you want to hear and validate your bad decisions, because they really got to validate their own bad decisions also. So it's basically one big party of bad choices. All right, so we got some more text that I want to read right here. Trying to grow a business, and we're navigating parenting problems. When I hear situations like this, it just makes me understand how every woman isn't meant to be a wife. Some women are really meant to be just single mothers. I know that might be not kind to say, but some women are just meant to be a single mother.
Maybe we just call it spade a spade. Then I'm like, I remember when my parents got divorced, and I do not want to put, like my son through that. But also, doing it for the kids is not enough. Love is not enough. Getting married, I kind of regret getting married for love. Because I damn sure did get married for money. But I'm also just like, as a Christian, shouldn't get divorced. Like whatever it is, we can work it out. It's you and me against the world. But it's like, damn, do I want to be miserable? How long do I want to be miserable? How long do I want to be miserable for?
All right, so another part of the caption, and it states, and I know y'all love to make this love never find me to death, but I do think there's something to be admired about a love that endures.
And the thing that I also hate is like I feel like people don't share this part of marriage. Like when people are in the thick of it, because I was watching this interview with like DeVal and Kadeen, and I think he said the first 3 to 5 years of their marriage was like hell. But they stuck it out, and now they've been married for what, like 10, 15 years? And they, seem to be happy. I don't know, but it's like
もし人が過去の記憶を失ったらどんな姿になるんだろうか。
They, seem to be happy. I don't know, but it's like
I'm saying women wonder why men aren't looking to get married as much anymore. Why get married when you can end up with someone who simply wants to blow up your entire family based on her happiness as an individual in a segmented amount of time? They've only been together for 3 years. And then she spoke about how over the past 2 months or so has been really hard. And that right there was enough for her to say, I'm pretty confident that I want to get this divorce. What man would want to sign up for the fact that he could be hardworking, faithful, no issues as far as we talk about domestic violence or anything like that. Simply just the normal run-ins when you talk about relationships where you have your ups and downs. And she could wake up one day and say, I'm tired of this relationship, I want out. And so she's willing to wreck her own home based on her measure of an emotion, of happiness, because it's not high enough at this current time in her life. She wants out of her marriage, and she's willing to wreck her home and put her children out of this, take disadvantage because of it. And it's unfortunate because the kids are the ones who really end up suffering, because they just end up having to figure it out. Mommy over here, daddy over here, and now you've done something to them that you don't even fully consider. And she kind of even hinted to it when she was saying, well, I remember when my parents got a divorce and I don't want to put my kids through it, but yet she's going to do that exact thing. Almost as if she's segueing to the point where she's like, well, look how I turned out. My parents got a divorce, look how I turned out. Yes, exactly why you should probably reconsider what you're doing, but you won't. You'll make a selfish decision focused on your personal emotion rather than what's best for your actual family. And the part she's not going to mention is the fact that when you have the areas that you are not with, such as a job you don't like, such as a business you're trying to start, then yeah, if you don't understand how to navigate that appropriately, it's going to pour over into your personal life. It's going to start to have a negative effect on your marriage. But that's not the part she's going to talk about and actually have a conversation about, because that would actually require her to take accountability and perhaps look a little bit more into her relationship and what she could have done differently. What she will do, though, is make multiple videos on TikTok asking other women their experience and talking to them, because she'll get validated from a community of women who will tell her what she wants to hear. Alright guys, so she actually ended up doing a follow-up video but then deleted it and I didn't get to save
forward,
it.
stupid.
But the internet is forever, and we're gonna go head over to Shishaz's channel because he was able to cover it. But the fact that she actually deleted that particular video kind of says a lot, because she probably realized the way she was sounding, and you guys are going to be able to hear it in a moment, as far as the content she's putting out, and already talking about the next boyfriend she's going to be able to have by Thanksgiving and Christmas and getting gifts, and basically bragging about the fact that she's going to be able to get back in the streets and get her cheeks clapped. Let's check it out.
So y'all, I told y'all that I am in the process of getting a divorce, and after 2 days of no contact, I reached out to my soon-to-be ex-husband, just asking him, you know, like what was going on, because I filed everything that I was supposed to file, and I was waiting on him to do his part. And I think a little piece of me was hoping that he would just, you know, be like, oh, I'm gonna change, we can make it work. But I texted him to ask him if he did, and he sent me a paper. He sent me the paperwork just showing me that, yeah, like I definitely went there and filed, and it's like, okay, period, clock in. I did not, hey, you standing on thick this. I did not expect you to do that. But now I'm just like a little bit sad, because I'm like, oh my God, everything that I have fantasized about and in my brain just tried to think like, oh yeah, we're gonna be such a happy family. I gotta let all of that go when it comes to
you fucked it all up.
Make this type of situation. Make it make sense. I know that's what you was about to say. Make it make sense is right, because she's the one who ran to the internet seeking validation from other women who had been through it, looking for comfort in her poor decisions. And deep down, she was hoping her husband would save her from her bad choices, but he didn't. He wasn't going to beg. He wasn't going to sit there and try and convince or persuade her that they should try to make the marriage work. You went down there and filed the paperwork. He obliged and gave you what you wanted.
come to the realization that in a few months it's gonna be over. But then I'm also thinking about, okay, if it takes like 3 or 4 months, that means that I could be single by Thanksgiving, and y'all can invite me to y'all Thanksgivings, and I can see y'all fine cousins and y'all fine homeboys. And then also I can have a real good Christmas, because he gonna give me a Christmas gift. And then my birthday is in January, so he probably gonna get me a birthday gift too. And then by Valentine's Day I could probably have a boyfriend. So
yeah. And so the ink hasn't even dried on the divorce papers, and she's already excited about getting her cheeks clapped up. Yeah, this is sad. It's sad when you see women who embrace breaking up their homes, splitting their child up from their father, mom over here, dad over there. It's even sadder when they recognize the fact that they're putting themselves in a position to be in a rinse, repeat, reuse cycle of men who will never take them seriously. She thinks that she's gonna be out here winning. You know, it's so funny. Women will hear other women talking about whether it's true or not. The message is out there. They'll talk about how trash the dating market is, the dating pool is filled with piss. But yet, you'll have women like this who come run to the internet saying, yeah, I'm gonna have a boyfriend blowing my back out by Thanksgiving.
It's a shame the way you run around with my heart. It's a shame the way you hurt me. Oh, on the streets, and all you need is get some sheets. Slap it up, step right back to the street. It's a shame when you run around. Hey! Alright, little summer rain shower. know? A little sunshine now? Okay. Oh. 7 hours to go. Traffic pattern. Reduce speed 60 miles an hour.
wasn't afraid of being on his knees. He was afraid they'd see his fangs. If they knew what he really...
Whoa, it's a beautiful day to do these reactions, man. Like it before you light it, bro. For real, for real.
Run, motherfucker, run! Go, man! Ah, this shit is hilarious! Oh my god! I don't know what he did, man. I cut the motherfucking sheets. How many sheets does this nigga have?
Hey, y'all gotta be careful, dog. Listen, first of all, two things. Women lie about not being in relationships. They say all kinds of stuff. We separated. He left me. I left him. I live alone. They be lying a lot of times, bro. You know what I'm saying? You gotta chill, bro. And sometimes they'll tell you that they got a dude and, oh, he's going to work. Dude forgot his wallet. He come back and they'll, you know what I'm saying? Oh, the whole time I'm thinking about the movie life. We on deck. What you talking about? That upper room? That boy's about to get sent to his makeup, bro, for real.
You're in public. Anybody can take your picture.
What does that mean? Picture for what? Tell you take me, I'm done?
Okay. You can say one word to her. She's the one that gave me eye contact, so I just started giving her the eye contact back while she's back in the door. Never asked her for her back or anything. She came back in here. She told me to call the police, so I went ahead and called the police. So can you please give her no trespassing, please?
Well, let's go outside. I gotta get your name. He doesn't want you to come back in the store, alright?
Come back?
Never.
What do you mean come back in the store?
You're not here anymore, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Come on, let's go outside real quick.
What me not them in the store?
What? This store, you cannot come back to Family Dollar. This store.
Family Dollar. I bet something you say I don't come back to Family Dollar. What does that mean?
You cannot come back here.
What does that come back? Try to take my picture.
Okay.
Okay.
You would have just
Check my bag.
You would have left.
Check my bag. Check my bag.
You are going to go to jail. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Come on, let's go.
No, do it right here.
Let's go.
Give me the record, do it right here. I just come in, I don't drink, no nothing. I stay on the front door. Say, what happened? You just try to take my picture.
I get that. You're in public. Anybody can take your picture.
What does that mean? Picture for what?
I don't know.
I take something in the store?
She never said that, did she?
She never said that. Why? She never said that. You said, tell you take me and done? Okay, check my bag. You don't understand?
All right, you want
check
to
my
back
bag.
there? Get your bag.
Okay.
I really don't know what's up with some of these women. You go in these people's establishment, cut up, disrespect everybody in there, including customers and the staff. Then you want to play the victim when the police show up and politely to ask you to get your ass out these people's store. The jokes write themselves, bro.
No. Like, straight edge, bro. I don't smoke. I don't do any of that shit.
You got the eye flight right now, man.
Not flight, nigga.
What the who say you got the nigga playing?
My bad. It slipped out. My bad. No, flight. I mean, like, I don't like flight like that.
Alright, I'm out of here, y'all. You know, I used to watch Cash Nasty a lot back in the day, especially when he used to do his like 1v1s versus Flight, and Flight ain't never, ever improved in basketball. I don't know how you've been paying all this money for expensive trainers, work with lethal shooter, and you still suck. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just really happy that after 14 long, hard years of riding LeBron, my boy Cash finally got to meet this man in person, bro. That was some real shit for me. I like that, because he was the biggest LeBron sexual ever.
Just gonna walk by me in the club and look at my chain and say to you, number one, Alibaba. Number two, you're showing this like it's been for 6 months. Riddle me that. If you see this,
you know, for you to just give unsolicited statement, comment, or anything about what someone else that you don't even know has on, man, says a lot about you. Real talk, Timo. But I bet you any amount of money, everything he said about that wig, that weed, whatever he said is true. A lot of my nephews that hit me up say they didn't order that pineapple vintage. I done told you, now. Let me tell you something. Hey, you ain't gotta be looking for nobody, nephew. The limits, they coming to you, boy. Now everybody coming to you. It's gonna be one of them, sir. What do you have on? Like, just like, imagine walking in the building, sir. That's all you hear. Sir, excuse me, what you got on? Go on, baby. I got me a ball in there. You already got me a little ball. Yeah, we good. So go on now, chill. Chill, baby. For real, what is it? Pineapple vintage intent. So if you haven't been to parfumevintage.com, something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you, man. What are you wearing if you ain't wearing something like this or better?
Pineapple vintage intense. Okay.
Man, what you got on, bro? You smell like broke compared to this. Pineapple vintage intent. You better get you some. You better get you some. God, no. Man, I gotta give me another ball. Man, you gotta have more than one ball of this. Maybe boy, hey, now. Let me tell y'all something, young fellas. See, all the older dudes, they know this already. And they put me on game when I was young. See that cologne? That's gonna get you, that's gonna open up a lot of doors for you, bro. That cologne will get you in there, boy. I ain't lying. Women love a good smelling man.
I lived off a generator. I had no electricity. I lived off a generator for 7 years. See what she had to go through? It took me years.
That is hunger that the league has not seen in years. What you mean you lived off a generator? Now you're the third pick. Touching Ace Bailey and him is insane. Ace Bailey wants to go to a team that he knows he's going to be the star. BJ Edgecombe has no doubt in his mind that he's going to become a star anywhere that he goes because he's doing it for his mom. You can't compete against that. That is hunger that you can't compete against.
Say, bro, you know what crazy though? NBA is not gonna be a bunch of struggling black dudes come from a single mother.
Hey, Brandon, what's going on? Tomorrow sometime. That sounds amazing. I just need to check my recap. Hold on a second. Oh, you got it already. Let's do it. Oh, that's gonna go on this week's check. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's a good start for next week. That's what's up. Hey, are we gonna be running over the holiday? We got something lined up, right? Yeah, run me. I ain't got shit. Alright, bye. Thank you.
The household. Nope. It's gonna be those all-star NBA players or just regular NBA players that married white women. They got some money. Their sons love the game because they saw their daddy playing the game since they was little, and they got resources and networks.
My husband's black. Surprise! You guys didn't know it's black. When I describe my husband to a stranger, it's just not on my list. Being like, oh yeah, he's also black. Like, it's just not on my list. If you want to see a photo of him, you can probably piece things together on your own. Like, oh, my husband's black. Surprise! I have never said that about him. But today, it's crucial to the story. My husband has a very specific hairbrush for his specific hair type. I have a specific hairbrush for my specific hair type. We do not have the same brushes until I do a slick back bun. And then I have the same kind of hairbrush that my husband uses on a daily basis. But I have my own of it because why would I use my husband's hairbrush? He got some dandruff, okay? Not to out him, but he got some dandruff. And it's not like the normal dandruff. It's the one that you gotta go to a dermatologist for, okay? I'm not trying to have that in my slick back. 2, he also uses gel and a grease that I don't want in my hair. Okay? Okay, I'm glad we can come to this consensus. So I having fun though.
Said, bro, you know, this video made me realize that, like, if you're a black man dating a woman that's white or any other ethnicity, it's gonna be a whole lot of things you gotta get accustomed to. And I ain't never had to worry about that because I always dated black women, so you know, I got sisters, I know what that comes with. I didn't know that there was a specific brush that you could, I guess, because the texture of the hair is different.
And I can't stand when you in a talking phase and a nigga try to test you. They be like, oh yeah, you know, I ain't hit you up all week because I wanted to see if you care. I wanted to see if you was gonna hit me back first. What? The moment that you tell me that you playing mental gymnastics, the moment that you playing me like we playing chess, baby, cut off. We too grown for that. If you're gonna know how I feel about you, just ask me. I have no reason to lie to you. Either I like you or I don't.
Planning mental gymnastics and stuff like that. You know what another one is that y'all be doing that's crazy? Shooting yourself in the foot, blocking yourself from the coochie. What you bring to the table? What you bring to the table? Soon as you say bring to the table to a woman, dog, and she ain't really got like high interest in you, dog, that's coochie repellent, man. That's Virginia repellent.
Y'all know I live a private life, but I want to publicly apologize to my lady Sierra for any embarrassment I may have caused you in the past three months with my name coming up in a negative narrative. I just want to let you know that your feelings matter. I don't give a fuck about y'all. Y'all can never be her. This is the lady I have the utmost respect to. This is the lady that brought me my first camera, so without her, it'll be no thing about it in Chicago. I see my name keep coming up in bullshit. Some of the shit may be true, some of the shit may not be true, but it's not who I am today as a man. It's my past, and you know they say a past haunts you, and which it has been. I was a young nigga getting money at the time. Me and I was on and off. I was doing what I was doing, getting my rocks off. Now that my head on is focused in my relationship, they come everybody mentioning my name. I don't give a fuck. Y'all, I'm sorry, Sierra. Like I say, any embarrassment I may have caused you. Everybody don't fuck for me. Everybody that do.
I'ma assume this means he's cheating, which probably ain't the case, but I know black men don't cheat. But listen, this is one thing I want to see. Real talk. Fellas, when have you ever been in a situation and a woman let you get the last laugh? Let you get the last word? Let you win an argument that you clearly are winning, but you know they never be quiet. So when you cheat on her, what make you think she's gonna all of a sudden be like, yeah, he won? What make you think she gonna cheat back, dog? It is what it is, dog. You gotta understand that, man.
Let's be clear, cuz look. Y'all know we go to the gym. Y'all so like put my old lady up like this, you know what I'm saying? Look how I look. But bro, we go to the gym 5-6 times a week just to get put down. Cause we not fighting. I would never understand why it's always an intimidation thing. Just because I go to the gym, I take care of myself. This thing, I get so many. It's a specific group of people that just think, oh, you think you just fall. Well, I don't even know who you are. It's a problem. But who's saying just because we lift weights, we don't partake in those activities either? What you mean? That didn't make sense.
You know what's interesting? Everything he just said is facts. Just because somebody's strong don't mean that they not on the same type of time as you. You might be thinking, oh, he's swole, I'm gonna have to hit him with that iron. He already thinking that's how you thinking, and he gonna hit you with the iron before you get a chance to get to it. It's that simple, bro.
Let's go! Nigga patted back, he fought both thumbs, took off his head, he got hit with a shotgun, spin on the op like a merry-go-round. My trap out jump like you. Y'all ain't proud tonight, they put Dolph in the ground. He a legend up in heaven now. Dog jumping that body, he came up a king, bitch going to the left. I'm living my dream, I'm cooking the bones, so these bake oven. Now I'm up, nigga, these bacon blueberry muffins, don't look at my wave, it's feeling your ride. Your heart ain't right, let's give it this guy, don't trust no man, this girl a facade up. Got power, I never get tired. Free you know I'm shy. What corners for nobody to like me? I'm running back here when he play for the Panthers. Boom game strong when I cut Ray out. Making on bitches like Stick Rick Daddy might pull up clean the drop top can. I'm gonna spin like fire with a dragon. My girl a princess, I feel like Aladdin. It's not 2K. You wanna catch me lagging every time I trip set a trend that's fast. I'll beat the pussy with a passion. Make an op moonwalk just like Michael Jackson. Jump in, sing Tony Braxton. I'm in my bag, this cash me a pass. You don't gotta ask me. Fall on the head like Anthony Davis. Mind your own biscuits and life will be great. What's like a seal? Niggas play with me, I'm going to this grill. Baby, boom, I caught me a body. Tyreek Hill. I'm good, I come from South 6, Trent. Pulled up and caught me a business. My bottom dropping out. Off the Winfrey. House by production. You know that I'm thugging. LYC I'm loving it. Ain't nobody loving it. I don't give a fuck. I'm a hood nigga. I'ma die right here in the hood, nigga. Couldn't catch me. Run, baby. You can't catch up with me.
That's it, bro. Listen, if you're not from the South or you used to listening to rappers from the South, you might have missed what he said, bro. The boy said, this ain't 2K, I ain't never lagging. This man said the trap jumping like Duke Zion. Y'all remember how Zion was dunking when he was at Duke, bro? Come on, bro. The man said, I'm the gingerbread man, you can't catch me.
No more records from me that are also not around anymore. Bingo. Diamond, 5-time platinum, 4-time platinum, gold artist. I've seen it since 1997. Gone. I'm still here. From whatever you painted the picture to be, to me to being a hype man, or he wasn't the best rapper, or he just started to get whatever you want to narrative you want to paint. You still got to listen to me talking to you right now in 2025. What I did for Nas probably never been done for him in his life. He's never been that viral at all, ever. Ever. He's never been talked about like this ever in his life.
Now, has Nas
you did the last time he was in some shit like this when people were comparing him and Jay was beating on. You heard? You did? Like, and I don't want to talk about other people's career, but let's just get to the semantics of it.
Since I don't know Nas. Okay.
No, I don't know Nas to have a conversation with him. You don't have a conversation, you can have too much shit like that. You dig? Like, I don't really care.
One thing I did see you do, I've seen you do this in Say Less. I've seen you do this in the studio. You'll pull out the 100K and say, who won it? It's up. Who want to go?
100%. I ain't got 100 on me now. I got like 40, 50 on me.
Let's go.
It's right there. Right now, nigga. Right now.
The real person.
Right now. It ain't a money thing, but this is here. You heard? If you want to get busy, is the money on the line. Any one of y'all for my era. And before my era. You know? I started in 2003. Let's not forget.
Jim Jones, you can't beat Nas at nothing, dog, except working out and running your mouth, man. You can't out-rap him. If you booked the concert right now, you wouldn't do the numbers he could do. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure that Nas got a core audience right now. If he announced he was on tour, niggas is going, bro. Ain't nobody going to no Jim Jones concert, bro. Hey, bro, look, show y'all something real quick, man. This shit crazy. Jim Jones has 860,000 monthly Spotify listeners. Nas has 9.2 million. Shut your ass up, Jim. Shit. God damn. And you talking about people are only talking about Nas because of you right now. Nas one of them dudes who left the game gracefully. He ain't going out sad like you, bro. He acting his age. He's mature. He's worried about bigger and better things, bro. He's living life. He ain't worried about the camera. That's what's wrong with you, nigga.
You say you like Dallas. You got Dallas.
I love Dallas. Hey, what's his name, man? Shane. Yeah, Shane. This one I got broke into Dallas. I love Dallas, Texas. When they moved the Ricky Smiley Morning Show to Dallas, Texas, that's one of the greatest cities in the United States of America. Dallas, Texas. I love the Mavs. I was at the game with y'all when the Heat came.
and played the mask. Looked like you waved at us, but I don't know, looking at us, whatever. But we were just happy to see because y'all won that person, bro. I think that person. Oh, did y'all come to California? No, no. Okay. Came to California. Broke out at the bowling alley. I talked about it on the show before. But, you know, Dallas and Fort Worth, they be beefing. I'm just figuring that out now. Yeah. Just like you have Raleigh versus New England, Birmingham versus Bessemer. You got all these rivals. So the dude that was in a motorcycle accident, he was in a wheelchair, but he used to sell dope. But now he had a motorcycle accident, now he's in a wheelchair, but he had the same temper as if his legs were still working. So everybody knows somebody's in a wheelchair. So, that's great. You know somebody's in a wheelchair? Yeah, but everybody that's in a wheelchair, they always roll with somebody. And we're just gonna say they got a pickup man. They have to get in and out of the wheelchair because everybody's cars don't have the fancy stuff. So he got to arguing with a dude that got legs. He said, hey man, keep talking and I start done. This is what the dude in the wheelchair said. The other dude said he got legs, so we're gonna call him full body. We're gonna call the dude in the wheelchair half body, because only half his body works. So he said, hey man, so I slapped. He said, you know, dude. He took his home and said, hey man, pick me up and put me in that face. So he got him up on the arms and he lifted him up. He put him in the dude's face and he slapped him out of full body. So full body slapped it back. So they fighting, they going back and forth. Half body said, hey, hold on. He told the homeboy, goddamn, you can't move me around. That's the first time I ran out of bowling down there. I think I was between two cars and pulled myself up on the F-150 man and laughed till I cried, bro. That was like working it out.
Got me to do that.
You can't move me around, you crazy.
That really happened.
So in your comment special, you said you had ADHD.
Oh yeah.
And you saw a lot of people that talk about it. So my question is, how do you get through your show 3-4 hours if you have ADHD?
Trying to get the radio show?
Radio show, your show.
Well, the radio show is so structured. So it runs by the hour. It's a clock. Basically, the radio show is a clock, so it runs by the hour. But the comedy show, by having ADHD, because a lot of and if you have ADHD, I have ADHD. They didn't have medicine for it when we was growing up. When we had ADHD, it was like, hey, go to the water fountain, come back. That was it.
No, crazy. I thought that only happened to me.
No. Yeah, go to the water fountain, come right back. That was your Adderall.
Yeah.
And so you go to the water fountain, that break it up for you. You stand there, you look at the ceiling. You come again, now you can focus. You good for another 20, 30 minutes. Yeah, that's how I went.
Yeah. That's crazy.
You know, I had ADHD, man. Back then, before you started passing class, you was stuck in one classroom in elementary school.
The whole time.
The whole
6
time.
hours.
Lunch was at 11 o'clock, bruh. My God.
One law firm, Klein Inspector, has obtained the most big verdicts of any Pennsylvania firm. So, if a defective product, motor vehicle...
Lunch was at 11 o'clock, bruh. My God. Yeah.
I do like the idea of a trip to the water fountain replacing Ritalin. You know, it's just like, hey, go drink water and calm down for a second.
Man, people be talking to me. You know how it is now, Shaq. You meet so many people. And when they get to talking to you now one thing, white people like, hey, how are you? They shake your hand, they keep moving. Black people got to tell you their whole life. So, yeah, I'm going to make you know me. I remember you back when you was, man, your brain go to commercial. They be talking to your brain, be talking about, B-Moon, E-Moon.
99% of the time someone says hi to Shaq, they go, you're not going to remember this, but 4 years ago, like 99% of the time.
I was sitting on the 15th row when y'all played against the Chicago Bulls, and they will make sure you remember them. Trying to like, man, I don't quite
You know what I always do? I was like, yeah, I remember you. How you doing? Like, I always just get to it. I always get, I mean, because if you say, no, I don't remember you, then they're going to go into the second part of the story. Oh, yeah, I remember. Oh, what's up, dog? Yeah.
I need to start doing that.
Yeah, just,
they're going to spend some old ladies. And then people been getting catfish. Everybody that's watching this podcast, y'all know it's about getting catfish because a lot of older women think that they're in a relationship with me. And right on break, it's the weirdest stuff. So older, they show up at my comedy show thinking that we finna take it back to the house. Like they like serious.
Oh, so somebody's been catfishing them, your face.
Thinking that they talking to me because they listen to the radio every morning. Now I'm getting ladies in they 70s showing up at my comedy shows with 3-inch kitty heels on and black stockings. Thinking we in a slip. Thinking we.
Have you ever seen one that's fine?
Not the ones that been catfished. They be getting the ones that got.
They be putting on their little wigs for you.
Yeah, they had their little wig on. They be dressed for Women's Day out of church. And they come with their little bag, like when I be having the Ricky Smiley birthday beach blowout event or whatever, they'll show up and they be going on. And in the lobby thinking I'm supposed to be in the room with him, he's left me a key. And then they be sending Ricky Smiley money. Oh yeah. Yeah, they be sending money. I'm like, man, I ain't hit you up $600. Always $600. So
you know that remind me of?
What?
Eartha Kitt, Eddie Murphy. Ricky.
Right. Yeah.
Don't have any panties on, Ricky.
I see you walking down the red carpet with a lady with some black stockings and some white 3-inch kitty heels on. You know somebody been catfished.
That's crazy. The NBA Finals are here. The stage is set. The stakes are sky high, and every shot can be the difference between glory and heartbreak. There's still time to get in on the action. My partner, DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's the deal. New customers can bet just $5. If your bet wins, you'll score $300 in bonus bets. That's right. Pick your side, place your bet, and get ready to cash in. Download the DraftKings app now and sign up using code BIGPOD. The crown is yours. Stay in on the action. Use your $300 in bonus bets with DraftKings same game parlays for a shot at an even bigger payout. Love the thrill of live betting? DraftKings has got you covered. Bet live on Improx right as it happens, making watching the game that much more exciting. If sports betting is not available in your state, don't worry. You can still join in on all the fun with DraftKings Big Six and have the shot at cash prizes. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. New customers use my promo code BIGPOD and bet just $5 on any wager and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's promo code BIGPOD only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 250 years of tequila making tradition is in the face. Luna Azul Tequila is a celebration that comes full circle. From the fields of Jalisco to your glass, experience your authentic taste of 100% Blue River Agave tequila that's crafted with pride for what's inside it. And made for moments that shine true. Those who know look to Luna Azul Tequila. Bardstown, Kentucky. 40% alcohol by volume. Think wisely, drink wisely. Luna Azul Tequila.
Shaq, when you finally tried it,
morning, Megalopolisville. Today is a regular day in our city because once again our routine is hit by yet another fantastic event that will change the existence as a whole forever and ever. Again, this morning an incredible discovery during evacuations at the border of the city defies our knowledge about the evolution of the whole human species. Did we really come from the monkey? Or is it possible that we evolved from something more frighteningly different? That's what the museum experts are trying to unravel now that the true missing link was actually found.
Is everything okay, Jesse?
Yes, I think so. No, there's something weird about this missing.
Certainly does. Around 10,000 years ago, some animal had sex with someone who wasn't supposed to, and that skull ended up coming out of one of those two, which obviously was not cool for either of them. Look at its shape. It's like a watermelon made out of a Lego coming out of you.
No, not that.
You are so rabbit. If you think you finna tell me what the to do, no, you not finna tell me what the to do.
I hate being married. I long for the day to be single again. The only thing that's causing me to stay and stick it out is because I've been a housewife for 10 years. And to get back out there in the workforce with a mental illness.
So this guy say, I enjoyed your time. I hope you're not mad at me. What do y'all beat you? Yeah. Nah. So what? I'm having don't lie or break your glass.
Welcome back to Unfiltered. Today we're taking a look at wives having meltdowns after getting caught cheating. Starting with a woman getting busy in the backseat of her car right as the repo man pulls up to take it away.
Damn! That shit is crazy.
That's gotta be super embarrassing. Next, we've got a man catching his girlfriend stepping out of the shower with another man.
He's cracking that ass.
Nossa, o que foi, velho?
Gente, não é nada disso não, então tava ali, né? Aí.
O que foi, velho?
Ele gosta de mim, mas eu não fico nem com ele, não tenho nada com ele. Mas ele gosta de mim.
Damn. You can see the sadness in his eyes. Then there's this guy sharing his story.
Whoa, it's a beautiful day to do these reactions, man. Like it before you light it, bro. For real.
See, I can't play this on YouTube, son. YouTube be tripping. The link is in the comments, bro.
What's up with these women filming themselves trying to catch a body, bro? Like they are mentally ill, man. I don't understand it. Yo, I've been posting a lot of these videos this week, bro. There's no shortage of videos like this. They the real hitters. They trying to make us look like we the most dangerous ones, man. These women will unalive. Y'all stay safe.
If you had to sleep with two people with a combined age of 25, what age is y'all choosing?
A 5-year-old who was born
Mine
on
is
the
5 and
29th
30.
Pregnant
25-year-old pregnant woman.
6 and 7. Keep the change.
The 24-year-old. When you get older, do old people become a attractive to you? Like when I'm 70, are 70-year-old women gonna look hot? This is a real concern of mine.
You had little girlfriends in elementary school. Do you still find elementary schoolers attractive now?
You don't want me to answer that.
You know, people that joke like this, I don't even want to be associated with them. It's kind of like back in the day, bro. I used to hear dudes real life say shit like this. That little girl gonna be fine when she get older. Nigga, watch every little girl around a nigga like that, bro. Dead ass serious.
That's crazy.
A secret vampire is about to inherit a legendary weapon. Quinn is more powerful than everyone at his school, but for now, he's just a
dead ass serious. Bro, the whole time I'm watching this video, I just can't help but remembering my mama bought a house out there in St. Charles Parish, Louisiana, and her neighbor dog was the victim of a bird of prey. It is what it is, and I don't know. I just felt like something was gonna swoop down and grab that dog, bro.
Gotta pass time, just let the shit play.
You know, they say men be hatfishing and shit like that. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool, but isn't a wig something that go over your head just like a hat? And this ain't her hair. It don't really reveal the real person, and she's hiding her face. I say, you know, isn't this a form of hat fishing on some real shit?
What's the status of things with Ross and Drake?
Homeless. Yes.
Hold it.
Touchdown. I'll be right back. I got a double park in my car outside.
You double parked. Okay. Where's he going?
I think he left.
What's the status of things with Ross?
Hey man, I'm pretty sure French Montana probably told her or her team, don't bring up this situation. If so, the shit not gonna go the way you want it to go. But for her to be like sitting there and not realizing he's planning his exit, shit a little slow. That man got up out of there, boy. What did he say?
I just told the lady in the gas station, and she said she knows. She's calling the cops.
The cops are on their way?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Hi.
You know that this is really dangerous, right?
What are you doing, dude?
You know that this is really not safe. You're gonna cause a big accident. Seriously.
Dude.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that?
If somebody throws a lit down, matching here, it's gonna blow.
You'll blow, right?
He's just gonna drive on. Look at his
Oh my God. What is he doing? Dude. Wow. Look at that. Are you serious?
Unbelievable. I mean,
Where does he think he's going?
I have no idea.
How is he going to that? No, he didn't! No, he didn't!
Some people really lack common sense. I mean, they don't have it at all. Not even a shred of it. A completely smooth brain. That's what that man got, because that's dangerous as hell.
Keep your dog at home or keep him on a leash.
Hey, relax. Are you crazy, lady? You're gonna be famous now.
You hate your dog. Her dog almost hit me and she walked away and laughed.
Look at the little doggy. I'd rather make her famous.
Hey! Your dog is big from here. You know, here. You know.
Hey, you gotta kick her out. She's throwing things to everybody right now.
Y'all shouldn't even have dogs in here.
Still, are you guys okay? Is she throwing stuff? Yeah. Yeah, she's throwing things. She's throwing some things over here. Yeah, you're making me money now.
Hey!
Yeah, you're making me money now.
Bro, I'm in 100% agreement with her. I was at the coffee shop the other day, and this dog came in with him, and the dog was stank as hell. First of all, why would you bring a filthy dog into this place? The dog smelled like he took a bath in however long, but the dog sneezed on me, and I had on some shorts, bro. And I had a little patience that day. I ain't even tell the dude nothing. But then the dog growled at me, and I was like, bro, get your dog before I kick the shit out of it, man, for real, bro. And he gonna be like, oh my God. I'm like, nah, get your dog, bro.
Our home servers are afraid of us, y'all. They don't even want to come to the table no more.
Nobody wants to wait on black people at restaurants. I'm going to tell you that is the real key, and I will tell you why. As somebody that was a black server all throughout college, number one, when you wait on black people, they are always on this extra stuff. Everything is so extra. They come in there with their noses turned up at you because they think that they're about to pay for a service, and they think that they're the Queen of Sheba or Beyonce or I don't know who they think they are. But when they come in there, there's always an attitude. They want extra stuff. They want to run around. They want water with lemon. They want this. They want that. Oh, my silverware is dirty. Oh, this. Oh, and then they want to eat 85% of the meal, but then say, oh, this wasn't cooked right. And want to get a whole other meal, and then also to get the entire thing comped. They do so much extra stuff. And when you are black, it doesn't matter because they will treat you even worse because now they think that they are so familiar with you. And I would try to be so nice. I would try to be so extra special for these black people. I will never forget it in my life. I was waiting at the TGI Fridays at Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio, in between semesters during college. This group of black people, about 10 of them, ran me ragged, ran up a $250 bill, and left me a $3 tip. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. I have never been treated as horribly from whites or others in the restaurant industry as I have been treated by black people. This is why nobody wants to wait on you. Black people, white people, whatever. Nobody wants to deal with you.
Say, dog, I know people gotta hate waiting on my mom and like my aunties. They gonna need extra everything. My mama, she not rude, but she has a way she comes off sometimes, and it's like, nah, I'm straight on that. But as someone who bartended and waited tables for a long time, I started back in 2008, and then the last time I did it was probably 2020. I'm sorry, bro. I would not want to wait on us. I'm just saying, bro. I love my people, dog. Just not when I'm at work in these restaurants. I love y'all. I swear to God, I do.
What's your body count?
Body count?
Yeah.
What's that? You mean the BMI?
No, body count. Like how many chicks you tussled with?
I would say more than 200.
Really?
I've been alive. Over the past 44 years of my life.
You hit 200, yeah? Come on.
Yeah, all different nationalities.
Yeah.
Different racial group.
Yeah.
Different ethnic origins.
Yeah.
Chinese, Japanese, Korean, British, Eastern European,
Yeah.
American, Australian, New Zealander.
Yeah.
What's the other one called? Russian.
Russian?
Russian, yeah.
Yeah.
Russian. Belarus.
Yeah.
Belarus. Canadian.
Is that just going to the other countries or do you hit them all in English?
Not all in the UK. Across more than 11 different countries.
So he's a little Casanova, yeah?
I'm not Casanova, but some of them I pay for it.
Are you paying for it? Okay, alright.
Focus.
Oh, that don't count then?
That doesn't count?
Nah.
I mean, the one that comes natural without paying money for it?
Yeah.
Or it's not up to 200 then? It's only like...
2.
30 something?
30 something?
Under, below 45.
Yeah.
Below 45. Over a period of years or 7 years.
Yeah, you had enough, you retired.
Oh, you don't know, no, I'm still going.
Still going, yeah? Keep it up, yeah?
Until the final day of my life.
Yeah, good man.
Until I reach the final breath.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll stop.
Yeah, try and double up your numbers this year, yeah?
If you could help me.
See you later. Well,
My dog girl said 200 bodies, all ethnicities, all nationalities.
Cracking all. You don't know who you dealing with sometimes.
Hey, listen, bro. That's one of the perks of being a man. Nobody's gonna judge him for that, man. You better not fix your lips to say that as no woman do. I don't care. I don't make the rules. That's just how they go. Damn, he tricked Lee for real.
Tricked Lee.
He was tricking to get that coochie.
It's wait till the kids go to school. Let them kids get on the goddamn school bus before you bring your man out here trying to sell. Now don't you all do that now another morning.
How you doing? Oh, my Minnesota. Got 6 hours left in my day. I'm at the edge of PA in Ohio. About to stop, take a break, get some fuel, something to snack on. I have me a nice Whopper for breakfast. You understand me, boy? I feel good today. Good. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. How you doing, huh? You been filling out the apps? Nice. Any callbacks? Any interviews? Yeah, don't forget to follow up, man. Don't forget to follow up. You're wasting time over there. They already told you what it was. Well, you need money to move, bro. You need money to move. You need double. You still got to pay the rent where you're at and be able to move with probably first and last month's security deposit and rent. So, I mean, I don't think that's the move. I think the move is get the job, stack it up, stay where you're at until you can move and have a place to move. You're thinking about making moves with no income. Like that's not a wise decision, bro. Out the way, and I'm out the way. Like a place like I go, I got a P.O. box, and I use which reminds me, I got a fucking P.O. box. I got a place where they can collect packages, like Lehigh Valley mailbox. Yeah, mailbox spot where they'll take your UPS, they'll collect your UPS packages for you and pick them up at your convenience. Like shit like that is real helpful. That might work for you too. And then you probably get your mail and your packages all to come to that place, so you don't have to worry about them. You can get them, business hours, whenever you get a chance. Yeah, there's always a way around, man. Like that's a good solution right there. That's good. You got the business tablet, but you got to branch out a little more, man. You gotta secure you some much needed funds, some employment funds. No time. got this, man. You just gotta keep your head up. This is a rough time, like, yeah, because if you don't secure it before, you know, the funds run out, because you're on the time frame. You don't secure it by then, it's going to get super tough. You don't want to play the game all hard. Yeah, don't be changing the settings now. Right now, you got it on normal settings, bro. Don't change that shit to hard. Change that shit to extreme. No, don't do it. Nobody wants to play on that one. Fuck that. We've been there. Not go back there. So what's the plans for the day, man? What you got going on, man? It's 4 o'clock. What's cracking? That's what's up. You ain't thinking about working in a warehouse or nothing? Man, listen. You're gonna have to just be uncomfortable and do what you need to do. I'm telling you. You know how many years I've been doing uncomfortable shit just to go to work in a place I don't fucking feel like it? No, that's not the goal. The goal is to do what you need to do to get what you need to get done to get out of that situation. Because right now your situation is what it is. You have to accept it for what it is and move accordingly. I know you want different, but you ain't in the position for different. You're in the position to get what you can get and position yourself for different. Because if you're not prepared for when the opportunity comes, it's not an opportunity. It's a dream. I hope you do it, man. I really do, man. I'm rooting for you. Man, I was out there flipping pallets with dead meat on it, yo. It's like, I didn't want to do that shit. But fuck it. Listen, I want to get paid. Like, yo. It's what it is. I have to be up early, work that job, come home, take a nap, go to the second one, work at night, drink some Monster Energy drinks and go right to the 1 in the morning, go to sleep, wake up, do it again for months. I ain't like it. You don't gotta like it. Liking it has nothing to do with it. Get done, buddy. You got this, yo. Grab something, man. I'm telling you. It's better to be doing something than not having nothing when yeah, because you don't have nothing to do. You're not doing nothing. You're collecting unemployment. You're not sitting around. You know, you're here. You're there. You're not doing anything. Men can't do that. You can't do that. It's not conducive to a good mental health. You gotta be busy. You know what I mean? No matter what you're doing, you gotta be doing something for at least half the day. Yeah. Shit, even if it's a part-time joint, unloading trucks or something, yo, that's always a good hustle, yo. Go longer. They're always hiring for that shit, yo, because that shit turn over mad fast. Not to mention, you turn that shit, you get paid to work out. That has nothing to do with work, man. You gotta leave that alone. You gotta keep leaving it alone, man. You fall back into it because you don't got nowhere else to go. getting into your head again, yo. You can't even be on that shit. The only thing that's gonna happen is you're gonna be out here with nothing. I'm telling you, yo, shit happens fast, bro. Fast. Ain't no bouncing. Like, it's gonna be harder to bounce back from there than it is from where you're at right now. Like, yo, I implore you to put some fucking fire under your ass and get shit started. I implore you, bro. I'm rooting for you, but I can't help you like that. Like, you get yourself into a fucking pickle, man. You on your own, yo. You're grown. You gotta figure this shit out. Can't nobody float you. There's nowhere for you to stay. There's no food in the kitchen because there's no kitchen. You understand what I'm saying? and listen, you don't got no job. You ain't coming out here with me. It's not happening. Like, yo, you have to be on this shit. You gotta get to it. And your time is ticking. Like, you're on unemployment. That shit goes fast, bro. You gotta make smart moves, man. You really have to get your thinking together, yo. And that's really all it is, yo. You get your thinking right, you're gonna be straight, man. But your thinking gotta match your movements. Leave them girls where they at, man. You gotta get yourself together, man. We talked about this. The goal is the farm. What you think? You gonna have a farm and not be up every single morning at the crack of dawn doing what you need to do? But you need to be up every morning at the crack of dawn doing the shit you need to do to get the farm. You're not even ready for that because you're not doing the normal shit to get a regular job to even get the farm. You gotta get the baseline down. You need. Man, how many applications you fill out a day? That's one a day. You need to be doing 6 a day. Your situation is different, man. You're in your 30s. You're a felon. You're on unemployment. You got an apartment. You got a car. You have resources. But you're on a time frame. That shit ain't gonna last forever. Unless you got someone that's gonna supplement your income in the next few months, you need to be putting in 6 a day. You need to be knocking on doors. You need to be showing up. You need to be down at the unemployment center. You need to be listen, you need to be everywhere. You need to be at the job placement centers. You can even go to the agencies. Like today, before 6 o'clock, you should have hit at least one and put your information down. Just to be on the list for someone to call you, please, and get off of unemployment. Like, straight up. Like, just do that. Like, ASAP. Like, it's cool you got the business joint going, but if there ain't no business, you don't got no business. If you ain't cutting no grass, there ain't no business. And all you're gonna do is spiral lower and lower because things ain't moving like you want them to move. And that's just gonna make you depressed. Yeah, and your energy's off. So how you gonna talk to customers if your energy's off? You sound needy. You sound like I have to have this. You know what I'm saying? You sound desperate. You can't be desperate when you're out here looking for work. It's gotta be like, shit, listen, things is going great for me. You have to have that shit in your voice. That shit gotta be there should be background music playing when you're talking. Like everything is all right. You know what I'm saying? People need to have that feeling. You know what I'm saying? If they sense you feel desperate, they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. No one wants to be around that. Remember what Cam said, listen. As long as you're winning, people move mountains for you. Once they sense that you ain't doing the shit that you need to do that benefits other people too, let's have it. That parking spot, someone might have parked in it today. That employee in the parking spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you really gotta keep it up. And that means you gotta keep your mentals up, man. But I advise you, go to the gym, get a workout in. If you ain't sitting here filling out applications and doing, you should be at the gym working out and doing something like that, something productive. Because you need to get your serotonin up. You need to get your cortisol up a little bit. Yeah, it's gonna get worse. Yep, it's gonna get worse. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Gotta get it, man. Gotta get it. Gosh, bro, listen, I love you, man. I'm gonna root for you, though. I'm not gonna do it for you. No one's gonna do it for me. I gotta be out here moving. Yeah, yeah. It's always all dolo shit. It was dolo during the marriage. Ain't nobody helping me do shit. It wasn't helping me pay bills or nothing. I just had people around. It was just there. I was sponsored niggas. Really what it was. Now I sit here thinking about it. I just was like, yo, let me put these shackles on real quick and try to do this shit. I guess I tell you what, made me strong. If nothing else. Broken strong, but shit, now, listen, yo, you gotta go through it. This is it, that's all it is. You're just going through it. It's just growing pains. You gotta grow, baby. You're growing. You're growing. Yeah, you sound out of it, man. You need to go run a lap, take a walk. Your energy levels up, man. You know. Can't be sucking my energy off. I got a lot of driving to go. I'm trying to light the fire for you. Well, tell me what you're gonna do today then. What you got to do? You got a lot of day left. What's going on? What you gonna do? No, not at all. Yeah, but what are you going to do today to help you besides seeing your daughters? That's it? Nothing else? No gym, no hoops, no nothing? Oh, it's raining down there. Oh, so you can go online to USPS and you can hold it at the post office. You can put a do not deliver on your mail. So go online to the USPS and put your information in there and put a hold on your mail. You don't gotta ask nobody. You just do it yourself. Yeah, put a do not deliver, and then show them. They have to hold it. They cannot not deliver you your mail. just hit Ohio. Man, these are little things that are bothering you because you don't got nothing big going on. Because I'm telling you, once you go to work, that shit ain't gonna be nothing. They'll be like, let me pay for these people to hold my mail, and then I'm doing my thing. You ain't never even gonna be home. You come home at the end of the night, you ain't gonna run into nothing. Like, yo, park around the corner by that school, whatever you need to do. Like, as soon as you get something going, all that shit, all that other little shit that's bothering you is gonna go out the window, man. Trust me. You're gonna have other problems to deal with. That's gonna be small shit. Right now, it's just annoying because, you know, it's like taking a walk in space. It ain't really that. It's not really a thing, but it's fucking annoying. But if the dog was chasing you, those mosquitoes, you would never notice. You got bigger problems right now. I'll let you go. I'm about to take my break in, and I'm about to real quick. And yo, come on, you got this. You got this. Love you, man. Man, I love my brother, man. But you gotta get to it. Let's go, baby. Root for you. It's your big ass moving, baby. Let's go fuel up. Drive 10 hours tomorrow. Drop off. Pick up. Let's take a break. Halfway mark, baby. Halfway.
Let's connect your favorites with our buy one get one half off deal. Choose from A to Z Oreo.
That's right.
10 minutes to go, baby. Alright. Slice. Let's write down this information. Slide to the side. Smallest piece of pizza. These bullshits. A little bit of garlic. Stop tonight. I'll eat some hamburger. No. Turkey burger. Let's figure out where am I stopping for tonight. 5 hours. Let's go. Can we make it to Gary? What we got? 5 hours and 48 minutes. We might be able to make it to Gary. If not, there are... Yeah, we might be able to make it over here. Let's see what we can do. What we got here? Yeah, it sounds like we're going to do alright. Alright. Right about 10 o'clock, we make it over there, yeah, buddy. I need to make a list of shit to get done, though. Let's see. I need to do... What was that? No, I don't even know. That's good. Alright, let's see. I need to... I can't think of this. I will need a driver when I get my new truck, when I get my second truck, but you got a couple years, so get your skills up. That's it. That's it. Make sure you float your ass until it's time to go. All right, 2 minutes. Get back to it 5, 10, 30-ish. No, we'll drop an hour. It's 9:30-ish.
You bring your man out here trying to sell. Now don't you all do that, man, another morning. Now I done roll up on it. Man, don't you go hold right here. Say, don't you all come out here selling in the morning till them kids get on off to school. Don't, no, I'm gonna start calling the police. I'm gonna start calling the police on how walking down this road selling to them. Well, okay, I'm gonna do it every goddamn morning then. You all waiting them kids get on the bus. Y'all doing that goddamn bad. And with them baby. You all ain't gonna sell. And wait till them babies get on that bus and get on to school. And look how them hoes looking. Don't nobody want that car. Disease is being sold over here. Ain't nobody buying that early in the morning but the goddamn Mexican construction workers. You all wrong. Start calling. You wait till them babies get to school. Before y'all bring that out here. Half-ass nigga. With your morning supermarket weeds on your goddamn head. Half-ass done. Just got that shit sitting up there looking crazy. Belly's hanging. Funky. Ass dirty. You ain't right. You hoes need some real life pimping. It seems like most of you hoes need some gorilla pimping. You don't need no nigga with no finesse game. You need a nigga to kick you square right off in your head. Every goddamn morning, you need a nigga kicking you square right off in your motherfucker.
Nah, I definitely agree with this because in New Orleans, there's a road called Chef Mentor Highway, and between Downman and let's just say Crowder, it's a hotbed for prostitutes, and I had to travel to bring my to school, and I remember my kids like, Daddy, why aren't they wearing any clothes? I'm just like, why? Y'all out here early in the morning when you know the kids gotta be at school. Y'all wrong. Y'all down bad.
What's your name? We had 3,000 public place. First in my company, the only thing I did was ask them these questions.
Yeah, it's the way you ask. It's that you.
I got it on record. I trust you. So you're telling me?
Yes, you're trespassing. Keep walking.
Hold on, can you get your hands off me? I'm walking.
Okay.
Get your hands off me. I'm walking. How many steps I need to take? What are you saying to me? I'm not in his office. I'm in the lobby right now.
No, you're not in the lobby.
I'm in the lobby right now.
This is not the lobby.
I'm in the lobby. You see the chairs right here?
This is not the lobby.
This is the lobby, sir. Notice, is this the lobby of your office?
Hey.
Sir, is this not the... Stop touching me. Stop touching me. Brother, is this not your lobby?
I answered your question already.
No, am I not in your lobby?
It's your office.
With the chair right here.
Let's go. Let's go.
Please stop touching me, man.
Okay, thank you. All right. So what?
Hey, sir, how are you going today?
Good.
That's to speak for me, doctor.
No, I believe the lady from City Hall at HR called you. All right. I was at City Hall speaking to procurement, Mr. Otis. In his office, was talking about a contract they have between the security guard at the front of City Hall and the City of Hollywood.
Security desk?
Yeah, security desk and the contract. Because the guy that was over it, Jamie Hernandez, is no longer there. And I had spoke to him before, and then I went on vacation, came back, and Mr. Otis was supposed to be getting me some information. He didn't. So I got the contract from Public Records, paid for it. Go to his office. Now I have the information. So I'm asking him about it, and I'm recording, of course, you know. He's swarming in his desk, swarming. Wave, push it now. He's swarming all over his desk, running from the camera. So I grabbed it and I turned and I said, "What are you doing?" Jumps up, runs out. I ain't gonna be recorded. I'm like, sir, it's my constitutional right to record my government in the course of their duties. I'm asking you about a contract with your security guy who was accosting me with his 9mm. And when I called his office, they were shocked that I had a video. You have video? And they wouldn't take my complaint. And then when I called back, they said, we looked into it, everything is fine. I'm like, no, that's not how this works. So I was speaking to him, and then 4 or 5 of your officers came in. First officer, professional, name, badge, number, everything. I explained to him what was going on, that Mr. Otis had never at one time asked me to leave his office. I had only asked him 2 questions. He jumped up and ran out of his office because I was filming it. That was his only issue, was that I was filming. And I'm telling him, I'm like, I'm in City Hall. I got invited into his office. And it's a crime. It's nothing you do, right?
Man, I just need me a little light altercation between me and a police officer. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to get slammed on the ground. Nothing like that. I just want to be inconvenienced enough so that I can get a lawsuit against the whole police department and just, I would pay off all debt that I have with this money. I just need me a little light lawsuit, bro. Nothing crazy. I ain't trying to get Rodney King or nothing like that, bro.
You know what? That's a lot of work to pump gas. That's a lot of work. Like, how are you even filming it right now? Like, that's gonna magically put a man by your side to help you pump gas. Yeah, thanks for the thirst trap.
When they tell an alcoholic not to drink while pregnant, but wine don't count.
Yeah, I can understand why you're pregnant now. And I'm under the assumption that, you know, you're supposed to have 1 little 6-ounce cup of red wine. I don't know what that was that you were drinking, but this is how you turn up. And it's just, it's crazy because you took to the internet and just was like, you know what? I'm gonna do this, drink some wine, show the whole world that I probably drink. And what I'm trying to say is that you just showed us a sip of some wine. We don't know what actually happens behind the scenes. You probably drinking half bottles, whole bottles for all I know. And this is crazy. Like, why are you just putting this on the internet like this? This does not make sense. So, I just hope that the kid is gonna be, kid come out all right is what we're hoping for. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
The other man blocked me because of a birthday gift. He messaged me and said, I would love to get you something for your birthday. What do you want? And I was like, no, it's okay. Like, I'm good. I don't need anything. It's fine. And he's like, no, really, I really want to get you something for your birthday. What do you want? And I was like, okay, a Cash App would be nice. He blocked me. You came to me and asked me what I wanted for my birthday. I declined you. I actually declined twice, but you insisted on getting me something for my birthday. So when I said I wanted money, you were like, blocked. I did not come to you asking you for money, sir. You came to me. Was I supposed to say I wanted you for my birthday? That's what it was. That's why he blocked me. Because I was supposed to say, I'd love to go on a date with you. That's the only thing that makes sense. Like, why would you come to me? Tell me you want to give me something for my birthday. And because it's not what you think I should have, I guess, you block me. I can't think this up.
Yeah, brother, you gotta take the L, bro. Like, you really gonna have to take the L. What were you even fishing for? All right, were you asking? You wanted her to say, "Yeah, I want some meat for my birthday." Like, the only technical, most common response is you gonna want some. She's gonna ask for some money, man. And even dudes like, "You got some money?" Like, that's like the up there top 5 choices for birthday gifts, bro. Like, what do you expect? Of course, that happened. And now you blocked it. Like, yeah, take the L, dude. Just take the L, man. This video should be just all about L's today.
man just approached me to get my number, and he was walking a doodle. And I'm like, I know you got a girlfriend at home, because what man owns a doodle? And he was like, me, I own a doodle. No, sir. No man owns a furry dog willingly. And he's like, I think you're being judgmental. And I'm like, I am.
Here we go. Let's go ahead and add hairy dogs to the list. We can't even have nice dogs. At one point in my life, I really wanted a wired hair fox terrier. Try saying that like 10 times in a row real quick. Wired hair fox terrier. I just wanted one. They look like nice dogs, but I mean, according to her, I can't have them.
Yeah. See, I ain't never put my relationship on the internet because the way y'all be dragging these people when they go through their problems, it's like, oh, I would hate to sit front row of my shit. Y'all gonna throw bull tomatoes at me.
Girl, you don't have to put your relationship on the internet because you didn't put two big old other things on the internet.
Men aren't really putting out effort. They're not putting out any type of effort like they used to.
Well, a lot of them have said the juice ain't worth the squeeze. I mean, I've literally had men say that verbatim in my comment section. People told me they're like, it's just not worth. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. The amount of effort that it requires to actually connect with these women no longer even. It's not worth this because we're not even. You do all this extra effort. You want us to do all these different things, and then half of y'all just want a dinner date. Half of y'all just want your food paid for because you can't afford your own food.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. It's just like modern day stuff is. It's too fast right now. Dating is more of convenience than it is the courtship. Let's be honest, man. These young people are dating in convenience, bro. They're not gonna date you. They'll date you, but as long as it's not involving money, right? Y'all got to do something that doesn't involve money. It has to be quick. And if you ain't smashing on the second date, y'all might not be dating. Okay. And then when you get a little older, the requirement for you to date these women that are a little bit older in their 30s and 40s, the list is so long. Like, why are these requirements this, and this? It was easier for your baby daddy back in the day when he hit you up with 2 kids. Why you putting all that? Why you putting this list together for me now?
Baby, I've been with my husband for over 8 years, and let me tell you something. If he say he don't want me going out, baby, I'm not going. If he say he don't like the outfit I got on, I'm changing it. If he say he don't trust somebody, then guess what? I don't trust him either. If he say jump off a bridge, oh baby, I ain't doing that. I say this to say, y'all call it control, I call it commitment. And baby, I love my man. I'ma stick beside him because he a good man. That's period.
Bruh, like you gotta put this together, man. You know how many times you see females on social media and they post pictures of their old man, but in the caption it ain't really nothing them. Like, it's not something serious. They don't say nothing as far as strong. You get what I'm saying? At least she takes it in the net and says it's all about my man. You get these other photos, you just get a blank caption, you might get a heart. We don't know what that heart means. Y'all in the infatuation phase. You know, you didn't fell in like with him. You haven't even fell in love with him. Go ahead and claim that man if you really claiming him. That's what I'm saying. They're not doing that.
POV. I convinced my dad he's a wanted man on the news to see how he would react. POV. I convinced my dad he's a wanted man on the news to see how he would react.
They have framed me. They have framed me. I am suing. What is this? Whatever video they have is fake. It's IA or AI, whatever it's called.
I started sending him more. Then I started ignoring him.
that, man, before you had this man go off on the local grocery store for stealing some chicken.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, $9.8 billion. She won money in a lawsuit and invested all the money into the Golden Corral franchise. And after as soon as she spent all the money, the restaurant shut down in 52 days. Ain't no way in hell. There ain't no way in hell, heaven, or anywhere in between. First of all, I don't see how the hell you spend $9.8 million on a Golden Corral. Ain't $9.8 million worth of stuff in there. If you add up the food, the chairs, I mean everything, it ain't. What the hell did you spend $9.8 million on? No. Hell no. You mess around and win a lottery or get a lot of money in a lawsuit. Hey man, your safest bet is always to take your ass somewhere and buy you some rental property. You know, I don't know whether it may be commercial, residential, somebody always gonna need a house or something. I mean, some stocks, something. I mean, I don't know. Ain't no such thing as 100% surefire bet, but damn, 9.8 million? Man, I'd have bought me an apartment complex or something. Ain't no way in the hell. Hey, if that tax free, just put that up. Put that in a money market account. Tell the bank, hey, look at me, I'm gonna need about, I don't know about 8%. So I'm gonna go somewhere else. Because if you got enough money, you can negotiate that money market. Send it. You talk to them, my friend. Look at player. Or go to a financial advisor and tell them, hey man, I need some of this money. I need 12% on, the high risk account. Put the rest of it in, in something safe. One can grow fast, the other grow slow. Facts. How about that? I don't know, man. Dang. I know that hype like hell.
I'm under the impression that she probably did not spend the whole $9.8 million to open up Golden Corral. Like, doesn't tell me. Let's go ahead and Google it. How much do you need to open a Golden Corral? I'm pretty sure it's not 9.8 billion. Do you have to pay taxes on settlements? You get what I'm saying? So look, man, this is what you need to open a Golden Corral franchise. Technically speaking, this is what Google's saying. You need a minimum of $500,000 of liquid assets. That's easy. You need a net worth of 2.5. She easily covered all that, right? But how do you lose your store in 52 days? Investing in all that is probably because they pulled their franchise tag from you, their franchise licensing from you, for sure. Because now you just probably wasn't doing anything, you were mismanaging it. It was open for 52 days. Did you fail? People putting in, whatever it was. Like, that's on you. That's on management. That's on ownership. Y'all start probably it was automatic. Y'all need to go in there and run that stuff. And now you're back on food stamps. That's crazy.
What you say?
Did the whole thing. I made sure to get her favorite dessert. It was like one of the first date, second date. I said, "What's your favorite dessert?" And I made sure in my notes because I would put everything in my notes that she told me that she liked or disliked or she wanted to do a date. Down in my notes. And the day I turned to my girlfriend, I got her the exact type of dessert that she said was her favorite. I forgot what it was. It's been a while, but it was something about they use like little torch on top of them, like cheesecake type thing or whatever. And I asked her, "Hey, give me my girlfriend." I called in advance. I called 2 weeks in advance of this first time. I was like, "Hey, yo, can you like get this dessert for?" I don't know if y'all do this or not. Bro, I had the whole staff working all day. They told me this after I asked them. They're like, "You've been working all day. We've been so excited that you wanted to do this. We're trying to figure out how to make it really, what play and what da 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 da."
the millions of Americans who have recently opened up their auto insurance bill only to ask the question, what the heck's going on here?
I also got her this bouquet of flowers, all that, and it was great, you know. After the date, we went home and I spent the night. It was sweet in the morning. Next morning, I kissed her on the forehead and I went to work. And 36 hours later, she told me that she didn't want to be together anymore. And then a couple days after that, she was getting cracked by another man. But he was like, dang, dude, really? A couple days? Oh my gosh, when I found out, I was so sick. I remember after I found out, because I found out like in person, like in her face, in her apartment, that she had been cracked by another dude. And when I heard that, I swore on everything. All I could hear was smack. And I stood up and I just walked out her apartment. And I ended up in my car. I don't even remember how. I just remember I ended up in my car and I ended up in front of my house. Mind you, she lives an hour away. I don't remember the car ride home. I don't remember the car ride home. This led me down the path of being so utterly numb for a while. I was cracking other shorties and I felt nothing. I realized we had to change. That's when I became a little church boy. I couldn't look like this no more.
I think man, it would bother me as well, especially if we spent some probably one of the most intimate moments you've had throughout the year. You didn't spend the birthday with this female. You get what I'm saying? You took her on a date. You was being sweet. You probably even smashed on the birthday as well, is what I'm saying. Just to come find out she was also doing the same thing with someone else. Just thought she was the only one. Brother, that's life, dude. That's really life, man.
This dude thought that I didn't date men with kids because I don't like kids. He don't know me, baby. I love me a kid, all right? Baby, if a child is telling me we playing dress up, oh, it's over with. If a child say we playing pretend, baby, just tell me my role. Just tell me my role. Who am I? I love a kid so much that there is an app on my phone right now for a kid that I have not seen in months. But I know that when I come on around her again, I better have that YouTube Kids on my phone. I better have that Minecraft on my tablet. I better have that Roblox. I haven't seen them kids in a few months. I know when I do see them again, I need to have that ready. That's how much I love kids. That's not why I want to date a man with kids, though. I don't want to date with a man with kids because the last time I dated a man with kids, I ended up best friends with his baby mama because I found out that he was garbage. The minute I found that, ooh, if I'm dating you and you got kids and I find out that you're a crappy dude, I'm immediately on her side. I'm immediately on her side. I dated a man with kids once, and once we solidified ourselves as boyfriend and girlfriend and that we were dating like exclusively for real, I told him, don't you think you should tell the mother of your child that you got a girlfriend so that she knows that there will be a woman around her child when you have your child? He's like, no, she don't need to know all that. I'm like, why doesn't she need to know who's going to be around her child? That's not figured out. He never planned on me being around his child because he never planned to pick up his child. He never planned to actually see that. That's my problem. So like, I took it upon myself and I contacted her and I told her, I said, hey, I'm Ariel. I'm dating. I just thought that it would be cool for you to know who was constantly going to be around your child because I know that at some point he going to pick her up and everything like that. Come to find out, dude rarely picked up his child. They had like a schedule, right? That it wasn't a legal schedule, but it's a schedule that they had like was supposed to agree on, and like his mama and her mama knew about the schedule, but he just never adhered to it. So I didn't tell him that I knew that he was supposed to have the schedule, right? But the next weekend was the weekend that he was supposed to get his child, and he talked to me like, "Hey, we gonna go out this weekend." I said, "Aunt, you supposed to have your daughter this weekend." He like, "How you know that?" I said, "Cause I talked to her mama. You said you agreed to have your child every other weekend, and this is the weekend that you're supposed to have your child. Well, why ain't you want to pick her up? Why you making plans with me and not with your child?" He got mad at me. I ended up breaking up with him, and I'm still friends with the mother of his child to this day because that's some crappy stuff. I can't be with a dude who don't take care of his kids, and I don't want to be like get my feelings involved just to find out that you bump to your kid. That's why I don't date women and kids, because I get very feral. And I know that hurts because that was my mama. My mama was the one sitting there trying to figure out, okay, is this man really going to come and pick up his child or not? My mom was the one not knowing what chick was going to be around her child. So I'm definitely not about to put that woman in that position. Ever. My hair got damaged because my mama didn't know what woman was going to be around me. I would never put another woman in that position with her child. That's why I don't date men with kids. Because I cannot run that risk again because I get too passionate. You think the kid is mine. By how upset I get. It may be mine.
Men, would you date a girl that just, we talk about this all the time, man. Baby daddies are always just going to be there in the mix, dog. You just going to have to know what you signing up for. I'm not saying that every baby mama is the worst woman walking across. We never said that. But what we're saying is you're going to have some challenges when you do it. All right? You're going to have a lot of challenges, so it's really up to you if you want to put up with it. And I need some help, man. YouTube is acting crazy right now. Really need y'all to band together. I need a like on every button. I need y'all to hit the like button. Please. We're going to run this up to 1,000. And that's it.
Unbelievable. This is a mecha versus zombies battle game. You can assemble different weapons to...
He was like, oh, you have a powerful body as a woman? I was like, yes, what's wrong with that? He got up and got the
Yeah, this video starts exactly like that, with pure delusion.
Pick up my son food, I got some wings, international fries, you get him that, and let him know if you need anything else.
You ain't getting no extra food for the other kids?
Them in my kid, what you doing while I'm at work? This what's going on while I'm at work?
I have an account to make sure I'm good.
From women skipping funerals for vacations to baby mamas begging for food for kids that ain't even his, today's video is a circus, and trust me, the clowns are in full makeup. Buckle up, because if you thought dating was wild, wait till you see what happens after the baby, after the bills, after the mask comes off. Let's get into it.
Pick up my son food, I got some wings, international fries, you get him that, and let him know if you need anything else. I'm go to the house and chill.
You ain't getting no extra food for the other kids?
Them in my kids. Why would I bring your other kids some food? Them not my kids.
I thought you was gonna be generous and be...
food right there is for my son. You called me and asked me to bring my son some food, not your other kids. I'm not bringing them no food. That's my son. I brought my son some meat.
And that's what women have to understand, is because what comes out of your mouth is not what you be thinking. You be assuming he's going to grab something for the other kids because you have more, but he's only obligated to that one. You got to think about those arguments y'all had before he left. Watch what happens.
And that's his food. And
you that petty?
I'm gonna go home, call me, need something else.
But you that petty?
How am I best for bringing my son some meat and not bringing your kids some?
I think you can bring everybody some of the food.
For not doing your responsibility or your man's responsibility.
He's right. If your man ain't even buying and paying for you and you got somebody else shagged up, stop asking the baby dad, man. You good?
Not your man anymore. I'm not with you no more.
Are you serious right now?
Yes, I'm dead serious. I don't care about the money.
I just want you to know to make sure
those are not my kids. I'm not bringing your other kids.
All right,
That's not my job.
Women, y'all gotta stop having kids like it's a trend that comes and goes, and
there's nothing that happens after them but glory. The government's gonna take care of you and everyone's gonna feel sorry for you. So you keep having kids. The more you have with different men, the dumber you look. And when your baby dad starts looking at you as a dummy, he's only gonna take care of you. Stay in there. We got more. But he chose something else to do.
So you on this what you doing while I'm at work? This what you doing while I'm at work? This what's going on while I'm at work? This is what's going on? Bro, who are you, bro?
Pick up the phone.
Bro, who is this, bro? Nah, bro, what paying the phone bill? This what you doing?
I don't care.
This is what you doing while I'm paying the phone?
Give me my phone.
Bro, this is what you doing?
Right there, that's when you just throw the phone against the wall and walk out. But trying to give a message to her at that point, you've already lost. And this is something men just have to learn to do. Watch what she does.
Really? Bro, tell him to go.
Matter of fact, get your stuff and get out.
You mean to tell me he was living there the whole time? That's why he should have walked out. And if you agree, go ahead and hit that like button. And if you made it this far, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We got more.
Hold on, because I'm trying to understand. And to the bougie ladies, y'all can help me understand in the comment section down below. What you mean y'all leaving y'all men? Y'all hard-working men that make sure they provide food on the table and sometimes got clothes in your bag, and even that's not his job. I really think it's a woman's job to make sure she got clothes. You feel me? I really think it's a woman's job to make sure she keep her nails and her feet done. What you mean you left the man because he can't afford it?
She paying attention to that Cardi B. She paying attention to that Nicki Minaj. She paying attention to that SZA. She paying attention to that Meg Thee Stallion. They paying attention to all these celebrity women that are leaving a man just to say they independent. And women being a weaker vessel, feel like they gotta follow, but we gonna let her cook.
What you mean? What y'all mean? Then y'all got women under the comments on my post about eating that Longhorn and Outback saying the men need to stay out of their DMs or stay out of their way if they can't afford them because they not eating that Longhorn and they not eating that Outback. So what you want to eat? He put food in the crib. Cook it.
Exactly. Like, you're still gonna get full. What's the difference between going to Roadhouse Steak and going to those fancy restaurants? One thing about the fancy restaurants, the food's good, but they don't give you enough food. You still gonna end up going to fast food when you leave there.
It's not his job to buy you Fendi, Gucci, Chanel. There's no value in that. A man in his right mind ain't finna do that. If you, now hear me out, it's a plus when a man, when you ask him, babe, I need my nails and my feet done, and he pays for it. Babe, I want this bag, and he buys it. But it's not mandatory. He don't have to do that.
And ladies, understand, nails and hair are cheap, but nails, toes, all that is cheap. You gotta start off there. When you start off at the bag, you start off at the expensive stuff, he's gonna value your sassiness with what you look like when that makeup come off, and that's gonna determine how much he's gonna spend anyway. Let's hear what she gotta say.
If he tell you no, that don't mean you leave him, or that don't mean he can't afford your lifestyle. That's ridiculous. You finna die with 9 cats and 2 dogs and no ring on your finger.
And you're gonna be all out here in the street picking arguments. This is how women turn into Karens, by being lonely and single.
And there's a lot of men leaving these women because they really like, you know what, I'm sorry, I can't be with this girl because I can't afford her. He got a job, he paying bills, and he keeping food on the table. And y'all still making the men feel this small. Oh, well, you can't afford my lifestyle. Or every time I ask him for money, he say no. You should have a job.
Exactly. And if you have a job, you should be asking a man to pay for that. Whenever the juice is not worth the squeeze, you're going to end up a single mother.
And it's a plus if you have a job and a man tell you keep all your money. What you doing with your money? It was a time when us women couldn't work and we fought so that we can work. You got a job now. We can work. Go accumulate your own money. You want a $5,000 bag? You go buy it. You want $7,000 pair of shoes? You buy it. It's amazing, and it's a plus if we do find a wealthy man that'll be able to do that for us. You feel me? But it's not mandatory. And y'all got the nerve to be out here making real men that's working feel this little because they can't buy you a pair of $7,000 shoes.
And the sad part about it is rich people don't even wear designer clothes or $500-$600 shoes. It's designed for the poor person. You may come out better just asking for some money or just asking for trips. Why buy a bag when you're going to get sick of it anyways?
Not everybody's rich. Not everybody's wealthy. Some people just making it. And y'all got some nerve. And we already on a shortage of real men. Half dead or free. And pull some because he can't afford my lifestyle. Get a grip. A real man knows the value of $1.
Ladies, let's admit, get in the comments. Y'all have taken it too far. And the sad part about it is, it's mainly the ugly girls.
It's a man's job to lead and provide. It's not our job to lead because God knows if us women had to lead, we'll drown ourselves in a damn hole. You're gonna die with a turtle.
If Quinn bit down, everyone would want his pale head on a pike. An energy blast sent of Quinn's bullies looked down on him. Should have stayed down. Quinn got back, but the vampires are monsters. He smiled.
Stay down and miss out on your charming personality?
Rex's powers blasted and Quinn was knocked backward. His system chimed.
Warning, low health. Activate battle mode to survive.
Quinn shook his head. He couldn't let on what he was. If anyone even suspected he was a vampire, they'd kill him. Ability users had hunted vampires like Quinn for 1,000 years, and Quinn was surrounded by ability users. But still, his whole body screamed at him to strike back. One bite, one taste of their blood, and he'd be stronger than all of them combined. Rex smiled as Quinn writhed in pain.
No comeback this time, huh?
Quinn forced a smile.
Didn't know you needed my permission to hit like a toddler.
Rex's smile faded, and he kicked Quinn in the gut again. Quinn's system warned him again.
Health points are 1 out of 100. Drink blood now.
We'll drown ourselves in a damn hole. You're gonna die with a turtle. Ah.
What's your age?
26.
25. Should he have any say in how you dress when you come out of the house?
Absolutely not.
Off the rip, she's older than him, so she automatically feels dominancy. But watch what she says.
I'm gonna dress how I want.
But you don't think that attracts a certain kind of attention when you're out?
I know the way I dress attracts a certain type of attention, but I mean, my man should be secure, you know?
I think I should take her for who she is.
Yeah.
So if I like her for who she is right now, I should be okay with that in our relationship.
Yeah.
This is why they grab up the young, naive guys and brainwash him. She's still advertising herself, dude. When women fall in love, they cover up. They don't want to give off no notion that they are available.
Would you still want to have girls' nights even if you were in a relationship with him?
Absolutely. I think it's very healthy to have girls' nights. I'm not going to stop hanging out with my friends because I'm in a relationship. Of course, I'm going to prioritize my man, but I also, those are my girls. I'm not going to stop hanging out with them, having girl time.
Real women don't have girls' night out. They have brunches.
100%, I think it's appropriate.
What gives you that idea?
What's wrong with it?
I think she looks like a damn snack. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Bro, your woman is not supposed to look like a snack. You're trying to make it sound like, look guys, I got all the beautiful girl that you can't get. But realistically, she's like, all right, what guy is going to take me off of him?
I don't know what's wrong with it.
You don't think it gives the message of, I'm on the market, you know, any guy can come talk to me?
Because they can't come talk to me.
You can't help how good you look, but you can help the response you give to other people.
Exactly.
Let me give you guys some tips here as a Miami veteran. When I say veteran, I've drove strippers from club to club. I've known prostitutes. I've known party girls. The key to getting a Miami woman is to never give her a compliment, because you have to understand 90% of women that are in Miami are not from Miami. They're in Miami to look for the things that they've seen on TV, so they come in survival mode already. If we got more, hit that like button.
I just got left at my date. I was out with this dude. He left me because he asked me how many bodies I had, and I told him 1,000.
How you get 1,000 bodies, and it looks like you probably ate them afterwards? Come on, Ma.
And he left me. He was, oh, you have 1,000 bodies as a woman? I was like, yes, what's wrong with that? He got up and left me at the table. I had to pay for my own food, and I had to Uber myself home.
I would have left you there too. 1,000 bodies, you're not worth anything. You're already a big woman. He ain't gonna feel nothing but a straight up cushion.
What is wrong with y'all, man? It's okay for y'all to have 1,000 bodies, but if I have 1,000 bodies, that's too much. How am I find love? Like,
ladies, if your body count is high, do me a favor, just fake it. Because let's say telling a man that you have 1,000 bodies, it's not a turn on. It doesn't make you look attractive, because from a man perspective, any girl can pile on makeup, bend over, and anybody's gonna sleep with her.
Someone please help me to understand this.
Why is it hard for men to date women with kids? And when they do, why can't they just help out? I mean, you are in love with this person or you care about this person. Don't you care about their kids as well? You could at least give them a couple of dollars. I mean, the kids do need things that you can help out with the mother. What's the big deal? It's not being a simp, it's being a man.
Single mothers, the best way to get single mothers, the best way to get money out of a man for you and your kids is to get you and your kids on the same page. What I mean, when that man comes around them kids, have them kids say, yes, no, sir, following directions. When the man with money actually feels like he has some type of authority in the relationship, he'll give you what you want. But when you're going into the relationship, like, you got to pay for us, you got to take care of us, you got to do that for us, expect him to clap cheeks and get on up out of there. You have to play the game, because most guys that are dating single mothers, low-key, are looking for a family to spend their money on. You're running off the bag, ladies.
A bank statement in the mail of what account that I don't know nothing about.
First of all, don't come in here yelling at me about no account. I have an account to make sure I'm good. That's why the account is there.
Why are you taking money out of account while I don't know?
You are my husband. I have to make sure I'm good. If we were to ever get divorced, I'm not about to be out here with nothing.
This is why you help build with him and tell him where you want to invest the money. Not put a stash there, and then when you get nice and comfortable, you come up with arguments to end the relationship, because that's what you do when you're hiding money.
You gotta make sure we good. It don't got nothing to do with you sitting taking money out for.
Do you not work for us? Are we not a family? You want? Don't
this is working for you. They working for us.
I have to make sure I'm good. I'm a woman. If you were to leave me, I need to be okay.
See, if you don't show him the money you have and he's struggling, you'll use that as leverage to leave. You'll be like, oh my God, he can't pay the bills, he can't do this, he's broke, our lifestyle's going down, but I got 100,000 to myself to move on and meet a new man with. Guys are not stupid. If you agree, hit that like button, talk to me. Watch what she say next.
I appreciate the open dialogue.
Talk to me. Watch what she say next.
What's the problem?
You need to be on problem.
Listen, check this out. At the end of the day,
I have to make sure I'm good. I'm not about to argue with you about money. No, I'm not. Everything I've done for us, are you serious? You mad because I'm putting
everything you done for me, I'm the one working. I'm the one putting in the time.
You cannot be for real right now, kid.
He has to be for real. You're not working. You're taking all his money to stash up and leave. I would be mad too. Get your money back, King, and cut her off.
Everything I do for us, and you're mad that I put a little money to the side for me? Hey.
Everything you do for
yes.
me, I'm gonna tell you, man.
What are you gonna do about it?
What am I gonna do about it?
What are you gonna do about it? I don't care about this right now.
You know what I need to do with you? I need to account stop sharing. That's the reason that
account stop sharing, bro. You gotta cut that off. It may hurt for a little bit, but there's plenty of other hood boogers running around here, bro.
That's how you able to go in my...
Man, I've been paying all the bills in this house for the past year. I've been paying every bill in this house for the past year. You know what I'm saying? I told you my hours are cut at work. Can you go 50-50 with me? So I get back on my feet. Can you go 50-50 with me? What's wrong with that?
And that sounds like a fair deal, but is she gonna be fair?
What you mean you can't?
I have to use my money for my photo shoots. Like, you already know
Man, your money for your photo shoot, man. I'm telling you right now that I lost hours at work.
I'm
Get
saying,
on the
like, I
job.
understand if you lost hours, you could go pick up hours somewhere else. Like,
You want to work all day? You want to work all day?
I need how are you gonna pay?
Man. Oh.
Save the man the headache, all right? Let him stack and get back up. Like, what planet are you girls on?
I'm telling you, go 50-50 with me for about 6 months to a year. Till I get on my feet, then I'll pay all the bills in the house again. For the past year.
I know, but I can't.
I ain't been able to save no money. You got money. So I'm telling you, let's go 50 on these bills.
I can't.
In the relationship, homie, go get your one-bedroom apartment. When you get back on your feet, get your passport.
You can't. Okay.
Like, why can't you just go get another job?
I'm not getting another job.
Plenty of places hiring.
Okay, who
and they
hiring?
paying good money.
Who hiring?
What do you mean, like, I mean, what do you want to do?
When women have kids, like all of a sudden the relationship is just bad.
Like, for one, it's that post-depression, brother.
I don't have kids personally, so I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Like, I don't have kids. And like, majority, let's say 7 out of 10 of the relationships that out there, the first few years, y'all, lovey-dovey, honeymoon. Oh my God, we so in love, right? But then you get her pregnant. The woman gets pregnant. I don't know if it was on purpose, an accident, planned, whatever. It's a blessing, to be honest.
Trust me, it's never an accident. A woman knows what happens if she has sex without a condom. She knows exactly what she's doing. But depending on how she feels in her life at the moment would determine if she's going to use birth control or not. See, a lot of depressed women that feel low and sad and not heard, and they have kids just to have something to love.
You know what I'm saying? But she gets pregnant, and while she's pregnant, y'all still hanging on, y'all still together. But once she has a kid, I give it like a year. 6 months to a year. Once that kid is born, all of a sudden y'all hate each other. All of a sudden she's not posting the baby daddy no more.
One of these reasons is because she goes into survival mode and she's expecting the man to become that dominant alpha overnight.
All of a sudden she's a single mother. All of a sudden y'all just can't be in the same room together. Like, what goes on? Like, can y'all explain that for me? Cause like, I'm scared. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I got co-workers coming in, they hate work, man. They don't want to go home. You know what I mean? Like, I need somebody to let me know what happens in that time frame. Like, why do the women and men split up once the kid comes?
One of the reasons is that women are expecting a man to jump into survival mode when the kid comes the same way she does. So women are always thinking hypergamy because she is fit for survival. She's trying to find survival. But a lot of guys that have children unexpectedly are shocked by the world and don't know where to go. That's where a lot of men go. They know they got to work, they know they got to get a job, but trying to deal with her attitude during this confusion is what causes a lot of relationships to separate. If you agree, hit that like button, definitely share the video. If this is your first time watching, hit that subscribe button. Definitely go check out my previous videos and go watch the best of men walking out on dates in the description. I'll see you on the next video.
Alright guys, this is DK Spencer. So first of all, I'm not going to chrono test the stuff while I'm shooting. I'm down to about 45 minutes before I have to leave the house, and if I don't get this done today, it's supposed to rain the rest of the weekend. It's actually already been raining today, and probably going to rain again today. But so I'm going to try to hurry. You guys can watch my other videos where I have tested all this stuff if you want to see power, but we're just going to do damage today. So we're going to be 20 feet away. And somebody made a comment in one of my videos the other day. I was showing a 50 plus joule Tip-X, and somebody said that that's no different than a BB gun. Well, we're not going to mess with the BB gun. We're going to mess with a pretty doggone good pellet gun. So this is a SIG M17. So hopefully I didn't clickbait anybody by having M17 if I put it in the title. We're talking about this, not the Vulcan M17, but I got plenty of videos on those, so check them out. But in this case, we're talking about the SIG. So we're going to start small with that. We've got some of the less lethal ballistic Sentinel 61 caliber rounds for the Byrna CL. We've got the Grimberg Gavel Carry, and then we'll kind of see where it takes us from there. Alright, start with the SIG. Alright, so we've got one that's stuck in right there. Did not do anything to the bone from the looks of it. I can verify that did not do anything to the bone. Alright, so just stuck in the gel. That one's stuck in the gel in the eye area. Obviously did not do anything to the bone either. The rest of them just kind of bounced off. Alright, so there's your BB gun, pellet gun, whatever. Alright, so now I'm going to do the Byrna CL with the factory ammo, the Byrna kinetic ammo. So I am going to pre-pierce it. Alright, so there was the pre-pierce. I got my optic in. Alright, that's what I'm going to do, is just 5 of those. Alright. I'm seeing, we hit it right there. It damaged the gel, but not the skull. We hit it in the nose. Damaged the gel, but not the skull. Hit it on the cheek, right there, and right there. And again, damaged the gel, but not the skull. Looks like we might have hit it twice right there, because there's where the pellet was, right there. Looks like there's 2 places right there. So I'm not 100% sure if that is 1 hit or 2, but probably 2. So anyway. Oh, right there. No, do we have a pellet there? I can't remember where the other one was at. No, it was over here. Yeah, so still all bones are intact. No damage other than just the gelatin. Alright, so we've got the Sentinel rounds, 5 of those in the CL. Still the same CO2, so we should be at about the same power level. Alright, so first of all, for anybody that thinks these are just like a printed skull or a plaster skull or something, these are actually extremely so we did hit there, damage, but it did take all the hide off there in front of the tooth. But still, basically no damage to it other than just superficial stuff. I might unload a little more mag of that in it, just cause. Alright, I'm gonna really try to hit him right on top of the nugget. Don't tell me, Fred. Well, I could see that I was doing some really good hits on that. And I'm still seeing no damage. Alright. Which is what Berna wants. They do not want something that if somebody does an accidental headshot. I would the face, because if you hit somebody in the face, that'll stop them, and a body shot with the CL kinetically probably won't. But something you got to realize with that too is if you do that and you hit somebody in the eye and you put their eye out, yeah, you're protecting yourself, yeah, you should do what you can to protect yourself, all that jazz. But I would rather be able to shoot somebody in the body and not do any kind of permanent damage and not get sued for blinding somebody, as to have something that's so weak you have to shoot them in the face and risk putting out their eye and then them coming back and suing you for blinding. So, just a tidbit of thought. But anyway, alright, there's that. Alright, so we'll do the gavel carry, the factory barrel. That made him jump.
Sound like the bar.
That made him jump. Alright. So that broke bone there. Yeah. Get a nasty little. Oh, that cracked it there too, yeah. So that's cracked there. So cracked bone there. Didn't crack it there, but that would have certainly put a hurting on somebody. Same deal. So that whole section right there, so it's broke there, there, and there. So all that's broke. I guess I mostly hit him there. Yeah, so that would be a bad day. That would definitely be a bad day. Alright, let's do So for the naysayers that say these things aren't realistic as far as the skulls go, that's 30 joules and it's still not cracking, man. So skulls are pretty tough. And it's cracking in lighter places. But yeah. The Gavel's definitely done a lot more to it than the CL by a long shot. Let's try something a little stronger. Alright, we're going to try the old Intrabuster, aka X68. So I'm going to do this one because you guys have seen me shoot Joel with this one. We know it's 50 joules, you know, on a bad day. So I've got some of the 6 gram AR Tactical joules in here, just the first thing I grabbed. Turn that up a bit so I can see it. Trying to go. Trying to pass. That's a tough skull. I guess I've tore one of these to pieces with 50 before. I'm actually really shocked on this one. So we cracked some skull, so you know. But now I've shot one of these with 50 and a BKS and tore it all to pieces. Of course, I was also using BK kinetic shaped projectiles too. That might have had something to do with it, but I'm sure it did based off of pan testing I've done with them and how much more damage they do with the pan. But that's kind of crazy. I really thought that would do more than that at 50. That would make it an awful bad day though. Intriguing. Some BK back under, some green on it. So this is apparently was hard enough to bust the blood sac in there, and you can actually see the hairline fractures right there. So we did cause a brain injury, you know, and this is being legit. So he's not having a good day. Not as bad a day as I was expected, but he's definitely not having a good day. Nobody's going to keep coming at you at that, but we're going to have a little fun. So I grabbed some BK Kinetics here, and we're just gonna muzzle load one of them babies. Just like that right now. Yeah. So smell very well. Know that I hit him in the teeth and all. I think I'm hitting a lot in the nose and eye region just head on like this. Let's see what a side shot will do. Alright, do another. That was a load of etiquette. Here we go. That would definitely be a bad day. Let's just for the heck of it do Tipex with some jewels. Look at that. Wow. The sun is really that's an awful bad day. That's right about 50 degrees. So definitely the side of the head's, obviously. Because I mean, you gotta look, you got a lot of gel, the eyes, the nose, most of the stuff you hit up here. And then unless you hit dead on the center here, it's rounded, so it's gonna go over it instead of, into it. So, big difference. Yeah. Alright. This guy's definitely cool about some, but
Yeah, you know who you are. Don't say we ain't. Lady. Oh, wow. Okay. Hold on.
All right. Okay. All right. Can you please introduce yourself? Name, age, occupation.
I'm Malaysia. I'm 29 and I am a bartender and a model.
Okay. So, Malaysia, what is your type?
Nice dress. Polite, generous.
Okay. And I would like to also know, what are your deal breakers, non-negotiables?
Cheap. Not polite. Body odor, stink, stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that's good. All right. All in the loop.
All right, Juju.
Oh, yes.
You know what time it is. We
Real
gotta
quick.
do our first impressions. This is different. So, right off the rip, big guy.
Height.
Yes.
And,
More height. You stagnant.
Listen. She's way back cool, but the height captivating. To be honest.
That's big. All right, 15 seconds, Juju. Yes. The height. You know what? All of these guys are at least 6'5" or taller.
Yeah.
She's just that tall, y'all. She's like 7'11". Not the store. That's her height, 7'11". But no, her height is tremendous. That's it. That's all I got. I can't even think of nothing else. My first impression is like, yo, forget W. She's straight NBA level. She's ready to block everything. Let's get it done.
It's still beyond.
Oh, okay. Expected some.
So, you got two booms that pop. Let's go ahead and figure out why they pop. All right. Okay, let's move forward. Okay. All right, so we can start from here. All right, can you introduce yourself, name, age, occupation, and why you popped the balloon?
Name is Setting 34, work in cybersecurity. It's a deal breaker.
Wait, you said you're not sure you can carry her?
Yeah, because she's tall.
Okay. All right, I think you can carry her.
I don't deadlift. I bench, but I'm sure if I'll be able to carry her.
I don't deadlift. How do you feel about that?
Yo, they really having a discussion of like whether they can carry her or not. Is she right there? So, yeah, she's not even invisible. They're like, yo, you sure? I think you can carry her. No, she ain't that big. Like, and then he turned around. Yeah, he finally turned around and quiet.
He's not confident without himself, so I mean, he seems.
Is he your type?
No.
Oh.
No. I do love his skin color. I just don't like the way he's dressed. He's look kind of older, so I don't know. I like a cute face.
You like a cute face? What do you mean by a cute face?
Yeah.
What do you mean by a cute face?
Cute face.
Teddy has beautiful teeth, but his face was giving. He'd been through a lot. He's very older, wiser man. Like he's been through a lot of years in his life.
I mean, I was definitely very disappointed. I consider myself medium-ugly, so I think I do pass the test when it comes to the scale of, rating. So, it is what it is. I think because she's too tall, I think maybe she took that very personal. But I think, of course, she's beautiful, but I consider myself medium-ugly.
Yeah, gosh, I had to pause it. I had to, Juju. It's gonna be one of them gems. Take this out. Stop putting yourselves down in any way.
Hello?
can be one thing, and that's I am the best version of me that I could ever be, and I will continue to work on that. Not ever be, but I'm working, you know, that you are the best version of you.
Yeah.
In other words, no one can ever be me better than me. That applies to everyone else. Be the best you. That's it. Don't be comparing yourself to anyone else for any reason. Be the best you. That's all. That's a gem. You know, I think once people understand that, right? Life gets better in every way.
It does.
It does. No, I'm
It
serious.
does.
We really be trying to help. I know we joke, we laugh, we do things that get on certain people's nerves. We may be talkative, but I promise you, you're not gonna lie to you when it comes to like finding love, remaining in love, and all that good. You know, everything that everybody wants.
And it's okay. Some people will be for you, some people won't. It's okay. It's not. You're not in this world to try to impress everyone.
Can't.
And to
It can't. It's impossible. So once you understand, you can only be the best you. Everybody around you and everything that used to hurt and bother you, jealousy, all of that goes away. That's where we at. We just want to be the best us. We wish that for everyone else.
No, not to be. Sorry.
Well, I mean, she's gorgeous. She just
Nice teeth. I love your teeth.
I do love those piercings.
Thank you.
Again, I love the tattoos. You're gorgeous. Like, I love your energy, your passion. The hype me.
Yeah. A lot of guys is insecure, so I understand.
I mean, also I'll let you know. Would you mind dating a guy that's shorter than you?
It's no problem to me. I mean,
okay. All right. So let's go down. You got why you popped his balloon as well? 90%.
I'm more 27. I pop because I'm just not attracted to you.
Yeah.
You look really pretty though. I just didn't find her attractive. She's pretty, but just not for me. Like I like everything about it, like the height, the tattoos, everything looked good. Just not my type.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm just not attractive. That's why.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had a professional business address and
Thank you.
I mean, I'm just not attractive. That's why.
Okay.
All right. You have any remarks? What do you think of?
I don't know if he's attracted to women. I mean,
she turned.
Oh no. I wouldn't think that.
Why don't you think that he's attracted to women?
He's giving me some way, the way he present himself. So, I'm sorry, no disrespect.
I get it a lot. It's whatever. People think I'm gay for whatever reason. I don't know. I take it. I don't think because when I think of gay people, when I see them, they look like they take care of themselves. So, and some people don't. So when I hear that, it's kind of like compliments of about it.
It's just all the jewelries and pearls, the hair color. He's into hair dye. I mean, it's giving soft boy era. It wasn't my speed. I love a man. Like I like somebody that's, you know. Yeah. Then he's like skin.
I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of scary, yo. She like 8 feet tall, right? She's massive. And she's like, I need a man. She could palm his head. She could really lift him up off the ground, just holding his face with one hand. You get it a lot.
People like you,
so like a lot of people think that you're
homosexual? My thing is I like pearls, so I wear a lot, and I can probably like give off a different vibe. So it's what it is. What it is.
Okay. All right, but can you clarify that you're?
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm sure.
It's good to clarify that. I want to make sure. You know, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Okay, that's unfortunate that it wasn't apparent, but we'll go back. You said what? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move back and figure out if these two other balloons could possibly be a match. All right. Now, guys, we already know it. Can you please give us a... You're gonna go ahead and eliminate one of these people, right?
Do y'all mind dating a taller girl?
Okay.
It's not the first time I dated a tall girl. It's no problem with me whatsoever. You ain't gotta worry about that.
All right.
Not that now.
Hello, my name is Kenny, and I love it.
You love it.
Yeah,
You love
for
being
sure.
a total woman.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, okay, let's come back. Okay. All right, so, I mean, what do you think about their answers?
I mean, it was.
Okay. You have another.
Do y'all have any children?
0.
Okay.
He went his whole life to 0.
Okay. I mean, they're all passing. We need a harder question here, right? You letting them off the hook too quick.
Okay, so
any other question?
I'm a bartender. I stay on my feet long nights. I like to get rubbed down for hours. Do you mind doing that for me? My ankles get swollen. My back hurt. Girl, do you mind rubbing me down for hours without having an attitude?
Wait, she said it's
She means it. So she means
She wants to be rubbed down for hours. You don't want to have like baby oil, like a lot of baby oil. There's probably no one out there that has tons and tons of it. You're gonna need it for her. But anything you gotta say?
Listen, I don't even think, unless you want to hire your man to be your personal massagist or whatever the word is, then okay, but hours?
It's like they don't even take off work for 2 days.
Listen,
what happened? You had to massage your girl again? Yeah, boss. Need a steamroller and a whole bunch of grease and lubricants just roll over her body slowly. She's at least she's self-aware. She's like, I'm a big girl.
She's a big girl.
Very tall. So we're not clowning on her physicality. No body shaming. We're just being realistic. You got a lot of leg to work with. That's the top part. They gotta go to sleep. It's serious, man.
Upset.
I see. Okay. So why'd you buy the balloon and you have something against rubbing a woman down?
First of all, let me make this clear. I would love to rub her down all the time, but it's not the place for that. The bartender star tender thing, been there, done that. Again, it's starting to phase my life. The career choice, ain't nothing wrong with that. I think you're gorgeous. I love the height. I love all. It just ain't for me, honestly, right now.
He looked like my customers who come at my bars use, and I said it in the beginning that I was a bartender, and he let it slide, but then when I asked about the rubbing, he popped the balloon at the rubbing, like me getting rubbed down when I said that I work long hours. So I was kind of confused once again, light skin, flamboyant.
Good.
So it was kind of like confusing and down. Wait, it's not for you?
Nah, I just.
Hey, what is going on with the light skin thing,
and flamboyant.
From what we've been saying, they not really messing with a lot of guys that are waffle tall. I don't know why.
Honestly, this is very immature at this point.
She's trying to associate it as though, just because of that, he's automatically flamboyant. No, I don't do that, man.
Listen,
When you said the start to this thing, I let you finish your thing. I didn't want to pop you mid-sentence. I wanted to wait till you finish. That's all. I didn't want to be rude and interrupt you mid-sentence. That's all.
Yeah. All right. Okay, let's go down. Have one. You go ahead and also answer that question. With rubbing her down.
Okay, so I'm Kenny, yeah. I mean, so when it comes to giving her massages and whatever she wants, I would appreciate doing that. This is what I like to do myself. But when it comes to the occupation, the career, the job, I don't really like that because I've been on top of girls. I could take them as friends, but not like a serious relationship.
For sure. How do you feel about that? Would you like your man to make sure to love your occupation?
He don't have to love it. He has to know that I went to school for mixology, so
what?
Have you seen that ad, Control Pond for Lab, right? Plus 140
for mixology, so
what actually do you do? What's the bartender what's the bartender? They're different varieties of bartenders depending on the type, the club.
Okay, so what are the type that you go of?
Where you trying to
I'm gonna say all type of different types.
Okay. Okay, so he's asking, what type of bartender are you?
So I currently run a bar in Brooklyn. It's called Jigger Jerk Spot. I am the bar manager and I have bartenders.
Oh, okay.
So it's a part of a run. So I currently run a bar in Brooklyn. It's called Jigger Jerk Spot. I am the bar manager and I have bartenders.
Oh, okay.
So it's a part of a restaurant and I am promoting it crazy, going to radio stations and also, I do once in a blue book and strip clubs and suite and bartend there and different things like that. But yeah, and I do big parties as well.
Okay. All right. How you feel about that?
So good.
Okay. All right. So can you come back? Can you come back here? All right. Can y'all two lovers come back here? Let's figure out if this could be a match. All right. It's a possible match that we have here. We'll give you an opportunity, right, to ask her a question. Do you have any questions for her? Last minute questions.
That's it. So I was gonna ask you, are you God fearing? Like,
Oh yeah, I was raised in a church.
okay, and I was gonna ask if you're family oriented.
Yes. I have. Well, if you know, Christian family is judgmental. They don't appreciate, me being a bartender. But they accept it. And I do talk to my mom and dad every day. My siblings is far away. I don't really get to talk to them. They're married. They got their own stuff going on. So I'm the baby. But when I do need to clock in with the family, they're right there, phone call away.
Okay. All right. It seems like you love everything that you hear, right? Sure. Okay. Do you have any questions for them?
I want to know your sign.
We've talked about this at multiple points, that loafers are, in many ways, a very versatile shoe, and that's especially true when it comes to how you can wear and pair them.
If you're just starting out, get stuff that you can wear reliably over and over again. Over the years, I amassed quite a shoe collections, and one thing I've learned is that loafers are a different animal. Do you think the same about loafers?
Absolutely. They're a bit different than a standard lace-up shoe in a multitude of different ways, so we'll discuss that and a few other factors of what to look for when building a loafer collection, what we each like in loafers, and why we think they're a good option to have.
We talked about 20 plus brands of loafers. We tested loafers from brands, and if we don't have a loafer that we experienced, we didn't put it in the because loafers have a different last, right? It fits differently. You don't have the support of the lace, so the fit is really good.
You can assemble different weapons to annihilate zombies.
The support of the lace, so the fit is really paramount.
And I think that's one of the biggest ways that you can differentiate and define a loafer from other types of shoes, is that it's a slip-on shoe. It's got that low vamp, it doesn't have laces, it's got a low heel typically, and the ankle is exposed.
And then there's variations, right? You can have a vamp that is lower or higher, and I think it's much better to look at them shoe by shoe. So start with Meerman first.
Sure, sounds good.
So is a brand that's made in China, they like Spanish heritage. It's like from the Alba whole family. It's like the Carmina shoes.
Correct.
I don't have a Carmina loafer, do you?
I do not, no.
Okay, so that's where we have the Meerman. But what I like about them is they're really affordable, like $195 to like $205 US dollars. They have a higher end line, which is I think $310. We did a video about best dress shoes, $300. We also did one about ranking higher ones, and you can check those out on the channel. But we did it a few years back, right? And the prices have changed quite a bit for a lot of brands. Variants are still at like $195 price point.
Maybe not quite as often as some of the models I have, just because this sort of deep chocolate, rich brown isn't medium brown might be, but they are a comfortable loafer. It's a fairly middle-of-the-road style. They are suede, which means they can be dressed up or dressed down. As you'll see, a lot of my loafers are suede, actually. So, yeah, versatile. my wardrobe.
Yeah, I mean, they're good, you're welted. I noticed you added like a rubber
half sole, yeah.
Half sole. It's something you do frequently, right?
For pretty much all of my shoes, yes. There are a couple of exceptions, as you'll see, but for the most part, yes. I add rubber half soles to basically all of my shoes, just because with the physical disability that I have, I need a little bit of extra traction in most circumstances. So a plain leather sole, I'm just going to slip around too much.
And you're also adding stuff on the inside, right? It's like, is that fit-wise or?
Yes. There are a multitude of different modifications that I make to my loafers, actually. So, as you pointed out earlier, it can be more difficult to get the fit of a loafer exactly right because you can't adjust the fit. Just laces and they fit lower on the foot. Yes, I will typically add things, tongue pads on the inside if the loafer is a little loose. I also add inserts into my shoes, which is the white that you can see on the interior, because I'm not hydrosis, so I sweat a lot, and that includes my feet. So these are kind of odor eaters, I guess would be the simple term, but they do also snug up that fit just a little bit more.
Yes, like my earrings are these here. They're quite stiff and they're really bad. I kept them for a video on how to they're like cordovan or wing cordovan. I think I don't know where it's from, but yeah, these were always quite stiff and tough, and I didn't like that. I had some of the Linea Maestro Oxfords, and they were really nice leather and a beautiful shoe. I think back then we read like the best value for money. Overall, if you want to check out that brand and learn more about it, I refer you to that video. I think they still, in terms of pricing, they've almost even gotten better.
I would say so, certainly as a comparative value, as prices of other brands have gone up quite a bit.
And their value has already been great, so I think it's just a standout shoe if you're just starting out.
Definitely one to take a look at.
Next up is Jay Butler. Sadly, I don't own a pair of them, and I'm friends with the owner. He's a great guy, Justin. He started out as the fine young gentleman, and he had a vision of a loafer that was kind of New England inspired, right? Mm-hmm. So what does it mean?
Well, I think the fact that these shoes, as compared to several of the other loafers we'll be showing you, they're definitely, you can look at them and see that they are a more casual, kind of prep-inspired style. They've got this very low vamp here that's almost kind of slipper-like.
Yeah, if you compare like the opening, right, this part versus this part, this is much shorter. So it's more slipper-like. And it's kind of the style that I think Justin went for. All these shoes are made in Mexico, and he even has stuff like, like alligator, right? Pretty cool. I think he did like a bit loafer,
yes,
kind of a Gucci loafer style inspired. I think he now even has like driving mocks.
I believe so.
I figured them to try, and I suffer from slip heels, and I see you may do.
Yes, you can see in addition to the tongue pads that I've added to some of my pairs, I will also add a heel pad or a heel insert occasionally. Just happens to be on the right shoe this time around, because in addition to loafers being more difficult to fit than lace-up, we're humans and we have all of our little quirks, and sometimes our feet can be slightly different sizes from one to the other. So this left shoe already fits naturally more snugly than the right shoe, so I had to make modifications here but none here.
So what did it here? It's a quite low it's a quite low heel. That's kind of silly. It's stitched, maybe play crap, I don't know. But the materials, it's a Mexican leather. They're not quite as fine as the European leathers, but the price is $229.
Very reasonable, yeah.
Very reasonable, and it's really nice. I wish they would fit me better. My issue is that they're quite tight in the front and loose in the back. But that being said, most loafers are really hard to fit, simply because I have this slim heel, and so I'd say for some people, the reason to go bespoke is to say I want loafer or Chelsea boots. they're hard to fit than lace-ups, for example.
Right. Yep. Less room for error.
But I mean, rating-wise, Merriman, I would say like I'd rate them overall a 5 because they provide great kind of quality at the value. These I can't rate because I can't wear them. The value is great, obviously. What would you say?
Yeah, I would say probably, again, in my own personal experience, as all of these will be, probably in the 3.5 to 4 range, I would say is my experience. I did, when we were, full disclosure, sent this pair of shoes, I had to send the pair we were given originally back and get a different pair. My typical size did not fit properly. Again, they were a little tight in the front of the shoe, so we had to recalibrate there.
So you had to size up?
Correct, I did have to size up.
What do you typically wear?
Typically, I wear an 8.5 in most shoes.
US?
Yes.
And then these are size 9?
I believe these are 9s, yes.
Okay, so that's good to know, right, when you order stuff.
Yep, yeah. All right, the third brand we're taking a look at here is Scaroso. These were also ranked in our under 300 video from years ago. This is the same pair that you'll have seen from that video back then, and you've got some pairs here as well.
Yeah, I think the price has gone up quite a bit. It used to be like lower, now it's like $340 to $370. But inflation's everywhere. They're made in Italy, Italian leathers. This loafer, you can see, right? I haven't done any shoe shining because we're waiting for doing it in a video, but these I really liked because they were this woven leather, and it's not just embossed, it's actually woven leather, so that's pretty cool. I don't think they offer this anymore, or because it's more expensive, but it's penny loafer inspired. I have these like suede tassels too, so I always liked that they had more like the usual styling, hard to find normally ready to wear. And they fit me quite well in the heel. So that's for me a big plus. So these are the 44, size 44. Usually, 44. I went down in size. This is a 44 too, and it works quite well. It's leather lining, but it's the Blake, so you have the leather and not much else. So if you have foot pain, it's not ideal. But otherwise, I like them. How are yours?
These were almost, well, I shouldn't say an everyday wear for me, because of course we encourage people that they're not getting heavily worn, but these are actually somewhat heavily worn. I wore them quite often, actually almost sort of religiously for a while, and they showed their wear. I had to get the top lifts, which is this rubber piece on the back of the heel, replaced a couple of times, and as you can see, I've probably got to do it again soon here. My heels, I have what's called a Haglund's deformity, so kind of a bump or a growth of bone on the backs of my heels, and that actually wore through the original leather on the back of the shoe, so my local in an extra away a little bit now. Really were kind of a sort of daily driver for me for quite a long time, and they show their wear as a result, so they're kind of knock-around shoes for me now.
See, for me, ideally I would like to have more of a Gucci weld, or like a little more padding, so to speak, but otherwise they fit me really nicely. I've worn them, I wear them predominantly like in warm weather. I don't think they would be my first choice for like snowy, rainy environments. But overall, I'd probably rate them like a 4. Maybe now with increased prices, 3.5. But then, considering they fit me so well, I would say definitely 4. Because it's hard to find that. If you can find a loafer that fits well, buy them.
Right. I was disappointed to see when I went on the Scaroso website a few months or so ago that this specific model they no longer carry either, because I wanted to replace these worn models. I could certainly find something else though. I think rating-wise, I'd be in a similar area, probably 4 to maybe even 4.5.
Okay. It's interesting because a lot of brands, sometimes the brands you can buy shoes forever, which is nice, right? If you have a style you like, you can go back and get them. At Scaroso, that's not the case, right? You see something you like, just get it, because there's a new collection, and unless it will become a bestseller, they may not sell it again.
Exactly.
Here we got an Ace Marks loafer, and it's an American brand. They're all made in Italy. They oftentimes do this kind of Kickstarter model where you pay and then you bit, they're produced, then you get them. Meaning you get a lower price. I think you can still buy some on their website. They're like $324. But then, they're often run sales, so 30% off. So you're more like in the $227 range, which is, I think, quite good. They have American sizing. Now, I think always that. Here I had it 11.5. Yeah, it's a nice shape. I think, it's, the leather is decent. It looks nice. The heel is a bit on the taller side. I don't wear them a ton, simply because I have other loafers that I like more. But I'd say it's a decent pair of shoes, especially if you get it on sale. And again, the fit is quite good for me. Not just on the loafers, but also on the others. So that is something for loafers to really consider.
That's been my experience too. I don't happen to have any Ace Marks loafers, but I do have other shoe styles from them. And I think something that the band prides itself on, we've certainly heard quite a lot from viewers and commenters. One of his strengths as a brand is their shoes are, for many people, quite comfortable out of the box, which is definitely a plus compared to some other brands.
You can see, you can do this with a kind of same effort. I'm not getting anywhere here in these bearings, right? And typically, in a good quality shoe, you always have that cork insert, which is more comfortable when you work a lot. Here, you don't have that, right? There's no cork there. That's something to consider. Yep. So rating, I think maybe 3.5, 3. I think between the Scarosso and them, I like the Scarosso more. But they're, and I think also since we first, reviewed them when they came on the map, a lot of things happen in a short. And so just things change over time, right? The value you can get.
The next brand we'll discuss is Loke, which I...
Hey Kay, how you doing, baby? I'm good. Oh, it's working. Yeah, I left PA this morning. I'm almost in Indiana now. No? Oh, where you from? Say where? Oh, African Liberian. Okay. I thought you didn't put the N on the end. I was like, wait a minute. Like what? No, I thought you didn't put the N on the end. Like Liberia. You're Liberian. Okay. I'm thinking of Russia. Yeah. West Africa. What am I getting confused? I'm thinking of something else. Oh, yeah. I'm an idiot. That's an S instead of the L. Siberia. I messed that all up. So you, how young did you come over here?
about to say, because you don't have no accent, nothing. I mean, you can have, like, you know, a hint of a something of a maybe my family type accent. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I mean, I'm a guy. I can't help it. It's gonna happen. Not intentional. Oh, you're up on the left side, upper left corner. So I just left PA, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Minnesota. Well, I started in Maine. I started at the top of Maine. Top right corner. Tippy top right corner. Yep, I went from Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, and I think I'm gonna end up in Illinois, or right on the edge of Indiana. Huh? Yeah, then I gotta go over and then back up to Chicago. Chicago is right after Indiana, so it's right on the border of Indiana. It's like right at the bottom of the lake. Oh, you went too far. You went too far. Okay, yeah. Keep going west to the left. Right after Indiana is Illinois. And it's right at the border of Illinois and Indiana. At the bottom of the lake. Right there. Between Iowa and Indiana. It's smacking it. Well, Chicago's Illinois, so you just gotta find Illinois. Alright, so we're gonna go Illinois, and go up to Wisconsin and over. So yeah, then there's the Dakotas. Nice. Yeah, Missouri's good. Huh? It's America, baby. You'll find it everywhere you go. Some places more than the others. Some places less than others. It depends on who you run into. So he think he went. No, but he might think he went. A lot of these men think they went.
sometimes you can't differentiate some Spanish people from regular white until they open their mouth. What you munching on? What you munching on? Oh, I'm sorry, what happened? Did somebody pass away? Alright, let's cover that paperwork up. Why not? If you're down, you should go. Listen, if I know one thing, when you dress good, you look good, and when you see yourself, you feel better. Get the blood moving, that'll wake you up. Nice latte, get your blood flowing, get a shower, put on something nice, beat your face, and let's go. Send me a picture. You gotta go far? Wait, I hope the bottle's the friend. I hope the bottle's the friend. Nah, you should have told me before. I'd have came home and been like, yo, I got the bottle, come get me. I'd have came with you. I'm always down to party. It's always nice to meet new people and have a good time. Yeah, I am. I would have had to know like early. Like in the middle. A couple weeks in advance. Like, yeah, I got a party in August on the 7th. Wanna come? Yeah, let's go. And give me a week, 2 weeks preferably. Lord knows where I'm gonna be out of the country. Invite me, I'll bring the bottle. You know what they like. You can have fun, chop it up. Oh my goodness, I had a Whopper for breakfast this morning. I mean, I didn't eat until noon, 1 o'clock. So good. I haven't had a Whopper in months. Been a couple of months. Delicious. No, a Whopper. Not Burger King. I don't eat McDonald's. Oh, you don't eat no meat? Oh, okay. Well, when you say meat, you mean red meat. Yeah, you mean red meat. Okay. So you eat chicken and fish. Okay. body burns sugar good. I don't eat any pork. Fish, chicken, beef, I can do that. I don't eat no shellfish. Just regular. I'm allergic. Seafood is delicious. I like scallops, shrimp, lobster. I like all that stuff, but I don't know if I have an allergy. I just keep getting cuts everywhere. So I just refrain. No, I eat fish. Just not shellfish. Yeah. Well, now I know where to take you. Now I know where to take you. Well, that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm saying. Now I know. Heart attack. I know. And they keep coming up through the left side of you. Table mistake. Dude. I never been to a roof race. I don't even know what one's at. King of Prussia? There's a roof race in King of Prussia? I gotta check that shit out. I ain't never been. You know what I like? I like Capitol Grill, but I was in, what was I? I was down south. I think I was in Atlanta or Charlotte. I think I was in Charlotte. I was in Capitol. It's just a fancy restaurant. I don't know what it's known for. Honestly, I just Googled some place to eat that was a nice place to eat, and I sat down by myself and ate. And that was it. I didn't know if it was something special until I Googled it. Yeah. What? Oh, God, that sounds really good. I like Korean food. You know what? Korean makes really good fried chicken. I swear to God, there's black people that was in Korea teaching them how to make fried chicken. Or vice versa. Maybe the Koreans taught us. That shit was delicious. I had some Korean fried chicken. I was like, damn. Yeah. That's right. You want cook or no cook? That's it. Oh, yeah. Cigarettes and fried food, baby. Let's go. Vietnamese. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, that's dope. That sounds like you had fun. Whoa. 2 weeks on the bus? Yeah. See, that's nice. That had to be fun. Ooh, I'm trying to go to an Indian. I know they be dancing and having a good time. They be showing out. Good Lord. Yeah. You know, that's crazy because Japan has African words in their language. And a lot of African words are in other languages. Because there's a lot of Japan has a lot of African roots. There's a lot of black Japanese that people don't talk about. Nah, truth be told. There's a video, I'll send it to you. Because is the capital of Japan, which is Tokyo. But I can't remember which country in Africa. I want to say it's Ethiopia, where Edo is the name of president for a lot of stuff. I could be mistaken. I'll be mistaken sometimes. But yeah, there's a lot of words, a lot of terminology that's African that transferred over to Japanese because you know these people came from Africa. Like, here's where they go. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, the bone structure, it's like they kept that shit in the family. It's like the bone structure, they kept it in the family. What's on the island. Drive the car. Let's go. What are you doing? Speed limit didn't change. Ain't nobody in front of you. Oh, that makes me so upset. Slow down to 55. Yo, what you doing? Wait. Lord Jesus. But yeah, I love that. I love good culture. I love good food. I like nice clothes. I like to be out of the way. That's all I'm looking for. Just want some peace and quiet, some good times. Little noise, not too much. Little music where I can still talk to you. I don't want to be yelling over top of nothing. Well, go finish your show. Call me back. Hey, sometimes you gotta go where the talent's at. It does. Listen, that sounds about right. When I had dreadlocks, I used to go to New York to get my hair done. Until I found a lady that was a couple of towns over that could do it for $1.50. My hair was long. I kept my hair for like 10 years. Nah, you good. You good where you at. What, hair? Oh yeah, if you got a salon, yeah, definitely. Yeah, the salon over definitely. Yeah. Oh yeah. I know. I worked in a barbershop from 8 years old to 18. I get it. Barbershops, all that, they pay good money. And now you can charge $50 to $100 for a damn haircut with a beard shave. You make a good $1,000 a day per chair. Yeah. Yeah. I know what a hustle is. I was thinking about it some time ago. I was like, I can go to India with $1,000 to the slums and get some of these people to cut their hair, give them $20 a head. Yeah. Oh, I know. A nail salon makes bank. You get a nail salon / in the same building a laundromat. We get nail salon, 2 Chinese Get back. Ain't nothing. Yeah, we run a couple trucks. I know how the game works. The hard part is getting started. That's it. With a smile on my face. Yep. 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 Yeah. You buying a G-Wagon? I'm buying watches. And then I'll sell a watch to get the G-Wagon. G-Wagons are nice. They don't. I mean, they're 6,000 pounds, so if you have a business, you can write off a G-Wagon. Wait a minute, you're an RN, right? So you can do, what's that? Hydration IVs. Oh, okay. I know they make good money too. Saving up for. I'm saving up to get my first 4 unit. First 4 unit in these trucks. In this bank. You gotta give me some pointers when it comes time. I'm gonna get a management rental management company to manage the units. That's what we gonna do? Oh man. Listen, if you need them out, got a couple friends will come down. Me and my brothers will come move them out for you. You gotta go, my guy. I get it, but that's another reason why you can't come. Your funds are low. Yeah, don't make him pay the rest of the 5 months up front. You can still kick his ass out. And what are you? You're a PA? Oh, PA don't play that shit. You're out of here. alright. Don't get paid off. It takes a little bit of time. You over 100? Minus the properties. Yeah, minus that. Oh, we're gonna have to rob a bank, baby. We're gonna have to rob a bank, baby. Let's go. Ass down. Yeah. That's rough. That's right. Trying to put me through some bullshit. There you go. Pay what you owe. Gonna learn today. All right, do your thing, sweetie. Price of Crow Coin. Still at 8 cents. Put your shit back in
Believe is out of England, yes?
Yes, they're like Northampton, classic. I would say, you know, they're
like some great Thursdays.
You gotta be an idiot to lose money on Porsche, or just buy the wrong one. So here are 10 plus Porsches of all different flavors that are primed to go up in value. I'm Brad, like, subscribe, and let's go. The Porsche community is like nothing else, and even if we're hit with a recession, these cars aren't going down in value. Now, I'm going to run you through the best values of my favorite more modern Porsche models. Alright, let's start things off with a banger, starting with the 911, the underdog that's finally getting its glow up. First up, we got the 996.1 Carrera with the Holy Grail option LSD, aka option code 220. This thing is packing baby GT3 DNA, but without the big price tag. It's got that classic pure Porsche feel, and guess what? Enthusiasts, well, they're finally waking up to how rad it is. Why? Because under all that fried egg headlight hate, you've got a lightweight, responsive machine that shares a ton of hardcore GT3 DNA. And those headlights? Well, who doesn't love eggs with their breakfast? Right? As more people realize what this car is capable of, values are already shooting up. But if you want all-wheel drive and that thick, sexy 911 turbo rear end, it's all about the Carrera 4S, or the poor man's turbo. Only thing poor about it is the price, because performance, rich. Let's be honest, there's just something about a naturally aspirated engine that it's different. It's pure, it's raw, and way easier on the ears. Now, your boy put his money where his mouth is, because I snagged one a couple of years ago, and it's not only been the best 911 I've ever owned, but it's also doubled in value. And I've linked to all the best deals on these ideal Porsches using Automotive. Check out the first pinned comment below and find your ideal ride. So for prices, here's a nice 996.1 6-speed manual that's sold for under 20 grand. Look at the listing. It does have that super sought after limited slip diff. Beautiful car. And taking a peek at the graph, they've been relatively flat in price over the past year and a half, but they're only going to keep going up here on out. As for the C4S, they're still in the 30s if you look really hard, but if they're anything like the 996 turbo market, well, it's only going to go up as well. Alright, we got to talk about the Porsche 997.1 base Carrera, because I own one as well, and I'm not even kidding. This is one of the sneakiest investments you can make right now. First off, you're going to want to focus on the 2006 to 2008 models. Why? Because Porsche made some key upgrades that seriously reduce your chances of dealing with the notorious IMS bearing failure. Plus, the base Carrera has split bores, which means less risk of a bore score. Now, mine's got over 100,000 miles on it, and it's still running like a freaking champ. Which brings me to why you want the 997 specifically. It's the last of the naturally aspirated hydraulic steering 911s. That means you're getting a raw, connected driving experience that today's electronic assisted cars just don't deliver any. I mean, tell me a car that hits harder for less than $1,000. Yeah, that's a showstopper. Alright, let's talk Porsche 987.2 Cayman, that you guys love the most, and it's the ultimate driver's car for those in the know. This mid-engine beast is like a scalpel on wheels, just slicing through corners with precision that'll have you feel like a pro racer. At least it made me feel like one. And honestly, it might even drive better than a 911. Keep that on the download because I don't want everyone to know. Now, here is the kicker. No IMS issue on the 987.2, so that flat 6 is solid. Right now, these things are bargains. Near 911 level performance without the price tag. I mean, 20K seems to be the floor on these bad boys. They might not hit the stratosphere in value, but they sure as hell won't drop below that. Get one now before the secret's out. The Porsche Boxster 987.2. Yeah, I think we've all called it the box turd back in the day, but let's be real. It shares the same chassis and power plant as the Cayman. So you're getting all the killer handling and precision of the Cayman with the added bonus of open top driving. That mid-engine layout is still there, so it hugs the road and you can really hear that flat 6 sing. Honestly, the 987.2 Boxster delivers the same thrill as the Cayman, but with more sun and fun. Having driven both on the track and on the back roads, I'm gonna say that I like the Boxster. It's just way more playful, light. Maybe it's a lower center of gravity without the top. I don't know. Anyone else experience that? Well, prices?
women for Father's Day, flew a chick out from Dallas, made dinner reservations, got dressed up, and this man still walked out. But that's just the warm-up.
She get here. Tell me why she pop up with 3 kids. 3 of them?
Exactly what you're speaking. That's the reason why you want to go inside.
The whole concept of a man having to get a bitch in the world and she ain't got to give him nothing but.
This ain't just another dating disaster video. This is one's full-blown reality check wrapped up in wings, lies, and Uber meltdown. Hit like button if you ever walked out midday or wanted to. Let's get to it.
Like, look at her. Stop it. Well, what is the Father's Day gift? That's
Come on, man.
like, why was he playing? Why was he not a good surprise? What am I supposed to do?
Just because you bring another woman into the bedroom don't mean that he has to accept it. Maybe he just like you for who you are. Not every dude out there is freaky in the sheets. But that ain't even the worst part.
I have sex with anybody. Come on now. You want to flew her out like I literally flew this out for you for Father's Day. Stop playing.
Flew her out? How much on the budget was it? A Father's Day? You can't even make this. Let's go.
Oh my God. Like how?
Listen here. First of all, Girlie looked like anybody could have got her. Don't even look like you paid that much to get her. And if you was frying somebody, you could have got somebody way better. And if you agree, hit that like button.
And she looked good. Like who want that? I'm not playing. You're playing. You're playing. You're playing. Like what? Stop playing with her. Listen, am I gay or are you gay? Because I want her. That ain't mad.
Why does it have to be gay whenever he doesn't want the attraction of sex from the woman that's throwing it at him?
I don't care. Come on now. Look at her. She look good. Like, bro, it's Father's Day, man. You're being boring. Well, what do you want to do? You don't want shit. That's what I'm saying.
They just wanted to go out, get a nice little time, have fun with the family. You trying to take it to a whole nother anniversary gift, wild party. She's supposed to be past that when you get to Father's Day. He got kids to take care of.
That's what I be talking about. Father's Day, I just don't care. I just flew this girl all the way out, and he's sitting up here acting weird. I just spent my money to fly this girl all the way from Dallas, Texas to Milwaukee, and she don't like what?
Sorry, baby. It sounds like you did him a favor, but that ain't even the worst video today. We got more coming. Stay in there. Listen to what she has to say.
I would have a question for all of my people on this app. Where are the black men at? And why are they not looking for black men?
You should know where they're at. These guys have walked away and moved on to other relationships. But what she said in the video before is nothing compared to this.
When bit down, everyone would want his pale head on a pike. An energy blast sent Quinn flying onto his back. Rex, the ringleader of Quinn's bullies, looked down on him. Still breathing, huh? You should have stayed down. Quinn got back up. He wanted to fight back, but vampires were hated, considered monsters. He smiled.
Stay down and miss out on your charming personality.
In the video before is nothing compared to this one.
He with a little chick from Instagram and whatnot, you feel me? This is our first time linking up, you feel me? We only just been talking through the gram and whatnot. So she get here, tell me why she pop up with 3 kids. 3 of them? You feel me? Got a 5-year-old, got a 7-year-old, and a 17-year-old. I'm 27. Your oldest almost older than me. You only about 33. What age you started? You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't never post these kids, so all of a sudden we go out and eat old. I got 3 kids. Come on, ladies, y'all can't be doing that. We gotta do way better than that, man.
And he's right, because a lot of these women get so desperate that they feel like if you get to know them long enough, you like her for her, you would just accept it. Nah, Mom, that played out in the 90s. Watch what he say next.
Don't even get me started. She don't even look like what she look like on Instagram. Straight catfish. Come on, ladies, y'all. Oh, man, I ain't going out like that. Man, y'all got up. Man, I ain't doing that. Straight up. Ain't no put my ass like that. But come on, you gotta do better, ladies. For real. Yeah.
Get in the comments who Let me know if you ever had to walk out on a woman mid-date because she brought her kids. And definitely hit the like button. We're not even halfway through the video. Got some crazy stuff coming up. In there, let's get back to it.
The strip. All of this, what I'm going to order for this to go.
To go?
Yeah.
All those meals to go? Who are you trying to feed, a village? Let's hear what she got to say.
And then I'm going to get something for my 12-year-old because he eat like a man. So I try.
Finish meal to go.
Got 3 children. You know that.
3 kids and you ordering 9 meals? Come on now. 3 children?
Yeah, so I'm going to order all them.
Chicken tenders is no.
Yeah, that's all I have.
That's a lot to go. You might as well go. That's too much. I think, and it's our first day. Ain't trying to be funny. It's our first day. I'm not taking care of your children. I'm just trying. Am I crazy or she crazy? She crazy, bro. She trying to take advantage of you. And trust me, all the OGs can see it. The young boys may be trying to guess what happened, but the OGs out there, you know what I'm talking about.
All right, you gotta get damn.
I'm so sorry. We need to talk about this time out. What Elion, if you made it this far, hit that like button.
Somebody gotta say it. And I'm gonna say it. The concept of a man having to get it has to be the most delusional shit that in your body. You want him to come in paying bills, but if he asked you to pay bills, you wouldn't do it. You want him to spend all his money on you, out to eat, good game night, date nights, and all this other shit. But the moment this man asks you to pay for something, you're offended.
That's because she really ain't got it, and she knows she's out there on the date taking advantage of him because he wants the kitty cat. Same game, different woman.
Let's get one even better. You want this man to love you in a way that you damn sure ain't gonna love yourself. You want him to appreciate you in a way that you ain't gonna appreciate him nor yourself. You have no boundaries, no standards, and the standards and boundaries you set for yourself is too high for you to even function. You're setting them at a rate of a who have accomplished some shit in life, who deserve that shit. You think you her.
Meanwhile, she just a booger living inside of a delusion.
You watching them on Instagram thinking you her. So you approaching your caliber of men as if they're their caliber of men, and you wonder why you getting the end of the stick.
You gotta admit she's right, because women only place their standards on dudes they know ain't got nothing. When they get around the men that do have something, they normally shut up.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about all the shit that you lack and you neglect yourself, but you want to hold this man accountable. Let's talk about how you lie to yourself every day, but you want this man to tell you the truth. You don't love you, but he's supposed to love you.
Let's not forget that if they got kids, they want you to love their kids more than you love yourself as well.
I don't know which one of you hoes came up with this.
Girls, it's time for you to start being so for real. You will never outmaneuver, out-talk, out-manipulate a rich, successful, older man. It's never gonna happen. You will never outsmart a powerful man. Whatever fantasies they sell you about dressing and speaking and acting a certain type of way so that you can get the results that you want out of a rich man are just that. They're fantasies, nothing else. Because in reality, they can smell that a mile away. They can see when you're lying, when you're scheming, when you're trying to act like you're somebody you're not.
Bullshit?
Do you think they got all that money by being stupid and not being able to be socially aware and read people?
Exactly, and this is what most men have been trying to tell women. You're delusional because when a man gains success, he's looking for peace. He ain't looking for no loudmouth hood booger that thinks that if she put it on him, he's gonna fall in love. He got an image and a business to protect.
Don't delude yourself. You will not out-manipulate.
I think black women have to recognize that they're being lied to. Like, there has to be a come to Jesus moment where they are fully in acceptance that majority of the messaging that they've heard since they were little girls was meant to completely destroy them.
And if you think about it, none of the information that they're told comes true besides feeling empowered if you outdo a man. But what else does she has to say? Because she's about to get deep. Pay attention to this next part. Do a man, but what else does she has to say? Because she's about to get deep. Pay attention to this next part.
Completely destroy them. It's not lost to me that women are always getting messages about how they are empowered or they're doing better than their men and their goddesses and their queens. And I understand, right, in a society where you may feel like you're not the beauty standard or colors and textures and featurism, like I get it. In a society where you don't feel like you are the standard to a certain extent, there is going to be a reaction that says, listen, in order to push against this negative messaging, I am going to now embrace something that gives me value. I understand that.
But they just end up making the situation worse because they become combative with men, trying to prove a point that men don't even care about.
But many of the things that we are encouraged to embrace and hold on to are the very things that are actually destroying who we are and destroying God's intention for us. I mentioned earlier that there is this really weird and strange fascination with the single black woman.
She is independent and she pays her own bills and she takes care of herself.
Then she's an average adult. Dude, our society needs to stop treating women like children deserving of admiration for accomplishing the most trivial of tasks.
To go. And this is like all of like pictures of people who come in here who don't pay the bill. Why? I think like I noticed somebody. Him right there. Tell me if I'm wrong. It said walked out on a bill. I'm wildin'. Hold on. I'm wildin'. Look at this picture. And then look at this nigga right here. I'm wildin'. What happened? I'm wildin'. People who didn't pay their bill. And it looks like there's a picture of you on there. I'm wildin', or is that you?
And she just goes up to the wall and takes the picture down and goes back to the car. So now he's not even wanted anymore. Plus, he don't even look like that picture. Get in the comments and let me know. But let's see how this play out.
Look at this. This is a picture. This not you? Say that's not you. Do not embarrass me. Like me. Yes, it do look like you. That is exactly like. Are you kidding me? That's the reason why you don't want to go inside. Look at this. That's the reason why you don't want to go inside. You think, yo, let's just order to go. Let's just order to go and we eat at my house. That's the reason why you wanted to eat at your house.
Is that why he was waiting outside? Maybe he just wanted to go somewhere else and you're just creating drama out of nothing.
That's not even. Because you owe Red Crab some money?
No, she make it look like this.
Why? Donnie, that's not you. Donnie, that's not you.
Y'all look at this picture, zoom in and tell me if you think that's him. Because personally, I don't know because the picture's blurry.
So you don't pay your bill at Red Crab? Oh, alright. Can I get the watermelon red for margarita? And I'm gonna take the grilled chicken in the middle.
You want a little drink? Okay. You want a little drink too?
Yeah. Let me get the Coors Light. Thank you. You not getting nothing?
No.
She didn't stop. She went on and got her meal regardless of what he was saying.
I came out and dressed up and came and ordered nothing. Sipping on that water. Wouldn't know what take me home. You know, I'm gonna have to take this to go because, yeah.
Come on.
I'm gonna
Y'all get in the comments and let me know. Was he petty for that? If he couldn't afford it, should he have chosen a cheaper restaurant than sit there making it awkward with water?
She's not because she's not sexually attracted to you, bro. She just noticed that you liked her so much that you were willing to provide for her.
He probably felt it, but getting coochie that don't like him is better than none at all.
So she settled down, she locked in. She was shit out you in the beginning, wasn't she? That's that luring process. You know, you never...
That's why I tell men, you don't get control over your desires, a woman will control you.
What was that?
Sorry, I said that before.
Literally, you've had a quarter of the chicken, you've had about 6 chips. That's literally what I said. Let me order, because I will get you a salad, me something I will actually consider it I'm paying.
At that point, y'all should have just ordered less food, bro. Like, she looked like that's a lot of food. Let's make it make sense.
I would be able to finish it.
This is what I mean. I'm being that, so you should have just gone for the salad.
There you go. If you're gonna let her pay for it, man, you should just go ahead and put a smile on your face.
Going back where?
To my apartment after.
I think my friend's gonna come and pick me up.
You didn't tell me that before.
She's just texted me now.
So you can text your friend?
No, I just want to wait to the toilet.
So that means you're not?
I'm gonna go out and see what
Yeah, I lost it.
Let's go see what Porsche.
When they start talking about friends, that means that it's time to go, bud.
No, but I was trying to do acting where like I'm really coming to you, and then I smile to the waiter.
Hello.
We'll do it again.
you are not going to tell me that the only thing a man gets from a woman is nasty sex.
How am I not going to tell you that?
Okay.
So you tell me what a man feels he get. No, since you know what a man feels a man get, tell me what a man feels he get. Tell me.
I love that y'all making the point.
Tell me what a man feels he get, Azar. Tell
Not
me.
a man, so I'm
Fuck that. Shut your ass up.
What a man feels he get, Azar. Tell
not a
me.
man, so I'm
At the end of the day, pay attention to the next part because he's about to prove a real point.
not going to speak for a man.
I'm up. He just sat here for 20 minutes telling me how a man feel when he get. What I just told you was up there high of importance. I was getting ready to before we just turned into a 30-minute thing. The level of importance and how important it is. Because that's what we feel. But she just sat here and tried to tell me that ain't how we feel.
I'm not saying that's not how you
wait,
feel.
Watch this. I'm going to show you how dangerous she is. Azar is one of the most sensitive, feminine, loving, like into you, getting your spirit. Like you are more safe with her than a lot of women.
Love her, girl.
Real talk, you more safe with her than a lot of women. And look how wrong she got it. So
he's right. Women think that they know what men want based off of how men respond to them. When truthfully, a man's gonna respond to how you're acting. So if you're dressing half naked all the time, he's gonna have a certain response than what it is when you're covered up. But the core of what he wants, let's pay attention to what he says.
imagine women that ain't like her. Because you feminine, you soft, you care about men. We going at it, but she care about men, care about how they feel. She's a lover girl. And look how wrong she is from the pit of her, from the pit of her visceral answer.
You know what? What's not that?
And he's not even your son.
It's my dad.
My mom would never.
What you say? What?
My mom would never.
Why you recording?
Because this is just too much. Like, my mom would never. No.
Sounds sad, but here we have a guy finding out that his father is really his uncle. And believe it or not, this happens in a lot of cases, man. But watch how this plays out.
I guess you didn't know your mom very well then. Because
So he's not my brother. This is not my brother.
no, he's not. Dad, you could have told me. You could have told me. How do you think I'm feeling right now? That uncle, y'all kept the secret away from me so long and long. It's my daddy. And I've been around you all this time. That's not right. I did this to protect you. How you gonna say you protect me?
Well, what about me? And I'm supposed to be the only child. But I'm supposed to... He showed you favoritism, and I could have been getting everything I wanted. And he's trying to take care of you. I'm supposed to be the only child. But now, I'm like, really?
Sad situation for a brother to go out like that, finding out that his uncle is really his dad and he's been dealing with it the whole time. But we on vacation, there's still no days off. And if you like the video, go ahead and share it. And definitely, if this is your first time, hit that subscribe button. And if you want to see more men walking out on dates, go down in the playlist and watch more videos. Definitely check out my previous videos that are trending right now, and I'll see you on the next video.
Let's take a second. Hit the bathroom. Take a break.
you doing? Fucking. 5 minutes. Yeah. Giddy up.
Instrumental change.
Hair that goes everywhere.
All right, what's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick's Strength and Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys today. The first story that I've got for you guys today, I want to do a little bit of a preview before we have this this Flex Pro Italy this weekend. There hasn't been much to talk about going into the show. Not a lot of physique updates, not a super deep lineup. So I'm going to talk about the top two, or at least who I think is going to be the top two, almost certainly. Andrea Presti and Rubiel Mosquera next Zilla. Now, the big question here is which one of these two guys is going to get the Olympia qualification at this show. Like I said, it's kind of it's a weaker lineup, so one of these two guys I think will be winning. And now we have an HD video of Andrea Presti from this past weekend's China Pro, where he took second, and we also have an HD video of Rubiel Mosquera from this past weekend's Dubai Pro, where he took sixth. Now, despite how critical I was of Rubiel's conditioning in Dubai, I think it's a different story here. This lineup is nowhere near the level of the Dubai Pro. Rubiel taking sixth in Dubai, he still beat, I guess, almost 10 guys to get that sixth place spot. There was other guys in the lineup besides those main guys that we were talking about: Bonac, Beirut, Nathan, Antonio Burton, Mofuda. None of those guys will be here at the Flex Pro Italy. And I think you'll have an interesting battle between him and Andrea Presti. Andrea has won shows. He's been to the Olympia. His last Olympia was 2023, where he was 12th place. And I think this is basically going to come down to conditioning versus mass. Andrea Presti is known for good conditioning, but unlike a lot of the guys in the Dubai Pro lineup, Andrea's physique does have some weaknesses. I think he's lacking in the triceps. I think he's lacking in the lower body, especially compared to Rubiel Mosquera. And I don't think he's insanely strong from the back. So we talked about in Dubai that Rubiel's just sheer size and freak factor was enough to get him in that top six, despite not being as conditioned as the other guys. So in this situation, we've got a guy like Andrea. We're not talking about a top 10 Olympian. We're talking about a guy that's kind of been on the outside looking in, but can win shows. Do I think Rubiel could beat an outside of the top 10 Olympian? Specifically for the sake of this video, I want to compare if Rubiel comes in this same condition. So what we're seeing in this Dubai video, if he comes in the same as this weekend, not anticipating a significantly better package, I think would be even more dangerous. I think that version of Rubiel that we saw in Dubai, even though it didn't quite cut it in that lineup, I think that version of see better condition. I see him tighter. That's no secret. I've said it 1,000 times. But when I say that, I'm talking about that in the context of if he's going to be one of the best bodybuilders in the world, if he's going to go to the Olympia and actually do some damage. By do some damage, I mean crack the top 10. That's the context where he needs better condition. I think it shows like this, where the lineup is weaker. You've got no disrespect to Andrea Presti, but he's not a heavy hitter like a Bonac or a Nathan or a Beirut. He's an Olympian, but I don't think he's quite the same caliber as those guys. He's got a few more weak points than they do. Like I said, his triceps. But I think Rubiel's going to win this show. I think this is probably his best opportunity to get to the Olympia. He doesn't win this show, beat Andrea Presti. I think that's an even bigger step backwards than the 6th place at the Dubai show. Because at least in Dubai, you can make the argument. He was going up against some veterans. He was going up against some top first call-out Olympians. The guys that he faced were the best in the world. He's still relatively new. It doesn't really shock me that he didn't beat those guys. Like I said, Andrea Presti, a little bit different. He's been to the Olympia, but he's only placed outside of the top 10. And that was his most recent Olympia. There's been other Olympias. I think there's been a handful, I think 2 or 3, where he actually placed dead last at the Olympia, but that still means he qualified, won a show to get there. But like even back in 2024, 2023, let's say 2024 is a good recent example. The Prague Pro, one that Chris Bumstead competed in the open class in. He took 8th at that show. And right now, I think he is the biggest threat to Rubiel in this lineup as far as preventing him from getting the Olympia qualification. I think he, again, no disrespect, but he's kind of a mid-tier, a mid-card body. He's not the best. I think that's really not good for Rubiel. And frankly, if Rubiel is as good as everybody says he is, his name really stand out to me as anybody that's anywhere close to either Andrea or Rubiel. So this, I think, will definitely be between those two. And I think if Rubiel, unless something happens to where he's like way worse than he was in Dubai, I guess that's a...
Hello? Who's this? Yeah, what's going on? You alright? Good. What I bought him? Hey, Tina, calm down. You can't fall. You can't, wait, no. You, stop.
I mean, if he comes in just terribly worse than Dubai, and his conditioning all around is just undeniably really bad, he could lose this, but in my opinion, I think this is a show that on paper he should win. There's only, really, like I said, there's really only one guy that's standing in his way, and it's a guy at one of his most recent deep lineups was 8th, and his last Olympia was 12th. And I think basically nobody else in this lineup should be a threat to Rubiel. So if he doesn't win this show, I think he's going to kind of have to go back to the drawing board here, because that I think he's going to kind of have to go back to the drawing board here. That really puts him in a category where not only can he not beat the top guys, but then he can't beat even maybe you would consider a mid-tier, mid-level guy. And by the way, just for the sake of, if you want to watch this live stream, I believe this is another show that's going to be falling on a Sunday, not a Saturday. So this will be another Sunday. Let me see the time here. Let me give you guys the time difference. So it doesn't actually say the start time on their website for the Pro Show, but Italy is 6 hours ahead of the Eastern time zone. So, for example, if the prejudging starts at 11 time, it would be 5 a.m. So be another show, I would assume, if they're 6 hours ahead, this will probably be another show that's finished very early in the afternoon, if not the morning. If you live in America and you're watching this, it'll probably be a Sunday morning, early afternoon type of show, which I actually kind of prefer, because honestly, covering bodybuilding, when it's bodybuilding competition season, basically every single Saturday, I make sure I'm not doing anything all day, all night, for like 6 months straight, because that's when all the bodybuilding shows usually are. Saturday morning, Saturday night. So the Sunday shows are kind of nice, because generally I don't really get to do anything on Saturday nights except for watch bodybuilding. But then last weekend, my grandpa's 88th birthday was on that Sunday at the Dubai Pro, and I almost missed it because I was watching the Dubai show. So I guess it is kind of, I really do love this show. I miss a lot of shit to watch these bodybuilding shows. You know, usually shit happens on Saturdays and I'm just watching whatever show is happening. And without rambling too much, that's kind of why I think, that's kind of why I firmly believe that these shows should be shorter, and not every show needs to have every division, because some of these shows, man, it's literally all day. You don't know exactly when the men are going to come on for open. You don't know exactly when classic is going to be, and it's like not, if you're watching the whole show, it's like 9 hours of your day every show that you watch between prejudging and finals, and I feel like it's too much. Even if you're not me, even if you don't have to watch every single show, and you're just a fan, I feel like it's a lot of commitment to watch every single division of every single show, just being a fan. Just the time commitment alone is like 9 hours every Saturday, which is why most mainstream sports are mainstream, and this is why bodybuilding, I think, struggles with it. And I'm rambling too much now, but I think that 3 hours or less once a week is kind of the sweet spot. And I feel like those 9 hour plus shows with bodybuilding are kind of one of the challenges that they got to overcome to get more regular weekly viewership. Because like Dubai, for example, I got up at 8 a.m., started watching it at like 8 a.m. on that Sunday, and I was still watching it at like 3 p.m. But anyway, I think I'll wrap it up there. So let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you think Neckzilla can win?
Oreo-flavored bowl cut wearing assault on the food web, a scavenging super soldier steroid weasel. Two animals infamous for durability blessed by the almighty, disregard of death as a concept, and being a part-time predatory hemorrhoid. An unstoppable force versus an immovable object. A fight as much philosophical as physical, and today we'll break down how these muscelids match up until in the end, only one is left standing. Now disclaimer, I've actually done this video before, but after some additional research and some number crunching, my answers changed quite a bit, and after mulling it over, I actually feel pretty good about my pick. Another note I wanted to add is there are no definites in nature. What I mean is, if I say animal A would beat animal B in a fight, I don't mean animal A would run the table every time. It's more like if A and B squared up 10 times, I'd expect animal A to hypothetically win at least 6. Any debate worth having wouldn't just be one contender steamrolling the other. That being said, let's meet the misfits. The honey badger's black Air Force energy emanating from an aggressive tube sock. At only about 20 to 30 pounds and a length of 22 to 30 inches, glorified ferret is too small, too slow, and too solitary for a conventional way of life. In a world of fight or flight, the honeyhead's defining trait is not having wings, and monochrome crash outs are actually their best defense. But it's not just a bluff. The bane of bees has 1.5-inch claws, mostly for digging and breaking into hives, and jaws powerful enough to crack open a tortoise. They apparently use those jaws to castrate larger animals to bleed them to death. But if we want to be fair here, we do have to mention that the castration claim came from Kruger Park Ranger James Stevenson Hamilton in 1947, and hasn't been documented since. Either way, the real flex is that if cockroaches had breasts, they'd probably be honey badgers. they're that hard to kill. They famously have thick 6mm skin that can tank quills, bites, bee stings, machetes, and most importantly, severe maulings from much larger predators. The Rotterdam also has freakishly loose skin that makes it nearly impossible to pin down without it turning around and delivering punishment to the face. Additionally, they have a reversible anal pouch with a smell foul enough to give angry bees the power of discernment, although I don't think it would affect a rampaging wolverine. All in all, the honey badger punches way above its weight, and it needs to have a chance. The wolverine is a travel-sized bear on bath salts and a different kind of cockroach, living on the very fringes of existence where most others could not. Wolverines weigh about 30 to 45 pounds, measure up at 28 to 42 inches, and they all have the honey badger problem of not having the bulk of a bear, the parkour prowess of a puma, or the power of friendship like wolves. They do have jaws strong enough to crush bone and chew through frozen flesh, and 4-inch semi-retractable claws, mostly for climbing, but also for running non-retractable things. Like the honey badger, they have thick loose skin, but also a coat to insulate them from the elements. They're also the IRS for animals way above their weight classes. They're on record shifting cougars, wolves, and in some rare cases, even bears from meals. And again, like the honey badger, they also weaponize their anal glands enough to have the nickname skunk bear. Not something that should matter against a badger, but the fight would be an odious assault on and of every sense. The wolverine's bigger frame means it has confirmed kills against animals up to 20 times its size, and there's even one case of a wolverine allegedly putting a polar bear in past 10 by latching its jaws around the bear's windpipe. But just like with the honey badger, there isn't really evidence of a rageaholic gym sock suffocating a polar bear with more than just smell, but then again, people won't let facts get in the way of a good story. That's how some animals end up sounding way worse than they actually are, and how other animals don't get taken nearly seriously enough. Like the most dangerous animal in Yellowstone isn't a wolverine, a wolf, or even a bear, and a quick look at these articles and you'll see that a fluffy, bearded tank puts way more humans in hospital beds. But actually reading the articles will tell you that it's the people causing problems, and the bison are guilty of only protecting their personal space. That's why it's important you have both sides of a story before you start judging, and that's why I'm working with Ground News. Ground News is an app and website developed by a former NASA engineer who saw basically bias planting to boost engagement. And like I always say, if you think you're impervious to bias, then you're exactly who would be affected by it. Power back, because Ground News counters that by putting all the world's headlines from across the political spectrum in one place so you can actually be fully informed. Bison bias aside, here you can see the attack was covered by over 120 sources, with 72% being relatively center and 21 and 6% left and right leaning respectively. Basically blind spot for the right. But both sides seem to agree if a mobile boulder turns you into a flapjack, you probably had it coming. What they don't agree on are what to make of the recent LA protests, and with Ground News, you can see that out of an overwhelming 750 plus sources, over 140 leaned left to the 100 plus rolling right. With the comparison feature, you can see that the left criticized the escalation in Marine deployments and police involvement, while those leaning right are highlighting the volatility of the situation and the hopes that the deployments can quell it. With 85% of sources rated as highly factual, you can trust that what you're reading is accurate. Also, with the blind spot feature, you can read up on stories one side may have completely missed to really paint the full picture. If you're as chronically online as I am, you need Ground News at your disposal, and if you use my link, I got you 40% off the same $5 a month Vantage plan I'm using. Make sure you go to groundnews.com/casualgeo, click the link below, or scan the QR code on screen to subscribe to what the Nobel Peace Center called an excellent way to stay informed. But to see who would get unsubscribed from life first, it's imperative to see how they move in the world they live in, because laying out all the tools they have to work with isn't as important as how they use them in the first place. Starting with the sand-seasoned rage-baiting Rattel. Honey badgers have the second widest prey range of any mustelid, and most of what they find is by using their claws to dig them up. A study done in the Kalahari Transfrontier Park found that most of what they eat are small mammals like mice and gerbils, and small reptiles like geckos and skinks. But honey badgers are also high metabolic maniacs that'll try highly venomous snakes such as puff adders and black mambas, and they'll steal larvae straight from the heart of homicidal beehives. They're so masochist coded that many believe that they're immune to venom when they're only resistant. There are cases of honey badgers being excused from the mortal roll call while eating honey because they got stung to death in the process, and getting flatlined by snakes because they kept getting bit but refused to quit. Honey badgers seem to have a severe lack of self-preservation, but it makes sense when you live in a world where running away is physically not an option. But it also means crazy enough to try to tax a leopard right in front of it. And that's because the honey badger is a forager on steroids that doesn't pass up opportunities to eat because they virtually can't afford to. Most predators rest and chill after a big kill, but honey badger will stop only for as long as it takes to consume it before running off to find another. This mentality also helps its furry fitted sheet not fold in the face of predators, and constantly fighting back even inches from death means even if it can be killed, it often ends up being more effort than it's worth. In a desolate landscape like the Kalahari, an overachieving weasel scrounges a living in the area code of some of the most impressive and oppressive forces of predatory nature. Wolverines are survivalists on steroids that live in some of the most unlivable places on Earth. While bears hibernate through the dead of winter, the skunk bear is still outside in avalanche country. Those claws work as crampons to let the whole weasel cling to the side of a cliff, and having large paws means they can run across the same deep snow other animals would sink in. Those jaws are specifically designed to tear through flesh that's frozen solid, and a wolvie will eat every part of a carcass, right down to the teeth. They even have a molar that's been rotated 90 degrees for the main purpose of cutting through ice-solid meats. Also, they are the second most disrespectful creature to ink lions, with number 1 going to goats. Wolverines will use mountains like we use crosswalks. It's actually why they're so impossible to keep track of. A motivated wolverine will easily trek through 40 miles of rough, virtually inaccessible terrain in a day, and in Glacier National, there was one case of a wolverine scaling a 5,000-foot peak in an hour and a half. And that stubbornness applies to their diet, since wolverines often have to scavenge under the noses of apex predators. But wolverines can kill too, and in a study, 84% of the observed wolverines' diets included reindeer, and 28% of those were actually wiped out by wolverines. There might not be a worse predator to have than a wolverine, and it's because of how they hunt. Wolverines are the pioneers of one-person persistence hunting, and in one study, a wolverine chased a caribou for a total of just under 40 miles in a hunt exceeding 6 hours. The animal, with glutton for a Latin name, will tailgate a mark until they eventually gas out. So whether it's a determined garbage disposal or a flagrantly reckless felony ferret, beating either would be a war of attrition. But the question still remains, can he fight though? Flagrantly reckless felony ferret, beating either would be a war of attrition. But the question still remains, can he fight though? Both these animals rely on intimidation and offensive defense, but how do they fare when that bluff gets called? With honey badgers, those claws probably wouldn't feel good across the face, but the real damage is in that bite. A honey badger's jaws are strong enough to pull the meat out of a carcass after other predators are done with it. They're actually built for conflict, because the badger's skull has a transverse mandibular condyle that locks into the jaw socket, creating a tight fit that secures the jaw and makes it incredibly difficult to dislodge or dislocate. That's how a honey badger maintains its dental grip on either prey or predators, no matter how hard they buck. The jaw strength is how honey badgers are documented murking goats and sheep, usually by tearing holes in their underside and disembowelment. The honey badger will also use its nasty bite to factory reset snakes by immobilizing them with a bite to the back of the head. By essentially shaking ops with their teeth and using claws for leverage, the honey badger has scored some impressive wins against raptors like Marshall and tawny eagles, and even the African porcupine, the same one that's a lion's last resort. When honey badgers fight each other, injuries show that they go for the face, neck, and underbelly, because they know that everything else is a waste of time. The honey badger is an absolute stonewall, but its size means it's realistically not killing prey bigger than a sheep. Not like the wolverine. The wolverine is a walking vice grip capable of crippling prey. They have the same tight seal jaw mechanism that all mustelids do, and they use it by climbing on top of prey and eviscerating the neck and shoulder area. One of their favorite strats is running up on prey trapped in deep snow and essentially turning their last moments into a rodeo. Wolverines have used this to single-handedly take down Gaul sheep, reindeer, mountain goats, elk, and even the biggest mark in the area. From 1967 to 2001 in Krasnoyarsk, Russia, there were 19 cases of wolverines flatlining moose, and based on the bodies, they favored tearing at the legs, neck, and shoulder. Now, to be fair, the wolverines usually went after the young, the sick, or as mentioned, those swallowed by snowdrifts, but it's still a feral ferret the size of a mid-dog, taking the life of an animal 20 times its size. Against each other, they use their hook claws to grapple and try to land their trapped jaws around the face and throat. The wolverine has a higher power rating than a honey badger, but the honey badger has that dog in him. Even in a dying effort, honey badgers have been known to throw hands at a lion for hours. But there's another aspect we gotta look at, and this might actually be what decides it. How they match up with predators is a big factor, since in this fight they're going up against another predator. And there's no shortage of threats to a honey badger's well-being. Lions, hyenas, leopards, wild dogs, crocodiles, baboons, and pythons are all liable to catch an African aggro skunk slipping. As much as their reputation precedes them, honey badger got quite a lot to give a shit about. Even though they can live for nearly 30 years in captivity, in the wild most won't make it past 7. Honey badgers aren't the indestructible black and white badger berserkers the internet says they are. They're actually very vulnerable to predators. And it seems that the honey badger's two biggest threats are leopards and hyenas. As funny as it is, mature lions typically avoid them, since beefing with a malice-operating weasel when you hunt buffalo for a living is a genuine waste of time. But leopards and hyenas are more curious, and since a foot-tall badger can't outrun a hyena gang or sidestep a leopard, they literally have no other option than to fight to buy itself extra time on Earth. But ultimately, honey badgers have no shot at crippling any predator bigger than a jackal, and it becomes a losing matchup when a predator decides it does have time. It's just that the honey badger's crackhead determination means it can survive situations they have no business walking away from. Wolverines don't face the sheer volume, but they still have a familiar feline build, one of the greatest pack hunters of all time, and one of the largest land predators on Earth to deal with. Like the honey badger, the wolverine's durability has been blown up as time's gone on. They're actually really vulnerable against wolves. They'll square up and fight the good fight, but they're as brave as they need to be until there's a treat. In a study on the mortality of wolverines in Sweden, over 40% died to a predator, likely a wolf or another breed. Of course, we're still talking about a freaking wolverine, and you gotta take a gigaferret capable of offing elk, lynxes, and on the right day, a moose. Seriously, wolverines are a legitimate risk to predators that can't afford to tank injuries, and this can lead to them getting bullied out of resources that may not have been worth it. Wolverines are one of the rarest mammals in America, and because they typically live in the inhospitable, we don't really know how these encounters typically go, but we know one thing for sure: wolves, cougars, black bears, and brown bears can and have killed wolverines. And no wolverine has been recorded marking one of them, unless you believe the polar bear story. So now we have everything to decide who would win, but now we have to decide what winning is. Obviously, there's no question who wins a fight to the death, but is it still a W if you can force a forfeit first? In nature, a fight to the death is rare, because the injuries sustained would likely life deprive both sides anyway. As much as the drama of a drawn-out cinematic duel to the death would sell, getting one side to turn tail is just as valuable a win. So here, a win would mean either straight up destroying the other, or successfully intimidating them. Now let's finally set the scene for the fight. It's the middle of an unbearably long dry season, when a wolverine and a honey badger run into each other at a fresh deer kill. Neither's eaten in days, and both may not eat for several more, and with these being two prime males, this fade might be fatal. Let's review what we got. The honey badger is arguably more durable, surviving maulings that would likely kill the wolverine. Plus, a honey badger is liable to fight to the absolute death. But even in a fight going the distance, the biggest question remains: how does the honey badger basically beat a bigger version of itself? The wolverine can survive one of the worst conditions of any predator, and the same jaws that can cripple a moose and allegedly a polar bear should be enough to crush the honey badger's skull. But the honey badger takes a lot to kill, and will be squirming and giving it right back the whole time. For the wolverine, the question is, the bigger predator, how does the wolverine expect it to be any different? It's not easy. Winner is the wolverine. The honey badger's lipo-looking loose skin and attitude would make this a prolonged fight. Wolverine's jaws are capable of inflicting enough crush damage on the badger, especially if it lands a blow to the head, which they normally go for. In a fight going the distance, the wolverine would get beaten up, but the honey badger likely wouldn't be able to get a kill on the wolverine. But the real winner here is the wolverine's lack of risk aversion. Even though the honey badger is more kamikaze coded, wolverines have been known to die trying to steal a kill in front of a bear. So the chances the wolverine backs off are lower than the wolverine offing the badger, or even the honey badger running first. Against a similar sized African civet, the nasty honey badger is able to pin it, but ultimately the civet's able to walk away. I can't see a honey badger submitting a much bigger wolverine, but like I said, there are no definites in nature, and in a best of 10, I'd expect a wolverine to force a submit or a retreat at least 6 times. It was close, but in a matchup like this, only one can take the W, so it's only fitting that the wolverine already has it. But that's gonna do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother, touch grass, call your father. Let me know what other matchups you want to hear me talk about. And I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
skin-friendly clean. Use the #1 detergent brand recommended by dermatologists like me. Watch with All Free Clear.
Hey everyone, I'm Joe, founder and CEO of Viore, and I'm here today to talk to you about my personal favorite.
What if I told you that your wardrobe might be full of the wrong colors? The right ones could make you look instantly more polished, powerful, and put together without spending a dime more. There are a few colors that quietly scream luxury and style, and they work on everyone. This isn't fashion fluff. It is practical, punchy color theory that you can actually use. Stick around, my friends, because once you know these shades, you are never going to look at your closet the same way again. Let's start with number 1, Deep Navy. Let's start with the MVP of elegant colors, Deep Navy. Black is timeless, yes, but Deep Navy, that's stealth luxury in fabric form. It is the unsung hero in the world of neutrals. Quiet, powerful, and oddly addictive once it lands in your wardrobe. Here's the kicker. Deep Navy sharpens your entire look without screaming for attention. While black can sometimes feel flat or harsh, navy adds depth. It shapes the body with subtlety, like built-in tailoring. Here's something that most people overlook. Navy reflects light differently depending on texture. In velvet, it reads rich and mysterious. In cotton, crisp and confident. In silk, it gives instant red carpet energy. Now, this is where Deep Navy breaks the rules, in a good way. Pair it with camel or rust for an unexpectedly bold combination that feels editorial. Layer it with charcoal for a moody tonal vibe that doesn't feel heavy. Navy doesn't just coexist with color, it elevates it. This shade also does wonders for accessories. Gold becomes richer and more opulent. Silver feels sleek and futuristic. Even rose gold pops against navy without looking overly trendy. Here's a surprising insider tip. Deep navy is one of the few colors that works across all seasons without changing undertones. In the winter, it looks crisp. In the summer, it feels nautical. Fall, it turns earthy and grounded. And in the spring, it stays light and refined. Another fun fact? Many stylists reach for navy when styling celebrities for interviews. Why? Because the cameras love it. It flatters skin tones, doesn't reflect oddly on screen, and also gives that polished but approachable energy. For anyone who is stuck in an all-black rut, this is the secret passageway out. Deep navy delivers the same structure, the same put-together confidence, but with warmth, nuance, and a bit more humanity. It doesn't demand attention. It always gets noticed. It is the tone that style is harder than most bold colors without ever looking loud. Rich olive pulls off a balancing act that few shades can match. It's warm without being spicy, neutral without being bland, sophisticated without trying too hard. The secret to its versatility? It sits right at the intersection of green, brown, and gray, 3 tones that naturally flatter human skin. That tri-blend makes olive unusually photogenic. Cameras love it because it doesn't create harsh contrast or blowout highlights. And here's the plot twist. Olive can act as a better base than black. Swap black trousers for olive ones and suddenly the look feels softer, richer, and more intentional. Use it in outerwear and it instantly adds depth. Perfect for trench coats, bombers, or oversized blazers. Pair it with unexpected textures like satin or suede to level up the contrast. Olive velvet? That's a moment. Even in denim, especially in wide leg or high-waisted cuts. This shade also has a stealth power. It makes expensive. Bronze turns molten. Gold becomes antique. Even matte finishes pop against olive in a way that feels curated, not costuming. Another bonus. Rich olive is stain-friendly. Spills and scuffs don't stand a chance. Great for travel, errands, long days, and everything else in between. Treat olive as a bridge color. It ties together clashing pieces in a look, grounding brighter or more saturated tones. A bold, patterned skirt pairs effortlessly with an olive top for a balanced look. An overload of pastels gets grounded with olive, adding just the right amount of grit. It's versatile, it's understated, and it's quietly powerful.
A true neutral in disguise. Rich olive isn't trying to trend, it just stays quietly iconic. And number 3, soft charcoal. Time to talk about the third powerhouse.
Yeah.
Soft charcoal.
Yeah.
Not harsh black, not gray. Charcoal. Sleek meets softness. Think modern. Think architectural. Think effortless cool. This color is what stylists secretly use when they want to make someone look sharp without going into full drama. Why? Because charcoal adds edge without aging. It works brilliantly in pants, jackets, cardigans, even t-shirts. It's like a shadow, quiet but powerful. And here's a style tip that feels like a cheat code. Charcoal with camel or beige? That combo looks so expensive that it might as well come with a security.
Are you like the millions of Americans who have recently opened up their auto insurance bill only to ask the question, what the heck's going on here? Over the last 2 years, car insurance rates in some cases have nearly doubled.
Combo looks so expensive that it might as well come with a security tag. It also looks great against silver hair, darker tones, olive skin, peachy skin, you name it. It's endlessly adaptable. And unlike straight up gray, which can sometimes look tired or washed out, charcoal has depth. That depth gives your whole outfit structure. It anchors the look. But there's more. Charcoal plays especially well with texture. In wool, it feels luxe and grounded. In satin, it breathes high fashion with a mysterious edge. In cotton, it brings a utilitarian sharpness that is totally modern. Even athleisure gets an upgraded charcoal. Hoodies or joggers instantly look more elevated and intentional. And here's a surprising fact. Charcoal makes bright colors pop more than black does. Neon, cobalt, and even pastels get an unexpected boost when layered against it. Accessories in this tone, belts, boots, bags, subtly pull an outfit together without drawing focus. Charcoal also resists fading better than most dyed neutrals, meaning that pieces stay looking richer longer. Perfect for building a wardrobe that feels high-end without chasing trends. Add just one piece in charcoal to your rotation, and then watch everything else start to look a little more curated. It's a silent flex, and one that works at any age. Now, how to use these colors in real life. Here's where it gets good. How to actually use these powerhouse shades without overhauling your wardrobe. The trick isn't about starting from scratch. It's about upgrading what's already there. Skip the head-to-toe monochrome, unless that's the vibe, and just start swapping your basics. Trade those black slacks for soft charcoal trousers. They will do everything black does, but with more depth and less harshness. Switch out that go-to white tee for a navy top with texture or sheen, and it instantly feels more polished. Replace flat beige layers with a rich olive pop, and suddenly the outfit has dimension. The real magic happens when these tones start mixing. Navy, olive, and charcoal don't clash, they harmonize. Wear all three together, and the look feels intentional, styled, and modern without any effort. Navy pants with an olive jacket and a charcoal tee, it's low-key runway ready. Add textured shoes and the whole look transforms into something editorial. These shades also work overtime behind the scenes. They anchor prints, tone down brights, and give louder pieces a stage to shine. Even better, they don't date. This palette works across seasons, trends, and ages, making them some of the smartest additions to any wardrobe. Bonus tip. Here's the style move that sets the effortlessly chic apart from everyone else. Strategic accessorizing. It's not about piling on extras, it's about making the right ones count. Navy comes alive with crisp metallics. Silver for sleek modernism, gold for rich contrast, and even bronze for a vintage edge. Olive loves earthy textures and soft finishes. Pair it with suede boots, a rose gold cuff, or a tote bag, and the look instantly feels curated. Charcoal thrives with bold texture play. Think croc-embossed leather, ribbed knits, or matte metals that add quiet drama. Even sunglasses or hardware in complementary tones can shift the entire energy of an outfit. What makes this approach powerful is how subtle it is. These aren't statement pieces fighting for attention.
They're supporting players that make the entire look feel balanced and intentional. Add tortoise shell with olive, pearl detail with navy, or oxidized silver with charcoal for an elevated twist that feels personal and refined. These are the micro decisions that turn a basic outfit into a "where did you get that" moment. No trend chasing, no loud labels, just smart choices that signal confidence and effortless style. And finally, why does this work? Here's why these colors feel instantly elevated. They sit in that rare middle ground between being visually interesting and incredibly wearable. They have just enough pigment to create contrast and structure, but not so much that they overpower the face or feel costume-like. Magic lies in their undertone complexity. These aren't flat, one-note hues. They carry layered tones. Navy with hints of black and blue, olive with traces of brown and gray, and charcoal with soft warmth beneath the cool. That complexity tricks the eye into seeing depth, which adds richness to any fabric or silhouette. These shades also interact beautifully with skin, enhancing natural tones instead of clashing with them. And they are incredibly forgiving in different lighting environments, meaning that they look just as good under fluorescent office lights as they do in the golden hour glow. Even better, they help other pieces in your closet shine. Statement items, prints, or even bold lip colors feel more grounded and intentional when paired with these elevated neutrals. While others get lost in color theory charts and undertone guesswork, these shades bypass the noise and deliver effortless sophistication every time. This isn't just fashion, it's strategy, and it works. Style at any stage should feel empowering, not overwhelming. The right colors, they make everything easier. Getting dressed becomes less about guessing and more about curating. These three shades are timeless for a reason. They never argue with your skin tone, your hair color, or your personality. They just elevate. So, the next time you're out shopping or putting an outfit together, remember that color is a silent communicator. And when you choose the right ones, you don't need to say a word. Your look will speak volumes. Now, it's your turn to share. How are you going to pair colors to make that perfect first impression? Let me know in the comments down below, and I will be sure to respond to all of you. Like and subscribe if you love old money elegance and understated fashion. And if you don't subscribe, it means I'm just going to have to wait another day to onboard you. Stay sharp, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Observe. T-Mobile 5G home internet ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Hey, Scott with the Renegade. You know, on our YouTube channel, this 944, yeah, the red 944 that everybody talks about, it's got the most amount of views and it keeps growing like crazy. Why is it back at Renegade? Why are we back in Las Vegas? Because it lives up in Utah. Came in for a routine oil change, a nut and bolt. It's at the beginning of the winter season for 2023, going into 2024. He wants to winterize it, make sure everything is going to be good so you can put it away for the few months that it's not going to be used and get it ready for next year. But I got to tell you something. He's already put a ton of miles on this thing, and we're going to show you what it looks like after some miles. Now we cleaned it up a little bit, there's no question about it, but the reliability, the track mileage, he lives up by UMC, which is the big track up there in Salt Lake City, so he's driving on the track a lot. The amount of usage that this car has been through is pretty phenomenal, and it happens to be a huge cult favorite up there in Utah, and of course, as you know, just like what I said, all over YouTube. I'm going to pop the hood really quick, and I am going to show you. We did a couple teeny tiny little upgrades, and I think you'll dig it. Check this out. Engine, sound as can be. Runs super cool, runs hard. It's perfect. We did a tiny little bit of a tune-up, basically an oil change, check the rest of the fluids. Now, I will tell you a little secret. He wanted to originally do the power steering and essentially go with the power steering version of our conversion kit, but because this was an 83, he opted not to at the beginning, and he almost said put it on, but he's going to try it for another season and see how it goes without the power steering. So we're keeping the cold air intake, and we love that. That's an awesome setup. Now I'm going to show you something on the inside. We've got something special, something new, something we think is pretty stinking cool. It's an easy way to be able to monitor stuff that the gauges don't do a great job, and that is some aftermarket digital gauges. But you know, you look around, this is so cool. It's the old original 1983 944. Everything looks dead stock, and it is, it really is. All of the gauges and everything like that work, they work fine. But he wanted to have a little bit more information for the track, and so we decided to use something that most people don't use in their cars very often anymore, and that is the ashtray. Check this out. I'm going to turn the key on, and we've got digital gauges right down in there. We've been driving the car, and so we've got 189 for water temperature, 160
That's not bad.
for the oil temperature, and it's hitting. Come on, this is cool. Anyway, it's the red 944 that everybody absolutely loves. Once again, 702-739-8011, Renegade hybrids, LS conversions. We've got so many more cars in the queue, and we've got some really exciting builds coming up. Keep checking us out. Make sure you like us. Make sure you subscribe to this YouTube channel. We absolutely positively would love to show you some new stuff, and it's coming up pretty soon. Thanks all.
Have you ever dreamed of owning a Rolex Patek AP? You've never had the funds to get one? Well, today we're going to explore the beautiful world of Seiko alongside my man, my right hand, Tony, and his beautiful collection of Seikos that will make you think twice before spending that big bread. Because these watches, they're killers. Thank you for being here and bringing your beautiful collection. For those of you that don't know, Tony is my right hand, and when I mean my right hand, it means my right hand. He is with me every single day. Some of you might have seen him on our Netflix show where he brought me the contracts before I ripped them up. But other than that, he's as much of a watch collector as I am. And I've been seeing you over the past couple of weeks bringing in heat. You know, I've been looking at my watches and like, damn. So I can't wait to get into this collection of beautiful pieces. I mean, some of these I need to buy off you. But before we do, what's on your wrist today? Because I see that, I'm like, oh, that chronograph is slapping.
This is a 2000 Seiko chronograph, and it's sports. I hunted it like I do all of them, and it just popped up, and I was like, that's a good one. It was in Japan, and you know, they had it for a decent deal, and I haggled him down, and I made him an offer, and here it is.
That Japanese watchmaking, you know, you can't beat it. The way that they really polish their case is incredible. But that chronograph, that gold on gold is special. I love that. I have, which actually you hunted down for me.
Yes, I did. I remember.
So I thought it was really right for the moment to bring this one. I have a Tiffany Co's 1940s, 1950s, a lot of movement. That's as much as I know of the watch because there's really not a lot of information on these. I do have to take it to Tiffany to see, but it does have an incredible, interesting dial with very different numeric stamps. So I can't wait to find out more about this watch, but I really, really love it. The moment you sent it to me, I did put this blue band on it that I think just makes the color stand out.
Really nice.
So that's what's on my wrist, but let's get right into it.
Alright.
Why Seiko?
Alright. So Seiko is a very old watch brand, and they've been making watches for years. And once upon a time, they were so excited about making such a precise watch. And I've been following what they've done as long as I've been a fan, and I've learned a lot about them. They wanted to make an affordable watch for the everyday person. and make it look good. And they've been doing this for years on that.
So let's talk about like, where did you start a collection? What was like the first Seiko gear that you got? Because there's some amazing pieces here.
Thank you. All right, so my first one that I purchased was this automatic one right here. This was my first one. I saw it online and I said, wow, I have a thing for the bubble glass. And I saw it, and the guy had taken really bad pictures of it. And I noticed that it had the bubble glass and it was in Spanish as well. So I said, oh, this has, I honestly, Seiko 5 automatic movement, one of the first 5 that they made with the automatic movement. And I just fell in love with it because of the glass, honestly.
And did it come with this strap?
It came with the strap. I didn't do anything to it. It came like that. It is not a factory Seiko strap. It was replaced somewhere along the lines. But
it's in Spanish.
It's in Spanish.
Wow, do you know where this was sold? I'm guessing.
That has to be America, yeah. It didn't. I tried to hunt it down and look for it, and I couldn't find much information on it.
I love them. That's what I love about watches. And by the way, guys, by no means are we dealers or watch experts that know every reference number and every story. We're just collectors and lovers like many of you are, who are passionate about timepieces and design and aesthetics. So I love that we're sharing this hobby together. But there's something amazing about watches because there's such a history. Like, you don't know. Like, I always think about this, especially with this watch like this. Like, imagine this belonged to, you know, to a drug kingpin, and my man got shot in the watch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't even know. Like,
you wouldn't know.
You're rocking it. Or like just a father who passed this on to his son because it was the precious thing he had. And I just love that about the story. And I love that it's Spanish. The date is in Spanish, which is amazing. And this is an automatic movement, right?
That one is automatic. It's funny enough that you said about the sun. My second purchase was this watch right here, because I was like, okay, I got the gold one. Let me hunt something down silver. So this is a Seiko Quartz. It wasn't automatic. It's a quartz movement. So I saw it. I liked the shape because it kind of resembled a different watch brand. I'm sorry, a different watch brand. And
you can say it.
You can say it. And I was like, okay, I like that. And I make the offer on it. The guy accepts it. He messages me. He says, I just want you to know, I have the original box, original papers, and this watch was purchased by my mom in 1984 for my mom and dad's anniversary. So she had purchased this watch for their anniversary, for the 25th year anniversary. So I was like, okay, I gotta have it. And he told me it's worn. He wore it. You know, it shows a bit of wear on the glass, and I was okay with that. And mind you, I paid very little for the watch.
So we'll get into prices, because I think it's really interesting, and you know, the fact that you did say it reminded you of a Rolex. I think a lot of times most of us start collecting watch brands that are not the 3 or the 4 big ones because it has some sort of similarity to the big one, right? It's the aspiration of saying, I'm going to be able to have, you know, an AP or Rolex. Yeah. But I think that's what I love about discovering new brands, because I do, and I have in the past, before I had the money to buy any of the big brands, I used to pick up watches that, you know, resemble it, but it also had their own unique, like this bracelet is so unique to this watch, you know, and I think that's a beautiful bracelet for that. But I love the concept of looking and discovering new brands. Sometimes even if that means it's inspired by, you know, other brands, because I think that's what makes it cool. And again, it's the dreamer. Like we don't always get to have the $300,000 watches, and I think that's what I wanted to talk about here, because, you know, your pieces get a lot. I go out with you, and sometimes I'll have a piece that's, you know, more than the whole collection you have here, and people will comment on your watch, or they're like, the chronograph you have on your wrist is beautiful. I mean, it speaks. So alright, so we have this one. What's the next one on your thing? Talk to me about this. right? Because I think the gold on white is something really interesting because it completely stands out. And then the color, interesting selection on this integrated bracelet. I thought was amazing too. But like, it's not your standard classy like. It's a sports watch that's gold and red.
And red. Yeah, it's an elegant sports watch. All right, so that's a Seiko Radar. Okay.
preservers to archaeologists.
is Kiani, and the little thing I love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips are all the different sauces. You gotta dip it in that zesty buffalo. It's tangy, sweet, it's got a good kick. The chicken itself is good on its own, but once you put the sauce on, I mean, come on.
Real guests paid for their testimonial.
So this week I had a customer drop off this 2001 Corvette. And this isn't just any Corvette, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Z06, packing a 405 horsepower LS6 that goes 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. And what's best about this car is it only has 3,500 miles. This is the lowest mileage car that I've ever worked on and the lowest mile Corvette that I've ever seen. So this week we're going to detail it top to bottom, get this thing shined up and looking showroom ready again. But before we get into the detail, let's open up these doors, pop that hood, pop that trunk, and see what kind of condition everything's in and what kind of a project we got ahead of us. Alright, so this interior is probably the cleanest interior that I've had on the channel. Usually everything I do is full of mice, spiders, and mold. The dirtiest part of this interior is the carpet. First thing I did notice how it says Z06 on the seats and how it says Z06 in the gauge cluster. I like that little bit of detail, that's pretty nice. It's a 6-speed manual. Before I go to wash the vehicle, which is always what I start with, I'm going to take my Tornador blowgun and blow all these nooks and crannies to get up dirt and dust out here, because that's going to cause dust and get the exterior dirty, so we might as well do that first and then wash the car. Alright, so now let's pop that hood and check out the LS6. So we got the hood popped, and under here it looks really clean. I don't see any evidence of mice, except for that on the insulation right here, it's all chewed up, so there must have been a mouse in here at some point using that to make a home somewhere in this car. The car has been sitting since 2018 is what I noticed by the tag when I took the plate off. So when I go in to detail this, all we're going to do is just spray it all down with some degreaser, take a brush, scrub it all up, and then just rinse it off. So now let's pop the trunk and see if we have any hidden surprises under there. Alright, so inside the trunk, it's super clean. I mean, there's nothing going on at all under here. It must have sat outside for some time because the jams are very dirty. They got leaves and grass in it. But yeah, not much going on back here. Easy cleanup. Just got to wash out these jams and it'll be back perfect. One thing I do notice about this exterior is there's a lot of paw prints all over it. So wherever this garage was, they must have had a cat or something. I don't know if it was a raccoon paws. They're all over it, from the back to the front. Alright guys, we looked over the Z06 and this thing is in amazing condition, which is what I expected with 3,500 miles. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the vacuum, we're going to go onto the interior, vacuum up all the junk on the carpet, get the Tornador, blow all the cracks and crevices, blow that carpet, all the sand that's embedded deep into it out of there, and then we'll start on the exterior, we'll clean up the wheels, and then we'll rinse off this entire thing. So I think that's enough said. I'm going to go grab the vacuum, let's get started on this detail. Probably think it'd be pretty cool to have a Z06 like this. Well, you're in luck because WD Auto Supply, the products that I use in all my videos, is actually giving away one. So let me transfer the video over to RJ and he'll explain to you how you can enter to get it. Dang, that is a super cool Z06 that you're looking at, man. Okay. Ours is a little bit more mileage. any of your viewers purchase any of our detailing supplies that we use in our videos or you use in your videos, then they will be entered to win this Corvette GeoSafe. And right now we are running a site-wide multiplier of 10x, which means if you spend $100, you get 1,000 entries, and you guys can detail a GeoSafe just like Dane. All you guys have to do is go into Dane's description and click the link to WDAwesomeCar.com. Buy something, you'll be entered. Thanks, Dane. Now it's time for you to get back to detail.
Are you like the millions of Americans who have recently opened up their auto insurance bill only to ask the question, thanks for coming here? Over the last 2 years, car insurance...
Thanks, Dane. Now it's time for you to get back to detail. got the Corvette all cleaned inside and out. Now we're going back to the paint. I'm going to polish this up. There's a scuff on the mirror and on the bumper that it looks like it got bumped into some stuff while I was sitting in that garage. The one thing I do notice is there's a bunch of little etched in blisters. Don't think we're going to be able to get rid of that with just a polish. I think the car will have to be wet sanded down and then get it with a rotary and a compound and then finish it with a polish. But that would take a few more days, and we don't have a few more days, so we're just going to go ahead and polish it and make it the best we can with what we got. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my polish and some polish and get started on this. Alright, so that's a wrap. The Corvette, we got it all cleaned up inside and out, and we got it polished up, and then I gave it a ceramic sealant with the Super Slick by WD Auto Supply. Remember, if you buy any of those products on their website, you'll be entered to win a Corvette just like this. So now my question is for you, what is a C5 Z06 with this many miles worth? This car only has 3,500 miles. This is one of the lowest mile example C5 Z06s that are out there. I read online the lowest mile one ever found of this year was 812 miles. This is only just a little bit above it. So now I'm going to show you guys the results, and then after we'll get it fired up so you can hear what it sounds like.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the homework. There are quite a few influential figures amongst the Panther platform community. Now, for those of you that don't know what the Panther platform is, it's the Crown Victorias, it's the Lincoln Town cars, it's the Mercury Grand Marquis, the Mercury Marauders and stuff like that. And I never quite understood how big the Panther community was until I went to look back at this video. That video went to do 334,112. About 75% of these people that have seen the videos own a Crown Victoria, a Lincoln, or a Grand Marquis. Bro, it is insane. Do you have any idea how many people 300,000 motherfuckers is? That is a this ain't even the entirety of Panther Mafia. There are millions of members. Now, the owner of the home merch travels all over the country without any problems out of these vehicles. It just goes to show how much love Ford put into these things. They built these to not be fads, but be durable workhorses. So, a rundown on the home merch. It has a fully built rear end. It has 373 gears, a heavy-duty front and rear sway bar. Man, it has 373 gears. It doesn't have any power at 4.62 valve that he loves to autocross and go to the tail of the dragon. Dude, listen, these cars are absolutely indestructible. And people are just now finding out, you know, about 12 years later after they've been discontinued, the true potential of these things. Builds like this are becoming unappreciated because everybody. See, I think that's why I dislike the Hellcats and the Mopars. See, they set the bar so high that just wanting to have regular fun out of your naturally aspirated vehicle becomes irrelevant to a lot of people. Like, they look at you crazy. Damn, bro, you haven't dropped a Coyote in your Crown Vic, or you haven't traded it in for a 2015 Mustang. Like, damn, what if I just want to have fun? See, to be honest with you, you know, you got the Miatas, you got the Honda Civics, and you have Crown Victorias. These are things that are so fun to drive. If you're on a budget, you want something fun, man, listen, a Lincoln Town Car, a Grand Marquis, or a Crown Victoria, your CVPI, don't matter. Bro, you can have incredible fun with these things. And then the GT500 wheels, the stiffness thing, the stands, everything. They even have aftermarket support. This company called ADTR.net, they got long tube headers, air suspension, wheels, tires, ignition, cooling, anything you could ever want for your Crown Victoria, your Lincoln Town Car, your Grand Marquis. They have. Now, are certain things pricey, like, I don't know, the supercharger? Absolutely, but you get what you pay for it. You know, you put bullshit on your car, that's all you're gonna get is a bullshit car. You see the biggest hindrance with the Panther platforms, where the automatic transmissions, those 4-speed automatics, right? They should have came with like a 6-speed automatic option or 5-speed manual option, you know, because they are severely limited by those electronic 4-speed trans. Dude, like, I'm probably, listen, everything on this car will stay the same for about 30 years, running in perfect condition except their transmission. Just when you thought you could see it enough, over the years with the Panther platform, somebody comes out with something outrageous. They're always testing the limits of a platform they discontinued in 2011, which is insane. A guy overseas took a Rolls-Royce V12, or some type of tech engine, V12, built it, put twin turbos on, I think it was like twin 76mm turbos, and stuck it under the hood of this thing. It make about 2,500 horsepower. A Crown Victoria now. So yes, make sure you follow Homework Racing on Instagram. Man, make sure you go follow, support his journey. Man, run the numbers up and all of that. Man, Panther Mafia and the Panther community in general is absolutely deeper than my Angela portrait. But that's just my view on these Panthers. I still have a soft spot for these things. You know, I might experiment with one next year. Like, I don't know, y'all gotta be good though. Love you.
James Bond. The naval moon is synonymous with sophistication
dedication, danger, and of course, impeccable style. Over the years, 007 has worn some of the sharpest suits ever put on film, redefining men's fashion, one impeccably tailored look at a time. But today, we're skipping the tuxedos, because Bond's suits deserve their own spot. From Sean Connery's timeless classics to Daniel Craig's modern power moves. In today's video, I'm counting down my 7 favorite suits of the James Bond film franchise. These are the looks that define the modern gentleman, effortlessly cool, razor sharp, and always ready for action. And if you pay close attention, you may be able to guess which one is my favorite. So let's suit up and dive into it. Kicking off my list is one of the slickest suits in Bond history. Pierce Brosnan's 3-button, gray sharkskin suit from The World Is Not Enough. This suit is tailor-made by Brioni, the Italian powerhouse responsible for redefining Bond's 1990s style. We see the suit in action during Bond's arrival at the pipeline construction site in Azerbaijan, where he meets Electric King for the first time. And let's be honest, only Bond could look this sharp while being on a construction site. The suit's gray sharkskin fabric has a sheen that catches the light perfectly, making it a refined yet modern choice. The 3-button jacket, the signature of the 1990s tailoring, gives Brosnan a commanding silhouette, while the narrow lapels and structured shoulders add an air of sophistication. Paired with a crisp white shirt and a dark blue tie, this look is the epitome of a gentleman's spy, polished, powerful, and effortless. This suit is a prime example of timeless menswear and takes inspiration from the Sean Connery era suits. It's on my top 7 list because it's the perfect embodiment of the 1990s Brosnan era, where suits were cut a little larger but still look stylish. And in true Bond fashion, it holds up just as well today as it did in 1999. Next up, we're headed to the 1970s for a masterclass in nautical style. That is, Sir Roger Moore and his double-breasted navy blazer from The Man with the Golden Gun. Now I know this is a blazer and trouser pairing, and not technically a suit, but I wanted to include it as a staple look of the James Bond franchise. Roger Moore's Bond was well known for 2 things when it came to his style. The first was his pairing of different blazers and trousers, and the second was his love of double-breasted blazers. In fact, there are many navy blazers from which to choose in this era. This choice was a difficult one. The one I'm highlighting was designed by Cyril Castle, Moore's go-to tailor during his early Bond films. And this blazer is a perfect example of how Bond looks stylish even in a more casual look. We see this blazer on 2 occasions in the film. In its first appearance, it's paired with a blue and white fine Bengal striped shirt and a blue satin tie and dark gray trousers. In the second, he wears a white shirt, a regimental tie with white, brown, and navy stripes, and white trousers. The 6-button double-breasted cut, wide peak lapels, and structured shoulders give it a commanding presence, while the gold buttons add just the right amount of maritime flavor. This is one of my favorite looks because it shows that Bond doesn't always need to be in a full suit to be stylish, and there's something especially eye-grabbing about a navy double-breasted blazer. Once again, this look is the perfect embodiment of Roger Moore in his on-screen Bond-era style, as well as his off-screen personal style. This next one may be a bit of an unsuspected choice, and for this one, we remain with Roger Moore's Bond. He had a lot of good looks, however, for this one, we're swapping out the streets of London for the countryside with one of Bond's best casual looks. That lessons or enjoying a day of sport, Bond makes sure he does it with style. Moore's signature charm. Whether he's dodging assassins or enjoying a day of sport, Bond makes sure he does it with style. I can't talk about Bond's best suits without mentioning one of the most legendary looks in the franchise, and arguably the one that set the tone for the rest of the series. That is Sean Connery's gray 3-piece suit from Goldfinger. This is the suit that set the gold standard for 007 tailors, designed by Anthony Sinclair, the man behind Connery's timeless conduit cut style. We see this tailoring masterpiece during an interesting time in the film when Bond is in captivity. In fact, the entire time Bond wears the suit, he is Art Goldfinger's prisoner. While being held captive, Bond looks effortlessly composed in this gray Glenn-check wool suit. The two-button jacket, structured shoulders, and slim lapels give it a refined silhouette, while the matching lapelled waistcoat adds an extra layer of sophistication. It's all paired perfectly with a crisp white shirt, navy knit tie, and black shoes. Bond at his absolute best. This suit made my list because of its sharp tailoring, impressive details, and the addition of the waistcoat. All of these cemented this outfit's position as an icon amongst Bond suits. This suit had an impact on the film franchise, proving that Bond isn't just a secret agent, he's the ultimate style icon. Next up, we're headed into the modern era with one of the sharpest suits in Bond history, and that is Daniel Craig's gray sharkskin suit, Skyfall. Designed by Tom Ford, this suit is an embodiment of contemporary tailoring, blending Bond's signature elegance with a sharp, modern edge. We see this suit right at the beginning of the film during the intense Istanbul chase sequence. Bond is in full action mode, racing through the Grand Bazaar, commandeering a motorcycle, and taking a leap onto a moving train. Through all the chaos, the suit stays effortlessly sharp, proving that Bond's tailoring isn't just for show, it's built for action. The medium gray sharkskin fabric has a pick and pick pattern and a subtle sheen that makes it more interesting. The slim fit, narrow lapels, and high armholes give Craig a powerful, athletic silhouette, while the two-button closure and flat front trousers keep it streamlined and modern. Paired with a crisp white shirt and a matching gray tie, this look is monochromatic style at its finest. This suit comes at number 3 on my list because it set the tone for the look and fit of the modern Bond suits. Up until this point, the suits were cut larger with traces of 1990s style, but coming out in 2012, this suit marked the beginning of a new era of suits that had a slimmer and higher cut, higher armholes, and narrow pants. This is the ultimate blend of classic Bond charm and modern day tailoring. Coming in at number 2 is one of the sharpest and most menacing suits Bond has ever worn, and that is Daniel Craig's black 3-piece funeral suit, Spectre. Designed by Tom Ford, this suit is the perfect blend of classic Bond elegance and a touch of noir-inspired mystery. We see this suit during one of the film's most striking sequences when Bond arrives in Rome for the funeral of the man he just sent to his demise. Bond is dressed for the occasion, but let's be honest, he looks more like the executioner rather than a woman. The black wool 3-piece suit is tailored to perfection with a sharp peak lapel, jacket, matching waistcoat, and slim-cut trousers. The crisp white shirt and black tie keep the look sleek and understated, while the Tom Ford sunglasses complete the look. This suit is an all-time favorite of mine because it's Bond at his most intimidating. The monochromatic black makes a powerful statement. It's refined, dangerous, and a bold move. Whether he's paying his respects or seducing the widow moments later, this suit proves that Bond never just blends in, he owns the room. And at number 1, and my favorite James Bond suit, if you haven't guessed it already, is one of the boldest and most stylish suits Bond has ever worn, and that is Daniel Craig's blue window pane suit, Spectre. I say if you haven't guessed it because I'm wearing one that actually takes inspiration from that very suit. Designed by Tom Ford, Bond's suit proves that even in broad daylight, Bond can make a statement without looking over the top. We see this suit in the film's breathtaking Day of the Dead opening sequence in Mexico City. Bond strolls through the crowded festival in disguise, donning a skeleton mask and a hat. But once he removes them, he's revealed in this absolute masterpiece of him. The deep blue suit with a subtle window pane check is cut razor sharp, with high armholes, a high button stance, and a sleek silhouette that gives Craig an imposing presence. The crisp white shirt and navy tie keep the envelope effortlessly polished. This suit tops the list of best James Bond suits for me because, unlike the modern tailoring, Bond is also embracing classic patterns in a modern, powerful way. The window pane check adds just the right amount of visual interest without being too loud, making it perfect in contemporary style. To me, there's nothing better than a beautifully cut suit. Whether he's making his way through a festival, setting up an assassination, or escaping a crumbling building, this suit reminds us that Bond is always dressed for the occasion, no matter how exposed it is. Have it. 7 of the most iconic suits in James Bond history, from the classics to the modern looks.
As you redefine what's possible, Lexus refines what you deserve. Because a car that doesn't make you feel something is a car that stops short of amazing.
Continues lubricating the stones and jewels, then turns the movement over to work on the setting mechanism. Wilson wears finger cops, thin protective coverings on the fingers that come into contact with the watch parts, ensuring no oils or contaminants from his skin transfer to the movement. One hand remains bare for better grip, but that hand never touches the parts directly. Reinstalls the sliding pinion, the winding pinion, and the bridge that holds them in place, applying just enough grease to allow smooth operation. He tests the mechanism, pulling the stem in and out to ensure everything engages correctly. A small spring works with the yoke to move the sliding pinion back and forth. This yoke and spring arrangement allows the crown's different positions to set the time or the date. Lubrication is carefully applied so that these parts glide effortlessly and do not bind. He double checks each step, oiling where steel meets steel, and ensuring correct tension in every spring. A thicker lubrication suits these setting mechanisms, as it will remain effective for a long time, ensuring the crown's actions feel crisp and precise. With the setting mechanism complete, he turns to the automatic device. He has reversal wheels and other components to reinstate. He uses specialized tools here, placing them carefully and lubricating as needed. The reversal wheels allow the rotor to wind the watch's mainspring, whether it swings clockwise or counterclockwise. now returns to the dial side. He has a brand new jumper and a newly restored calendar plate. Once now looks as though it were fresh from the factory. He installs a brand new date disc as well, since the old one could not be salvaged. He mounts the calendar mechanism, ensuring that as the hour hand advances, the calendar will jump precisely at midnight. Once certain the calendar is functioning properly, he tests the movement from a timing machine. The watch currently runs at plus 25 seconds per day, with an amplitude, the balance wheel swing, of 278 degrees and 0 beat error. These numbers are not yet perfect. He wants better accuracy. The ideal amplitude hovers around 300 degrees, ensuring a robust and steady oscillation. He desires finer rate. He must adjust the watch's timing screws. Using a Rolex microstellar key, he stops the balance and carefully turns the tiny weights on the balance wheel. Each movement of the screw affects the rate, making the watch run faster or slower. He calculates how many lines or increments to move, striving for that perfect balance that bring the watch closer to optimal timekeeping. Once satisfied with the adjustment, he prepares to install the dial. He selects a brand new dial from Rolex, appropriate for the watch's era. After placing the dial, he secures it and ensures it is perfectly clean. Next come the hands. He chooses fresh Mercedes hands, named for the iconic shape of the hour hand. He uses brass tweezers to handle them delicately, avoiding scratches. He aligns the hands so that the calendar changes right at midnight. In this watch, he must install the 24-hour hand after the hour hand, ensuring both are correctly indexed. He checks alignment at 6 o'clock and various other references to confirm accuracy. He then installs the minute hand and tests the 24-hour function, ensuring it rotates correctly. Finally, he places the sweep second hand onto the long post of the sweep second wheel. He double checks all functions: time setting, calendar jumping, and hand alignment. Satisfied, he returns his focus to the case.
Losing to last week's leftovers. Can't escape the doom scroll.
Satisfied, he returns his focus to the case. Now he installs a new case tube and applies Loctite, a special adhesive that sets when deprived of air, helping to seal the watch against water ingress. He lubricates the gaskets and ensures a tight seal. The case tube is critical for water resistance, as is the new crown he will mount. crystal and bezel, he traps the crystal securely in place, ensuring water resistance and restoring the watch's original appearance. Now he resumes regulating the watch's timing. He stops the balance and uses the microstellar key again, making microscopic adjustments to the balance screws. With his remarkable skill, he achieves the desired reading in one attempt. He leaves the watch running slightly fast rather than slow, as most owners prefer to gain a few seconds rather than lose them. Reflecting on the watch's original fire-ravaged condition, he takes pride in how far it has come. It now runs perfectly, as if the catastrophe had never occurred. He will apply Loctite to all screws to ensure they remain secure over time. Wilson is elated. This restoration required all the skill and patience he has honed over decades. Few watchmakers could have succeeded, but Wilson is among them. He installs brand new spring bars to secure the bracelet to the case. He checks the clasp on the bracelet and finds it tight. At last, this Rolex Explorer 2 is ready to wear, ready to display, ready to show the world that it has been resurrected. It has returned from char and ruin to a state of mechanical perfection. This Rolex Explorer 2, once a lifeless, charred